Welcome y'all, hope y'all are doing great. I'm gonna work on my granny-like game. It is for the granny-like jam, which is about making games if you couldn't deduce like Granny. Granny is a game that was released in 2017, I want to say, and it's about trying to escape your grandma's house, and grandma is messed up and dangerous. This is a game jam about making a game with known scope, so that way you practice having the gameplay given to you, and then you can be creative on that, but at least you don't have to think about all of the balancing and as much. You know, you can kind of do your own thing, which is kind of nice. What's up, Frank? Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh my gosh, thank you. I appreciate that. I need that. I'm thirsty. Frank always start me off with a little something to drink. That's a good thing. It's good to stay drinked. And on YouTube, thanks for being over there. So yeah, because I was having, love you, Frank. What's up, Binge? I was having a hard time finishing games. And they were just getting longer and longer, and I lost track of scope, so that's why I started this game jam. It's only a month long. We have 11 days left. 11 days left, y'all. It is down to the wire, and I gotta say, I have a long way to go. Okay, so I recently started taking some new ADHD meds, and today I'm actually not taking them. And let me tell you why. Because I think they're making me slow. I think they're slowing me down. Can I explain it? No. It's almost like I have like I'm overly meticulous when it comes to like certain details. Weirdly enough, I don't know. I don't know how to like strictly, explicitly explain it, but I don't know. It's like I take too long on little, like, okay, the other day I was trying to measure up like exactly to the pixel walls and floors, and it didn't matter because I ended up changing it anyway. like come on, what was the point of that? What was even the point of that? So I do my best. I do my best. do all right. Twitch chat looks good. All right, let's get this started. So where am I at right now? I have some stuff. I'm working on the flashlight, by the way. We wedged that in at the last second last time, and it needs some work. I did work on it a little bit off stream, just the flashlight, and what I need is to make that beam sort of fade out. When you can see there's like a cone there. So there's two like layers to the flashlight. There's the actual like light that's being projected, and then there's like a cone that sort of represents what that flashlight looks like. And I want, when you get closer to an object, that cone sort of fades out. The more I look at it, the kind of less I care, but yeah. Otherwise it kind of looks like a snow cone. Vintage says, not much. Got my inventory UI reset up in your project. You mentioned it before, but you overwrote a node script by accident. So you had to go back to an earlier version of your project. That sucks. I'm so sorry that you had to deal with that. Dang. But you're back on track, right? I mean, look, it can often be better the next time. I'm glad that might actually be true for you. Dang, that sucks though. That's I feel for you. Proud of you for getting back on it though. Let's go. We can do hard things. Up in here. Congrats. We can wander around. We have collisions and stuff. I wanted the player to be able to climb these shelves. There is a monster who chases you. It's not, well, kind of. I need to work on the monster navigation quite a bit. The monster is in here somewhere. I turned off the monster's ability to, like, sense you. And I would like to turn that back on. So there's our monster kind of patrolling around. Currently, it doesn't get alerted to you unless I toggle it. But we can try to get that set up as well. I mean, it's interesting. I'm looking around. Look at those shadows on the back. We got some lighting wackies, and to some extent it like makes sense that we have lighting wackies because I'm running the compatibility render and trying to like sort of compensate the best I can. I wonder exactly why it's like that. So yeah, I've got like my level mapped out mostly. There are a couple things I would like to map out more. We've got the monster roaming around. I want to get climbing on these shelves because the monster's going to be able to climb. I should probably get that fixed as well. I'm just kind of like looking over what I want to do. I don't love the flashlight, I'll be honest. It's not my favorite. What if I just crazy idea. What if we didn't do that? Yeah, it's kind of bad because then you don't see. I almost wonder if we don't have a flashlight. Like what if, just trying something here. What if there is no flashlight? What if instead it's just like a little light around the player? You know? Just a little light around the player. Enough that... Why did moving that make such a big difference? All I do was move it. It happens at least, this time you saved... Yeah, it does happen. You saved it back up as soon as I finished. Plus, you're able to port some of the scripts over from the newer project into the older one for the speedier fix. Nice. Look, Frankensteining a project together is often the way. You did the right thing. Okay, but you also lose all that distance. Like, I can't see anything ahead of me. Yeah. Backup is important. Are you using, like, I can't remember, are you using version control? You probably are. You've already been lectured on that, I'm sure. There's a lot of things I don't like about the way that this looks. Yes, we just give the player the ability to just completely blow out our eyes. So that range is a little crazy. There was a reason why I made it like that. Whoa, it's so weird. It's like a smoky flashlight. But you can see the mesh actually is emissive and is doing a lot of the lighting work. Like a lot of it, like most of it. And it's a little too overpowered because it's basically X-raying through the entire level. That was an oops. Kinda need to chill that out a bit. But yeah, I have a feeling that I will somehow work faster without my ADD meds. I'm gonna sit here, I'm gonna work on this. I love hearing about where your guys' Game Like Jam games are out. Did I try Unity 6? Absolutely not. Welcome, Cromarty. Thanks for being here. How you doing? No, so I did use Unity for like a short time, but I didn't really like it that much, and I moved on to something else. Did you try Unity 6? I respect Unity. Unity's a great game engine, no doubt. It just turned out Godot was the one for me. So, no, I haven't, but do you like it? Or are you like, you're not sure if you're gonna go to Unity 6 yet? Maybe. So yeah, I need to, I think, nerf how... Interesting, if I remove its emissiveness, we still get that like beam effect, but it's still, it's still like, even if I turn off the flashlight, look at that. Oh, wait, there we go. Wait, oh. Okay, actually this might be better. But here's the thing, is I think that the mesh is like amplifying. Basically I have a mesh and a light. That creepy monster over there. And you can see I've already got like all the energy boosted all the way up. Maybe if we increase this brightness and then reduce the range, I'm gonna get this flashlight right. It's too powerful. Look how far you can see. You can see all the way to the end of the level. But see, now it's too short. I can't go anywhere. It's okay. This is fine. I actually kind of like this. What the heck? Oh, that's getting close to something. It's very bright. Oh, see, that's even more bizarre, right? Like, why is it so bright up close? I guess it kind of makes sense. Looks weird though, right? Now if I bring down things like energy or specular, we're gonna lose a lot of the light in general. Oh, maybe size will help here a little bit. It's a little better. Still doesn't feel like it like makes the most sense, but maybe it's okay. What's up, LD? Hello, world! Thanks for being here. How you doing? You know, there's something about the angle of the flashlight that bothers me. A lot of things about the flashlight bother me. I've never made something like this before, you know. It's my first time. And it shows. I'm doing pretty good. I'm not taking my ADD meds today because I just have a feeling I'm gonna work more efficiently, which sounds weird, I know. But I think I've been focusing too much on little details as I sit here micro-adjusting a flashlight. Okay, let's push this up a little bit. The problem with pushing it up is things can get a little weird. But see, now I'm like totally lost in the dark also. I mean, it's almost like this is not doing anything. What is HDD? What is HDD? It's a great question. I don't know what version control even is. I just make duplicate folders / files. I'm mostly new to this. I understand basic coding structures. Larger ones frazzle my brain though. GitHub is the way to go. GitHub Desktop is a nice, easy entry point into it. So if you download GitHub Desktop, and then the easiest way to get it set up is to, here, I'll show you. I got you. Let's say I make a new project. What are the mods? Remember the meds I'm taking? Oh, I was using Adderall. I was given Adderall to take. And now I've been trying Vyvanse. And it's not that I don't like them, especially when I'm not streaming. But I feel like also my dose might be too high. I think I need to get a lower dose. And I don't have the lower dose yet, so I'm not gonna take it. And here's the thing, like, I don't even have to take it every day to, like, enjoy its effects, you know? It's still super valuable. Am I taking it for ADD? Oh, you don't know what ADHD is? ADHD is attention deficit hyperactive disorder. It is a developmental disorder that isn't often diagnosed early in women and girls, but generally it's able to be diagnosed early if a parent like takes you to the doctor and you actually get that diagnosis. A lot of people don't find out till later, but you have it all your life, and it's characterized by distractibility, not being able to focus on tasks, and a lot of other things too. It's worth looking into if you are interested. I have it very much. Okay, so you can refer back to this later sometime, Vinge, if you want. Keep it in your mind, whatever. Here's how we do it. Let's say we make a new project to track. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna create it. I called it new project to track. Make sure you have GitHub Desktop downloaded, and it'll make you, set up a GitHub account and things like that. It's free, don't worry about it, you're good. So I've made this new thing, great. Now that I have this new project to track, whatever it is, do your code, make your game. Now I'm gonna hit File, New Repository. I'm gonna type in the exact title. So this local path is already on the right place, right? So I wanna make sure that this local path is set to the folder that contains my project. So let's see if I can find it. New project to track is what we called it. So my new project to track is in this folder, which is good. I don't actually want, however, to set this as the local path. Instead, I want to say new, type it the same, you can type it the same way, they'll fix it anyway. New project to track, right? New project to track, that's what that's called. That's disturbing me. It's all good, it's all good. You all right? Yeah, they help. Chill out. You kidding me? It's like my identity, hyper game dev, because I'm hyperactive. Come on now. It's my whole thing. Ask away. New project to track, and so make sure that has the same name as that folder. You can type it however you want as long as the letters, the characters are right. Okay, so hopefully you followed. Set the local path to the folder that contains your project. Type the name, the same name as the folder that you created. You don't have to do the git ignore, but I like to set it to godot and then create repository. Now, check the history. Looks like we got all the stuff set up. I like to double check, so let's just create a node. I'll just save that as node 3D, then come into changes and make sure that it updated. Look at that, it saw the node 3D, perfect. Added a node 3D. So what you do is every time you make a change, you know, that's of some significant amount. So let's say you had that problem with the nodes being weird. Maybe before, you try to anticipate before you make a big change. It's okay, we do our best at committing. But, you get to a point where you've done a specific task, you finished it, and now you'll see the changes in here, we add a note, and we commit it. Okay, so that was one commit. What that means is you've saved a version of your game, of your project. That version is now saved. So let's say I wanted to save another version. I add a new node, okay? And I save that. Now, that's been updated. So added a control node. So now I'm gonna save it. Again, you don't have to do it this often. Some people would, but you don't have to. All right, so normally you would push, and what that means is you're sending it to GitHub. So GitHub is going to remotely collect. Right now that commit is like saved locally, but when we publish, or it's normally push it, now we're storing it in the cloud. So I'm gonna publish it. It'll ask some questions. We're not gonna worry about it. Just go for it. Keep it private if you want. So now it's out there on GitHub. And so if I go to my GitHub and we go look for new project to track, it's on there. And it's there. And you can share a link if you want and get back to it later. I know. Yeah. It does say that. It does say that. I am logged in. Come on now. But I'm also here. You're right. Cheers. Cheers to accountability. So now all those updates are there. If we look at the commits, you can see we have, this was the initial one that first set everything up. Added node 3D, added a control node. Those are all on there. Now let's say adding that control node caused everything to fall apart and things were terrible and a mess. So I can come into history here and I'm gonna right click on this and we're gonna say revert changes in commit. When I click that, it's going to make a new commit called revert added a control node, right? And so now, if I come back to my Godot project, Godot's like, something's different. So if we reload it, the control node goes away. It's gone. Because let's say everything broke and fell apart, I had that past version I can revert to. And then we can push it since that it automatically committed it. And then we can push it so that way up here now it is going to be saved that we reverted that. And let's say I actually want it back. You know what? I want it back. We're going to revert it again. We'll revert the revert and stuff like that. So that's pretty much the basics. GitHub desktop makes it really easy. You know, there's more features if you use the command line interface and stuff, but don't worry about that. This is just like a simple, easy workflow to make sure you keep versions and you can always go back to them. I love it. So it's like backup folders, but via GitHub. Yeah, right? It's useful. It's not a deep workflow. It's really simple, and it can save you a lot of headache. Plus, now you have it remotely, which means if you download GitHub Desktop on another computer, and you come to your repository page, you can now click on this green code button and say open with GitHub Desktop. What it'll do is it'll take that cloud repository, the remote repository, and it will add it to the local computer, whatever computer it is. Now you can work on it elsewhere, and then you just continue to commit and push from there, and then it'll save to this global one. So then the other thing to keep in mind is when there's changes, so let's say there are changes, right? Elsewhere. Let's say you do work on it on a different computer. We'll simulate that by adding a README here. Not a big deal. So this, we're imagining that I've edited this on a different computer. So now I've made a new commit, but I didn't make it locally. I made it remote. So you want to make sure you fetch the origin. So that is to say, that remote repository, we want to bring in or check for any changes. And then you pull it. That is to say, take that thing that's out there in remote and bring it onto this local repository. Emacs with Magic. Oh yeah, I don't know nothing about Mac. I mean, I don't even know about Mac. I wouldn't do it anyway. But that sounds, yeah, if you're on Mac, look at what LD is saying. That's probably useful. So now that I've pulled that in, my project locally is going to have that README. I could change a file somewhere else and then see it in Godot, but hopefully that gives you the idea. This is not Mac. Oh, okay. Because it has the word Mac in it. Okay. Emacs with Magic, not Mac. Good. I like that you're shouting it out, though. Okay, don't use that if you have Mac. Yeah, there's other options for sure, but I'm trying to not confuse this person. Trying to just give them the simple, here's a way to get started, get going, download this, make it work. It's integrated great with GitHub already. You know it's going to be fine. You know, maybe if you're on a more advanced path or something. It's okay, Jesus. All right, let's see. Did I miss something else? I think I did. Elkaridian Welcome says, just started working on my submission. Since I'm strapped for time, I won't be able to make complex behavior for my AI. Yeah, I feel that. Just wanted to make something passable for the jam. That's it. No A-star pathfinding. Hell yeah. Yo, that's it though. That's what the jam's all about, is getting something done. Even if it's not exactly what you wanted, because at the end of the day, that's game dev. AAA game dev, AA game dev, indie game dev, hobby game dev. At the end of the day, if you want to get a game done, you have to cut some corners based on what you originally planned. You can't get everything you imagined in, no matter what. Cut content is a thing. So, you know, it's all right. You're doing the right thing by saying, all right, I can't do this. I have to move on and do some other stuff. Nice. But yeah, good to know. Good to know. I know it's still a loss, like you wanted that, right? And so now you don't get it, which is a bummer, for sure. Well, I appreciate that you're still gonna bring something together for us. I'm excited to see what that's like when you do. Move this out of the way. All right, here we go. So I'm still obsessing over a flashlight, I think. I honestly, I've never made a horror game in my life, and it's not super easy. Like, it has some challenges, especially, I mean, 3D, dealing with lighting. You want things to be dark, but not too dark, you know? Because tone and mood is so important, and the player has to have, like, certain amount of information to be able to, like, function. It's tricky. Okay, right. So if I put the... No, actually it looks fine up high. It looks like they're doing one of these. Have you been drinking tonight, sir? Okay, but it's still like the lighting is not good here. I'm not feeling it. Because, I mean, you just don't even see like any... Like, I'm just in a void of nothing right now. It's interesting. I think that's the fog. So I did add some fog in, which is useful, but the way that it catches it makes it just like illuminate like a little too much. And I'm not sure that there like is a way. Like I can hit disable fog, but it doesn't really care. Okay, unshaded is interesting. Now I kind of lose the whole mesh, but... And it's still illuminating the fog in the distance quite a bit. And I mean this light, like where even is it? It is nothing. It has become nothing. Yeah, I mean, look, your light is pointing down. Although it's weird because if I get super close to the wall, if I can find the friggin' wall. See, it's right there. So that might be a range issue. After you test 4.5, is there a difference? 4.0 is a big difference between 4.0 and 4.5, yeah. 4.4 and 4.5, less of a difference, but there's some nice stuff. There's definitely some nice stuff. Okay, we gotta increase the range. That was the problem. A little bit missing on range there. Emacs underrated. Nice, noted. Playing Snake in it. Nice. Yeah, I've heard things, but that's another +1 for Emacs. Got it. Set it up later because the goal of your project is to make an open source asset as well, and you've seen quite a few of those hosted by GitHub. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, it's worth checking out. I mean, you know, we're losing a lot of the way the mesh kind of makes things more visible, but it's probably for the best. It's probably for the best. Let me see if I can't make it. Oh, okay, that's a little too much there. Yeah, just give me a little bit of that. Not a lot, just a little. This is better. I mean, yeah, the fog can be a little illuminated. That's okay. Okay, okay, okay. It's not perfect, but we cooking. I do think the mesh needs to be a little bit yellower. It's kind of missing that. What is that at? 108? It is not looking much yellower there. What is that? I think that's the shelf that's making it look yellower. It's not actually that color. All right, this is pretty good. I actually feel pretty good about this. And how does it look when we're up close? Yeah, so you still get that beam, like, I still would like that beam to like fade out, but this is passable. Something that really bothers me is the little like pinpoint, bright point at the center. I have no idea how to deal with that. Everything I've tried, you know, kind of requires that it be, you know, like balanced in a very bizarre way. And even then, it just comes back. Really hate that little point. You're new to dev and you've been using it since 2022 and you're kind of frustrated to change the engine a lot. Say to me Godot's downgrade from Unity. Is Godot really a bad engine? No, Godot's awesome. It's not a downgrade from Unity. I mean, look. I mean, no, it's just not. No, it's not. It's not. It isn't. It's different. Absolutely not a downgrade. Give it a try. Try Godot. Just try it. What do you have to lose? Like, you can still make things in Unity. You can still use Unity. It doesn't have to be one or the other. You can do both. And then maybe you end up being like, you know, I kind of like this Godot thing. Maybe I'll stick with it. Maybe this is something I like, you know? What's the worst that happens? Does Godot do all that for you, or do you have to write a shadow mapping algo? You can, but, no, it does that, yeah. Yeah. Wow, we got people who are just, like, totally new to Godot. I love that. I love that. Welcome. Yeah, you guys should really try it. You don't even have to install it. All you gotta do, there's a link in the description box. All you gotta do is go download it, and it works. It's not an install. You just open it, play around with it, see what happens. It's a great engine. It's super useful. You can also use C# with it, although you have to download a different version of the engine for that. And you know, it does have some limitations, but it works pretty good. Ooh, I'm hitting a little bug. I haven't seen that one. Alright, I feel pretty good about this for now. Oh, it's right there. It's whenever I'm here, I get stuck. Why? And then I'm like stuck all the time. Have been in the past, it's great, though even going down the route of learning OpenGL and Vulkan. So you're like deep in like how things work. Yeah, low level stuff. More than the end goal of making something with the tools. You want to make the tools to make something with. So we're in the walking state. Oh, now it's good? Now we're fine? That was a weird bug. So I try to stand up here, it doesn't work. I come right to the edge. We're in the walking state. I can move. That's weird. See if I can reproduce it again. I don't know, I don't like that! I really have never made like a first-person game before, so I'm also learning a lot of that. Why are we talking about Unity? Because people want to talk about Unity, C64. Be nice. Come on, man. Jeez. C64 is a little abrasive, I've noticed. But, I think they mean well. LD Godot has a lot of really cool features. I highly recommend checking it out. Look at that. +1 from Venge. Vulkan is pretty hard. You follow the tutorial and learn some stuff. A triangle takes 1,000 lines of code because it's so verbose. Dang. Right, like I see people posting on like our game engine dev or something that they finally made a triangle. It's like a thing. Alright, well it's fine right now. Nah, GDScript isn't hard. It's very similar to Python. It's extremely well integrated into the engine. Here, I'll do some GDScript. What do I want to do? Let's do, let's see if I can add some climbing. I would love that. It's okay. It's okay. I just wanted to prepare other people for your abrasiveness. We're a community of weirdos. Yeah, you can use C#. Yeah, you can use C++. I mean, you hopefully you're like very you very much understand low-level coding because you're gonna have to get a little seriously nerdy with it. Whereas C# is much more well supported. Okay, wait, here's the bug. I can't move left or right. Why? What's happening? So I was in crouching can stand, then I went to walking. Let me pause this. Let me take a look at what's going on. Yeah, there's no top level support for it. Players change state if. So before, the last time you went into walking, started from the input, handle crouching, crouch change state. Input, handle crouching, crouch change state. So it looks quite the same. Okay, so let's try this. Let's see what's going on. I think recently it got Vulkan. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm in compatibility. I don't mess with the nice ones. Okay, let's see if we are getting input. Oh, are we frozen right now? I shouldn't be. That would be weird. Because I also wouldn't be able to look if we were frozen. We're on 0. Which is walking. I am noticing there's not like handle movement in here. We have handle looking. Where do we handle the movement at? Handle movement. What runs that? Physics process. If not player state frozen. I mean, that's a little weird, right? Okay. If not is on floor. Get the gravity. Alright, let's see what this gives us. The player walking. If anything. Yeah, I have bad vision. It is very zoomed in. So it's seeing all of the walking input. It knows about that. It's well aware. Often I zoom it in even more. Yeah, I think it's fair. So then why isn't it applying that? I don't know. Are we like colliding with something? Are we stuck somewhere? Let's look at the remote. I mean, I don't have the collisions, unfortunately, showing. Probably should have done that. That's okay. Let's actually switch to a different camera. Oh god, I can't see anything, of course. Of course. Can we get like some debug lighting? Please. This is not my favorite. Alright, I actually have to I gotta bring it up again. We gotta do it again. It's the only way. Oh, can you make the collision shapes visible, please? It's still dark. Wait, it's still dark. Wait, seriously? That's what the environment removed? That's what it looks like? That's crazy. What the hell is the environment even doing? I guess it's really just adding like fog and stuff. Whoops. So there you can see fog. When I get rid of it, fog goes away. Wow. Alright, well maybe instead I could just let's make a new light that's just like really bright. A nice bright sun. We're gonna have to restart it for that to show up. Usually you can run stuff during the runtime changes, but not with this. That didn't help. I probably have like fog on the camera. To really get like a good good debug lighting, I'm gonna have to make it. Dude, I've never made a horror game before. This is wild. If it's dark everywhere, all right, I gotta make a proper debug tool for this. That's the only way forward. Dang. All right, let's do it. Let's make a debug key that comprehensively goes through and finds it all. Even with a simple theme and genre example, you're struggling with game design and direction. Your brain is a strong aversion to following the plan. Scope creep has hit me hard. I feel that. I mean, honestly, good. This is a perfect learning experience for that. Then, you know, we want you to confront your desire to overscope, while giving you an opportunity to avoid it. Debug light. Don't think we have an L yet, so I'll use that. I don't really like writing shaders. I've tried to learn it, but I just don't enjoy the language at all. GLSL, I don't like it. So I avoid it as much as possible. I hit up godotshaders.com as much as I possibly can, because it's nice and great and wonderful and amazing. And I have no complaints. Do, 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 do. So yes, we're gonna say if it's a debug build, if input is action just pressed, debug light, could you please do a lot of things? It's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be tricky. I do feel that the camera is where a lot of the... You could just... What if I just made like a different camera, right? So duplicate it, camera 3D, debug. And we have to make sure we switch between them. So make sure this one isn't current and that one is current. So that'll be something to change. Hey, what's up, Flip? Things are okay. I'm needing to set up debug stuff because I've added a ton, debug lighting, because I've added a ton of darkness everywhere. And I need to make a comprehensive brightness. Yeah, on the player, but I want it everywhere. I want to just look at like a normal level immersed in the game. So compute shaders. What is a compute shader? Yeah, they're math heavy. Oh, but I was gonna point out the awesomeness that is Godot shaders, but and then what I'll do is I'll get shaders from there, and then I'll use that. Well, but this is in the gameplay, so I don't have that here, right? I'm not in the editor, but in the gameplay. I want to debug and see things. I mean, I'll be honest, the camera does not appear to have much on it, actually. Wait, there's nothing even on here. I thought I had stuff on here, I don't. So what's causing all the darkness? Because whenever I get rid of the environment, I mean, to be fair, we are inside of a building. Okay, hold on. Wish making shaders felt artistic. I mean, look, there are shader nodes. Godot does have visual shader nodes. So maybe I should do that more. Right, general purpose computing. It's attached from the pipeline. General purpose computing in the shader, which gets executed by the GPU and therefore is much faster. Oh, okay. So achieving the same ends, but getting there in a different way. Okay. Nice. Let's refresh it since that's a new light. I wonder if my light is just in a bad place. Whoops. Oh yeah. Wait, how did wait, what did I do here? Oh my gosh, I put this in the middle of other code. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I need the debug environment. Exactly. Precisely. University course on computer graphics. Yeah. Alright, now the light's there. And I think maybe it just needs to be lower. Maybe, please. Man, it is so... Well, turn off shadows for one thing. Don't want that. Obviously, it's a little on the bright side. A little bit bright. Oh, this is better. This is better. There we go. Let me see stuff. Okay. Thank you. Alright. And then I want that to show up at the right time. I'm kind of curious what it looks like with the other environment in there. I mean, it's just a little... That's fine. That's so fine. Okay, cool. So what we'll do... Attenuation 2 is natural light. Oh. know. Keep that in mind. I just drag it around. Let's make Sun Debug be accessible as a unique name. And then I'm not even going to onReady it. We're just going to say, if we press that button, Sun Debug visible equals Sun Debug visible, but with an exclamation point. And then that will toggle it on or off. Nice. Yeah, it is. It is neat to know. Cool. So, make sure collision shapes are visible. Good. Okay. Turn on the light and try to make this bug happen. So, you know, something else that'd be nice is a debug camera, actually. I know I just started one, then I stopped it, but I actually would like a debug camera, truth be told. It would be nice. Just something that, you know, yes, you can do the editor camera stuff, but it's kind of annoying. And so I'd just rather not. So let's not. I am from the United States. What about you? Where are you from? Address, please. No, I'm just kidding. Exact location. Airdrop me where you are. You don't want to update in real time, or am I? Oh, it's paused. Whoa. Because it's responding. Okay, don't put this in the player head. In fact, yeah, keep it in the player, but just not in the player head. Germany, exact location unknown. Wow. It's pretty hardcore. Okay, great. Now let's move it around. I just want like a nice bird's eye view. Maybe even like kind of a wild FOV. Okay, maybe not. It's a little too ridiculous. We'll see. We'll see. The FOV is wild indeed. I mean, it's gonna depend on like what I need it for, which is why the editor camera is so good. But it's okay. I bet we could even add like effects on there and stuff that lets you see through things, but I'm not going to because it's too much work. Okay, camera debug. I will set this up on the player so it's easier to access. I'm not sure I've referenced the camera at all on here yet, so I'm going to make them both accessible as unique names, which means I can just drag and drop them a little simpler. We're going to simplify that name, and what I will do is go back to my debug manager, and we'll say, well, we can't use the C key. We're already using the C key for crouch. What am I using the 1 key for? Changing the mode of the monster. I don't think we're using the V key. We could do that for view. So we're gonna say debug camera, edit, make it the V key. Okay. Great. Then we say if input is action just pressed, debug camera. Now I kind of need like a little variable for this. Variable is debug camera boolean equals false, and we say that when that gets pressed, player.ref, or we say if is debug camera, player.ref.camera current equals false, And then as for the debug one, we would say camera debug equals true. And we'll do it different. If it's different, Bob will be our uncle. Okay. Make sure that's not the default. And try it out. Debug keys can be very helpful. Very helpful indeed. Okay. Phew. That didn't work. That didn't work at all. Oh, because I forgot to switch the is debug camera equals is debug camera. Okay. Very important. There we go. Alright. A little something nice. Made chase music? Nice! Bob will be your uncle sounds like a threat. Bob will be your uncle. Whether you like it or not. Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what I meant. It's a good idea. Yeah. Oh man. I wish man. Girl, the chance I'm gonna have to make details like that is low. Not Bob, anyone but Bob. Alright, now I gotta try to set the bug off. And examine what is happening. Continues to be crouch issues. I did my crouch bad. And if I want to get the player climbing up, you know, the shelves, I'm gonna need that crouch to not be buggy. All that back trace is kind of getting on my nerves. I don't know that it's as useful. I mean, it's a new thing in Godot 4.5, and I'm just like, let's use it. It's kind of annoying. Let's turn it off. Okay. Okay, we can move. Basically, it's just a matter of crouching and uncrouching near this and waiting for the input to break. Hey monster, I see you creeping. It's kind of hard to make it happen. Oh, got it. Okay. I'm moving and nothing's going on. I mean, that's always a tough question, you know? I mean, literally, I've been working on, like, engines like Godot for maybe, like, 3 years. Godot, Unreal, Unity, you know, experimenting with those for, like, 3 years. But before that, I was doing, you know, kind of playful engines. Things that aren't really, like, official text coding kind of stuff. I was doing that for a couple years before that. And then, you know, I did like modding at different times in my life, but like truly like working in like PC game engines, about 3 years. You can actually see the first time I ever did Godot is a live stream on this channel. That was the first time I ever did text coding as well. Okay. So we can go out of it. It's interesting. It's like this very specific spot. Not little. Yeah, I guess not. Okay, so let's use our debug. Oop, it's V. Guess I want this. Like, I don't see anything that looks like a problem. mean, like, maybe it's... No, look, it's missing that entirely. And we're in the walking state, and the input is being received. So the input isn't being delivered, despite there not being a visible obstruction. I mean, there is this... That's a flashlight area. I don't think that's actually a problem, though. So the input is being received, but it's not being delivered to the movement. How? How? You just don't know. Oh, wait, we're still in the crouching collision. We should be on standing collision. Right? We're standing up. Yeah, we're standing up. Okay, so the collision isn't switching. That's interesting. Of course, that's just like visibility. I don't think that, wait, that's wrong, because that's just visibility. Nope, that doesn't matter. Look, it's still disabled. Nope, it switched correctly. No, we're good. My bad. Well, this is... Wait, why is... Okay, no, it's fine. I thought we were on the player. I was like, why is the editor cap on the player? It's not. It's not. What are you colliding with? I guess I could check to see, like, what overlapping bodies there are. Usually I do make them myself. This time I got an asset pack for the environment, although I might end up making them myself. We'll see. But yeah. The monster I made myself. Most of the time, I make them all myself. And the only games I've finished are for this game jam. That's part of the reason why I started it, because it helps me actually finish games. If you want to see the games I've made and the models I've made, you can come over here and see all my games that I've made. They're not all finished. I did the best I could, but yeah. So what's your issue here? I don't know. I wonder if I just need to see like what's like what would even be. Well, the only collision that's active right now is the standing collision. So if I could see. We do have a body entered, body exited. I kind of would want to see overlapping. So let's, but the overlapping is for areas. So I might want to actually create like an area. We do have an area. We have the stand check area, which is not super large. Stand check area only comprises something. Oh, we're in remote. Oh god, I always forget to switch from remote. Okay, so the stand check area is literally just this tiny orb. Whereas the collision, the standing collision, is this long tube. Oh, I wonder if that's not visible in here. There, now it's visible. Oh wait, it looks like it's in the ground. Oh, wait a minute. How did it get down there? We're not moving it, are we? That would definitely cause that. Probably. Maybe. I hope. between the crouch, all we do is we move the head up and down, which does not include the player's match. So that's not actually getting moved. When did that, well, I mean, okay. When did that become a thing that was under the ground? Is it always under the ground? No, because, okay, so it must be forcing itself under the ground somehow. Is what I would think is happening. Do we see that if I do overdraw, or do I? Yeah, we see it, kind of, sort of. Let's save the player so that collision's visible. Oh, it's bright. So it doesn't start out underground. I think that's gotta be it. It has to be, right? So if we go here, change the view, it looks good to me. Like it's definitely above the ground. Somehow it's getting shoved under the ground. So it's above the ground there, no problems. So when we go down, you can see that collision disappears. It's kind of hard to see, but because it's getting enabled and disabled, so I guess when that collision gets re-enabled, sometimes it probably just, you know, it's because it's shoving you up in the air. And that does seem kind of like risky stuff, where it could potentially reappear partially under the ground. It'd be interesting if that could happen outside of the okay, so outside of the shelf, but I don't think so. So now I gotta think, how do I want to try to make sure that it doesn't get stuck? We could set its position, like force set its position, so wherever it ends up going, it always goes back. All right, let me try to set it off again. It's kind of a hard angle to do it in. All right, I'm gonna switch back. Okay. Oh, sorry, I missed your forever. Yeah, make him a blender, LT. Sorry. Come on, Bug, where you at? It's definitely not a common one. It's an edgy case, but it's common enough. Well, I think my plan is to employ my idea, play like normal, and if I hit the bug again, I'll know it didn't work. If I don't hit it again, I'll possibly erroneously assume that it must be fixed. So we'll say that whenever the crouch happens, we're gonna also set the collision shape to like its default position. I don't love it, but it's okay. Call shape, pause. I think it's just zero. I feel like it's just the origin. Would be my guess. Yeah, it's just the zeros. It's zeros across the board. So I don't even feel like we need to establish that. We will just say collision standing, global position equals vector 3, 0. But that's not if we're crouching, that's if we're not crouching. If we come out of crouch. Alright, I don't know if that's gonna actually fix anything, but very possibly not. Oh, I was hoping it kind of made the bug. It does. Oh, that's worse. That's considerably worse. That was a very bad thing. What's it doing? What's it doing? That is way worse. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, how about just his regular position? Oh wow. Wow. You shredded images? You shredded, there we go. You shredded images. What does that mean? What does that mean? Alright, well. Yeah, maybe because setting it's global was putting it at the world origin, but we want it to be at the relative to the player origin. Yeah, I don't know that I'm that interested to find out what it means, C64. I think that's more interested than I am. You're gonna have to tempt me more. I don't know. Sounds like bait. Okay, so what are you talking about? A cat atomized? That's disgusting. I hope I never have to. Sicko. You freak. What the hell's wrong with you? Thank you, LD. I appreciate that. That means so much. I'm glad you tried them. I'm doing my best. And I like to think that I'm getting better too over time. Sorry, microphone. All right, we're gonna call this great. I'm gonna make a commit. So I did kind of a lot for one commit, but that's okay. Flashlight improvements, debug stuff, added. Stand call fix attempt. Selecting the blank space in an image editor because they didn't make a way to prevent that, and it's just copying garbage data. It's interesting to look at. Alright. Alright. So, let's do some climbing. I think these warnings are just something not used. Oh yeah, I was gonna do this. I don't want to do any of this. You know, we could still have, I think, oh, you know what? It would be nice if you could turn the flashlight on and off, however. I think all of this is a waste. So I'm gonna put it in the trash. But what would be nice, actually, is if we made a flashlight key. Because, you know, we could do just like Granny. That's the great thing about having a game to scope against, is that if we can cut corners in the same way that game cut corners. And in particular, Granny's flashlight. Whoa. That looks awesome. It's beautiful. This is art. This is definitely art. 100%. Granny's flashlight, Granny can't see it, or the player's flashlight can't be seen by the monster at all. You can shine it right across her line of vision and she'll act like it's not there. So that is totally something that we can, that I can let go of, right? I think it's the dogs at the bottom. What's going on? Sock holes are the most normal thing. That is so exceedingly normal. I guess the choice then becomes, do you keep the sock or do you replace it? Because that hole is just going to get bigger. Alright, let's make a flashlight key. But you know, even if we don't make the flashlight alert the enemy, it's fine to have it be toggle offable, you know? At least it's already toggle offable if I ever need to do that. Swiss cheese socks. Nice. Practical. You can feed yourself. Let's just make an input function. Don't need the event. That's kind of subjective though, isn't it? C64. If we press flashlight, we're just gonna say visible equals visible or not. Whatever it is. Should just, it'd be nice if there was like a clicking sound, would love that. Alright, flashlight, bam. Commit it. Commit it! No, it's good to do little commits. Flashlight, toggleable. Okay. Alright, now I'm gonna do climbing. This is gonna be wild. So what this is supposed to be is that when the player approaches a shelf, they need to be able to climb that shelf. And not only should they climb it, but if they're in a gap between shelves, they should be able to crouch walk in between that. And then also be able to go back out and climb up again. It's actually obnoxious. Uh-oh. I'll do my best. So, let's at least get climbing going. Yeah, it does sound painful. Let's do it. Let's embrace the pain. So when we approach it, we want it to give us like a prompt. We'll get to that. How does web builds work? This is not compiled to WebAssembly, is it? Yes, no? I don't know. Something like that. It's music, C64. It's music. Don't be disrespectful. I swear to God. Haven't you ever heard of music, man? Damn. Don't be a jerk. Don't be a jerk. Don't play dumb. Pisses me off. Alright, I'll give you the title of the song. Here's the title of the song. Title of the song. Oh, that's a lot to type. Oh, that's a lot to type. I don't know if I'm gonna type all that. You can just look at it. Tarana in Rag Not Barev by Sandeep Das, Anisha Roy, and Bivakar Chaudhuri. Don't be racist. You are a building. You're stupid. Alright, so I'm going to... I'm going to say that when we approach... So we need to know when we've approached something climbable. Right? And... I don't know that I really have anything, like, in front of the player that will serve that purpose. So I guess I need to make that. Yeah, I think I have to make that. Okay. I'm gonna duplicate this area. I'm gonna call it activate check area, and then we just we'll keep the same collision shape and everything. We'll just move it forward an eensy weens. Hey, what's up, Legendary? Monster Lake Capsule. My monster's a capsule now, don't you know? This is actually the player. That's what the player looks like. I'm adding a way to check things in front of the player. So actually, it's kind of to be bigger because not only do I want us to be able to climb, I want us to be able to pick up objects. So maybe I should go ahead and make it even taller. We'll see. I might need a different one. because that's the collision shape. It's all the collision size that is needed. Minimal is my preference. So I'm actually going to make this a unique collision shape. I guess I could make it, what if I just made it, well, but then, well, I could, because you'd almost want it to be different if you're crouching or not. Yeah, okay. Well, okay, let's say this. I'm going to actually reuse the collision shape that is being used for the player, that big tube. So I'm going to duplicate that collision. Yeah, simplicity for first person, exactly. Wait, T64, do you even make games? Have you ever made a game before? It's pretty standard stuff. There's a long tube. Okay, this is collision shape 3D. Okay, so you're just trolling. I've never made third person. I mean, usually I just make like I actually have made third person. So yeah. It's just different. I don't know. I'm not sure yet, Cromarty. You know, it's my first time doing first person. I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Just different. It's all relative, C64. It looks tall here, but like doesn't mean it feels tall in the game, you know? Like this is the like that see that like triangle box thing right there? That's where the player looks. That's the player's vision, right? So the tube starts here and it goes down there, and that's where the ground hits. Anyway, I'm not answering you. You're being a troll. So let's take that same collision shape, except we're gonna move it forward a bit, and I actually want to put it in the head. That way, when we crouch, it. Hey, Murphkins, welcome! I have the Peel box, by the way. I'm going to send it to you. Thank you for supporting the channel, being a member. I appreciate you so much for that. Oh, I'm going to DM you soon about all that. How was your trip? I feel like I already asked you that. I think I already asked you that. Yeah, you're pretty rude. So let's put this check area in the head. That way when we crouch, we're not activating things above us, and it moves up and down. You realized last week this jam is your first time doing first person. It's different. It's definitely different. It's nice though. I mean, the one, does it make you sick? I guess. I think that's hard either way. Devlog Logan has a tutorial for a third-person controller. You haven't finished the tutorial yet, but you've been using the third-person asset via Godot, so third-person is definitely doable via Godot. Yeah, it's all doable. All doable. Just different challenges, you know. Alright, so this is our area. Now I want to be able to check it. Don't need this to be accessible, probably. As far as I know. Godot 3D is all I do. I love it. Flip plus oneing Devlog Logan's third-person controller video. FPS game. So let's make sure this area. Whoops. This area is. What did I just do? Okay. This area is accessible. Put that here. Activate check area. New area entered. Sometimes shapecasts can be nice for this since you can like update the check, so it's not only on entered, but it's okay. On body entered check area. Yeah, I'll let you know. No, I mean, there wasn't any junk mail in there when I looked into it. When I, like, opened it, I didn't see any junk mail. But will the junk mail start coming? I hope not. Maybe that's just the reality of having a P.O. box. I don't know. I mean, my regular mailbox also gets full of junk mail. But there was nothing in there yet. Yet! I literally just set it up yesterday. Or got my keys for it yesterday. On area entered. So I think I only want this to look for areas. Well, not really. That's not true. No, because I don't want to add an extra area onto the friggin' shelf. Hate that. Okay, I put this near the other function. Oh. After a bit of research, I understand now. The official HTML5 export templates for Godot. You're downloading a pre-compiled version of Godot engine. Yes, compiled and scripted. That's right. Yeah. That sounds correct. Yeah. WebAssembly. I've only interfaced with that so I can make encrypted builds. Imagine if the NPCs have some version of persistent sentience. And from their point of view, every character corporeal makes physical sense. Then you have the player who's nothing but a capsule with complex movement. Right? That sounds like a game. That sounds like what a game is. Yeah, that sounds correct. Checks out. Making ambient music is hard. That is one way to say it. See you later, LD. Thanks for stopping in. Thank you for checking in, hanging out, being here, chatting. See you next time. It was a pleasure. Activate check area on. So when this happens, I would want like an activate thing to pop up. Really doesn't matter what it is. Oops, I did this wrong. Why did I type this so wrong? I meant to do that. So this could be. We're just gonna call it overlap. Why don't, for now, you just tell me the things that you're seeing? How about that? Player sees overlap name. Let's just observe what's going on here. And I'm just gonna filter the messages to player sees. See if we can see the wall. Oh. You can kind of see the little tube in front of me there. Nope. Okay. Doesn't need to be monitorable. Doesn't need collision layer. Oh! Well, we do say see surfaces. I don't want it to see the player, so that's correct. That's all good. No problems there. I wonder if I'm typing this wrong. I am not. Wait, nope, I'm not. Just doesn't see it. Doesn't see nothing. Okay, cool. Should be overlapping, but I guess it might not be. Let's check. This is trippy. I mean, that's actually kind of just barely not overlapping. Oh, wait. That's in the head, so it is rotating. When you look, it rotates. Kind of hate that. Kind of don't like that. But that does make sense. So it definitely is overlapping. That is for sure. It's not disabled. It is an area that is looking for things. We have a reference to it. It's on the player. I've connected it. I feel like the script is getting a little chunky. Why is this a different color than the others? This is like a new Godot 4.5 thing. Hey, what's up, Mervkins? Yeah, it's coming along. Sorry, I missed your message. I missed your messages. They were there, but I just missed them. Mervkins said, the trip was good. Maine is really nice this time of year, and there were a lot of people in the tourist areas still, even though it's out of season. Dang. I guess if it's nice, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, it seems like a good place to go. Did the whale watching... They have whales? Whoa. That sounds beautiful. That sounds lovely. It sounds like such a nice, beautiful escape. It is not almost done. No, I am moving very slowly. I'm moving so slowly in this project. I would say pretty far from done. I'm not even sure I'd say it's halfway done. I don't know, I think like, you know, getting the horror ambiance and then first person stuff. Those are two things that are that have a lot of very specific needs, and I've just never really done them before. Oh yeah, you got gifted a sub. Probably Mervkins, or it could be Quixote as well. If you're a Twitch sub and you connect your Discord and your Twitch together, then you get access to the Monday member Twitch sub streams, which is exactly like this, except it's more membery. Right now, if you want to get access to the Twitch one, you have to do it on Discord, because I have to stream more streams to unlock the ability to do Twitch sub-only streams on Twitch. So it's actually kind of nice being on Discord. So yeah, if you want access to that to enjoy all the full perks, make sure you connect your Discord and your Twitch account. Your bad guy script is getting up to like 600 lines. It's chunky. That's a chunky script. My bad guy script is very small. It's so small. I'm concerned that this is like a different color. Like, I feel like this color is like when things are like linked to something, right? Thank you for the hydrate escape. Yes, everybody. That's for everybody. Everybody hydrate. Take a drink. Get your water. If you don't have any, go fill it up. Get you some. It's good for you. Oh, wait, now it's there. What does that mean? Why is it like that? It's so weird. I mean, I don't think that's gonna make any difference, but very interesting. So yeah, we're definitely colliding with things, but isn't seeing them. All right, let's try to be a little bit more generous. Do I want monoturbo? I don't think so. We could give it more masks and layers. I mean, obviously it would potentially see the player, which could be a mess. It will certainly see the player, but at least it'll see something. Put chase music in the live text. Nice, let's check it out. Oh my god. I'm missing a simple thing. This happens sometimes. This do be happening. Okay, this is chase music that Flip made for their granny like. Oh, I have to unmute Discord. Oh! That was scary. Wait, you can't hear it? Wow. Hold on. It's really been that long since I played stuff, I guess, in the browser that it doesn't even come through. Wild. Here we go. This is awesome. This is kind of a jam. It's scary! Whoa, those little strings. This is amazing. Man, your game is good. Your game is gonna be good. Awesome. Amazing. It's so good. I love it. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. Scary music. And then it'll just like go away like and come back. Man, that's good stuff. Ooh, it's gonna be an amazing granny like. You're gonna be a man. You're gonna have a very high ranking one, I feel. Just a hunch. Just a hunch. Trying to figure out how the interactive music stream type thingy works. Just like the audio stream player in general? Or is the interactive component like something else? Able to transition back and forth. Oh, yeah. I don't think I've done much of that, honestly. Oh, there is an interactive stream. Gotcha. I've only like played things on their own. I've never like had them like change, but definitely a good skill to pick up. Please, here's the thing. This is gonna bring in bodies or areas, you goof troop. You need to be searching for bodies. Right, I knew that. Can we, that would be so nice if I could just, I kind of want to, I'm such a goof. No, we'll do both. Well, because like for certain things, it would be nice if it wasn't all physics stuff. Like a button. I don't particularly want to make that a body. All right, I forgot. It's been a minute. I forgive myself. Do you forgive me? Area. So this only returns areas. I just forgot. This is casual forgetting. Hey, what's up, Henry? We'll keep this. How are things going with you? How you been? Welcome. Okay, then we'll just have to make yet another one for bodies. And I think one thing we could do is just make, I mean, as long as I just do the same thing, you know, it'll be fine. So we could make a function You're almost done! What? You guys are cooking! Yes, Henry! High five! Go. What? There's so much time left. You're gonna have so much time for, like, polish. Derek thinks that you might have burnt yourself out. Gotta take it slow. You're thinking of downsizing your map size. I mean, these are the decisions. These are the most important decisions, is pivoting if you see that time is creeping up. Yeah, so, like, for me, preventing burnout, I just try to work on it a couple times a week, but I think for this game, I need to work on it a little more frequently, because, I'm going a little slow. So it's a balance. It's a tough balance to get. So look, if you pump the brakes and slow down how often you work on it at this point, you've already put so much work into it. Hopefully, you'll be safe to do that. Whereas I kind of did the opposite. I've been working on it less frequently. And so, as I get closer to the end, I'll ramp it up. This is activation detected. Activatable detected. Oh, this is supposed to be a body or something else. Node 3D. Need more interactions and puzzles and you'll be done. Oh my gosh! I'm so proud of you. Frick yes. Oh, we could even just unify this. I'm so proud of you. What? And then just run this from there. Yes, it's a party for sure. Wow. How you've grown. And it's a 3D. Wow. You scoped very correctly. Okay, hopefully this is set up right. It's not. Okay. Oh, well, first of all, Lise, you didn't hook this up. you gotta hook it up. Come down here. This time it's body entered, and this is on body entered. And we wrote that correctly down here. Yeah, because otherwise it wouldn't have not given me an error. Let's see if we see things now. Player can activate player. Nice. Okay, let me get out of the way. Player can activate shelf. There we go. I was looking for areas, but there were no areas. All right. Let's go. You enjoyed using Unity. You might use it now for the next jams. Wow. Let's go. You know, you gotta just try stuff and see what fits. Try different engines. And Henry has been trying different engines too. You know, a lot of us pick one and stick with it. And I'm just glad that you've been trying different ones. And then you find one that you like. And then you got the game done so fast. +1 for Unity from Henry. Good to know. So obviously I don't want it to see everything. I think I'll make a collision layer that's just for things that can be activated. So back on the shelves, which I feel like is going to be in shelf single. Nope. Yes, shelf collision. On this collision, your enemy eye is going to be so fun. Not only are you like, it's done, it's almost done, but it's fun. It's done and fun. Done and fun. I like that. Get your games done and fun. Wow. 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 So you like enjoying playing your own game. That's always good. You should be. I mean, that should be a given, but not always. Sometimes it's not. Okay, I'm gonna add this activatable layer. And let's go back to our global script where we clarify what these are in enums so it's easier to understand them. You're gonna record it for Discord but didn't want to spoil it. Wow, that's hype. That's pretty hype. I think a lot of folks go that route. Welcome, Toe Toucher Man. You're playing Granny right now while listening to this. Nice, nice. It's a really fun game. I actually super like Granny a lot. Which I think helps with me emulating it, I hope. Like, will I get the same feeling I get? Probably not exactly, but maybe. If I can get a little bit of Henry's aura to transfer over. Do you play it a lot? Are you like one of these people who like knows like how to speed run it? Seems like a fun game to get really good at learning how to avoid Granny and find everything and do all the puzzles. Especially on the latest version, there's so much to do. One thing I wanted to do was make sure that area, because I kind of beefed it up and had it do like a million things that it doesn't need to do. Shouldn't need to be monitorable, doesn't need all these layers, doesn't need to look for the player. I don't even want it to look for surfaces, I only want it to look for activatables, which for now should only be the shelves. One spoiler would be that you didn't go with the Night 1, Night 2 system, you did your own thing. Nice. You beat it a few times and know some OP glitches, but never speedran it. Gotcha, gotcha. I mean, yeah, you're right, that's kind of, I guess that's what I meant. Oh, I've broken. Nice, so you got some skill. The fabled legend of the YouTube toots. Thanks for the follow, Wasabi. What are you on about? What are you talking about? What does that mean? You mean shorts? I have made some shorts. I need to make more. I will. That's me. Welcome back, LD. I'd like to know my opinion on vibe coding and AI in general. Do I like it? Do I think it's dangerous? I mean, I think I have probably a pretty normal take on it. AI is great for asking questions, getting answers, learning things. Whoop, we just clipped through. Oh, that's new. Oh, man. It's great for getting answers, getting help, and stuff like that. It can be a vicious circle if you are using it to code everything and feeding it errors and all that. And I think vibe coding is very much that. So, yeah. Take from that what you will. In general, I'm not a big fan of taking code either because that code is usually already taken itself. And I don't really like that. Yeah, it's a tool. Yeah. Okay, so I have some problems. I've made some mistakes. Oh, first of all, Lise, you forgot to say that this... Oh, no, you did. Do I need monitorable? A couple things. Apparently, I've now broken the ability to... Or I've... Okay, here we go. Collision's back. So we do need monitorable. What if I turn off monitoring? Oh, it's gotta be both. Okay, excuse me. Great, so the shelf, you can see behind me, now you can, that self-collision is activatable. You can see it when we bump into it, which is just what we want. Now somehow, I've made it so Wait, now it's working. I was able to crouch there, and I'm in the center. I can crouch, uncrouch into the shelf. When did that happen? Crouching can stand. No, we can't stand. Why does it think I can stand right there? I turned off the debug shapes too soon. Really hate is that people that don't know much can look as if they do, which is kind of sad considering others spent years learning. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I understand that. That's a fair feeling. Crouching character, hidden stand. Nice. That's a fair emotion. I get that. But you know, they're gonna run into so many other problems. You know, so many other problems, like scaling their project. So like, you know, let people who don't know how to code have the ability to slap together something that helps them do an easy thing or whatever. But in terms of building out something very robust, they're not going to be able to do it. Granny's such a glitchy game. It is it? I don't even know. I'll have to take your word for it. But it sounds like you've like found some like exploits and tricks, so you're probably right. Let me get rid of some of these bumping head faults. First of all, can this please just do the name? That's a bit verbose. I don't care about seeing this anymore for now. And we're putting on collision shapes. Okay. So bumping head is false. What is this bumping head thing? What even is that? Play on easy or normal, but you have to beat it multiple times on hard mode. You have beat it multiple times on hard mode. I mean, it's better just to have fun, right? And then take a challenge once in a while. I love the different modes that Granny has. Because the difficulties aren't just like, you know, damage sponge or whatever. It's like they're interesting difficulty changes. Nice. What is bumping head? What are you? Static body overlaps. Static body, no 3D, collision layer, global collisions. Where are we using this? On body entered stand area. Reports if we entered being under a surface. If the body overlaps surfaces, and which body? On body entered stand area. Whenever the stand area detects something, it's going to let us know, and therefore change between those two. Actually, I do, Henry. I know what the next one's gonna be. It's going, Afika. I could use some more speed. I could use some more speed. Constantly debugging the frigging player crouch. And then I would like to get climbing shelves. I've been working on some flashlight stuff. Love to do some monster logic. I got a long way to go. But it's coming. This year, next year, it gets updated again? Oh yeah, I wonder. I've never played like the sequel ones. Like there's like a Granny 2 and a Granny 3. But I feel like they're like quite different. Any hints? Not yet, no. It's too soon for hints. It's too soon for hints. Your solution to fix crouching in your game was to remove the feature. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, unfortunately it's super central to my idea, which is a potential point of overscopes. But that's what we're here to learn. Getting 2 and 3 for your birthday, nice. Wow, birthday gifts. There's something I forgot about. Okay. Bumping head false. Bumping head false. Why does it keep saying that? Kind of, it's a warehouse. It's just a nondescript warehouse. Yeah, it is kind of like IKEA. Now that's running if exited. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, and but it's supposed to be when entered as well. Grandpa, what? That's super fun. That's very fun. Yes, Grandpa. I mean, the thing is, bumping head is not false because it clearly sees it. Where are we getting this true and false thing? It's not the end of the world, but it'd be nice if it was, like, accurate. Set it by collision layer, set to collision layer. And what are we putting into it? Surfaces. You keep saying that it's false. I don't understand that. I feel like this is not useful, but I'm irritated that I can't make sense of it. Yeah, wait, well, I mean, look, this is just, all this is saying is the static body collision layer set to the correct thing? Which is strange that it wouldn't be. Considering the shelf collision, this is weird. This is weirdly, I think this is stupid. We're just gonna get rid of that. What would be true or false is if it's an entered or an exited signal. So this is, what is this even doing here? I don't know. Genuinely no idea. It's not useful. It's not useful. Instead, it would make more sense if we put it in here and we said, I made this a while ago. Player is bumping head. How about that? And then here we say player not bumping head. How about that? Alright, player not bumping head. So it's interesting because we see that the is bumping head isn't happening. And that's basically what we have as an area. I'm not a big fan of raycasts in Godot most of the time, so I like to use areas, but that's achieving the same thing. Why is this never running? Well, because it hasn't, I don't know. It's not overlapping on entered. Collision surfaces, collision surfaces. We know that it's happening. It's just failing the check if the static body currently overlaps a surface. Why? Why is it failing that check? I don't know. I'm a little confused about that. That's weird. So yeah, this area that I'm messing with, because then it's not going to change the state, which it's supposed to. I mean, I will say there's a lot of state changing that isn't happening in general. It doesn't even seem to be going to crouching can't stand at all. That's the problem. So what did I do to make that break? How did I break that? Where entered just doesn't do anything. It looks for surfaces. It's based on Granny. It's about being trapped in a warehouse, and that is overrun by a giant ettercap spider monster, and you have to restore power to the warehouse and then escape out of a garage that is now powered by the power that you powered on. That's like the general idea. Less puzzles than Granny. There's also going to be boxes around you can use to interact with, to build like a wall to visually block the monster from seeing you. I gotta think about this. I'm just not sure what the issue is. We know that the seeing is happening because it sees the shelf collision. So that's working. Like Jurassic Park, but with 8-legged freaks. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Just one 8-legged freak. It's so weird because the only way this collision happens is if it sees that. So like this has to be true. It must be true. How else would the entered have occurred in the first place? Yeah, just one. Oh, Lee's. Oh, I feel silly. Wait, look. I put these in different places. There, that. Okay, that at least makes things make a lot more sense. So now, if we take a look at it. Also, why are we indenting so severely? Now if we take a look at it, the bumping is never gonna run. Okay, at least that much makes sense. There's a monster creeping around over there. Still gotta add animations and stuff to it. Okay. So this function is just failing. It just is failing. Return static body collision layer set to collision layer. Please, what is this? That is not how you do that. I love you, girl, but that's wrong. That's your problem. This is not set up correctly. Great, I can fix that. Wow. Totally forgot about that. Remind me how to set that up? Oh gosh. We want to get collision layer value, I think is what I need. It is fun. It is fun. That's what it has to be. It's tough because it's not giving me, because since I have this as node 3D, it's not giving me autocomplete. I guess I could make it just for like a second. So that way I get autocomplete. Now that's not like a true or false. We would have to say that it's a little confusing. If I'm trying to get a true or false statement. It does return a bool. It returns a bool. Okay. Whew. Much better. That's the problem. And then what else was I needing to fix and do? Oh, don't make this a static body. But what you can do is say if, and let's just say body. If body is static body, then return this, else return false. All right. Now let's try it. Same. I can't wait to play it either. This or your own game or Granny. I'm excited to play I always love when that eventuality is creeping. I actually get to try my own game. Oh, we don't need all that stack trace, but thank you. Wow, this just hasn't been happening all this time. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, I'm excited too. I'm excited too. I think it's gonna be fun. Alright, so now we're going to can't or can stand. And indeed, I'm not able to uncrouch in there. Let's go. Woof! I must have like coded that other part together just very quickly. Okay, so if I'm under it, I can't uncrouch. If I'm outside of it, I can crouch or uncrouch. Alright. Phew, we got there. Commit it. Crouch fix for real this time. Cool. So now that that's done, and we know we can see that we're approaching an activatable area, let's make that activation do something. So I'd like it to latch us on to the climbing. Oh god, what's that gonna be like? How am I gonna make that work? What are you gonna do? I mean, like, I guess like forward movement instead of pushing us in will move us up. Down will move us down. And you're not going to be able to go left or right. Well, I don't know. That seems kind of weird. Yeah, but it's gonna introduce a lot more scope. Because then we got to make sure we're not able to cross. But that's also, it feels ridiculous. Why can't you climb horizontally? No, it's ridiculous. You should be able to climb horizontally. Alright. But we have to say that if we're no longer facing it, we fall off. Which is where that gets a little bit more complicated. And then, you know, are we allowed to look around? I guess so. And the thing is, if looking around is going to move the collision, then that means the area. Then that means if I look this way, we're going to fall off. So I kind of need another check to make sure that that isn't locked to rotation, to make sure we're still on there. Don't love that, but I gotta do what I gotta do. So, It's kind of nice having a game where I'm not instantiating a bunch of things and I can just use a bunch of areas and it's not a big deal. Another area! Activate check area. I'm gonna duplicate this, and this is climb check area. It can be the same. Well, this would potentially be a good place for a raycast. Actually, I think a raycast could be useful here. No, because the shelf is... No, I actually don't think so. The shelf is very thin. And so, if I do that, it's going to be hard to make sure I hit it. And I could do a shape cast. Maybe we could do a shape cast here. Let's try to do a shape cast. So it's just like a raycast, except shapier. You know? Does that make sense? Shapecast. Because really all I need to say is if we move and the shapecast is no longer colliding with the collision, we should fall. That's it. Or we could fall, or we could say you can't move left or right, which is harder. So we're just gonna say you fall off. That's it. Shouldn't have gone to the edge. That was on you. Okay, so we're gonna make this a sphere cast. I want it to be sticking straight forward. That's not what that is. I think you undo Z-axis there. Negative. There we go. So now that orb that you can kind of see is right in front of us. Maybe we could do a negative 0.5 or a negative 0.8. Some kind of close. Say negative 0.75. Okay. It could be a little higher, I guess. This is climb check cast, we'll say. And I'm gonna make that accessible. I kind of feel like it should be bigger though. I'm a little afraid that might not. We'll see, we'll find out. I need one more puzzle system, but you're not sure what kind. You have a puzzle for a locked door system, but you need more ideas. Henry's looking for some ideas for puzzle systems to add in to their granny-like game. I could add a lot of extra scope. I mean, I say look to Granny, right? Like watch some videos. You can even look at like the later versions of Granny, play through them, or watch people play through them. Memory game, nice. Flip says, how about numbers that show up around and you gotta input a 3-digit code? Nice, that's a good one. And that could be a memory game. Yeah, it looks like you guys are on the same page there. I like that. That's pretty low scope too. You just have to make, I mean, you gotta decide whether you want it to be the same code every time or you want to change the code every time. I guess that's where the hidden scope could be, depending on what you're interested in. But then again, not really, right? You don't have to change it because if they're always in different places, what you have to learn, I guess, is the order. Wait. No, I don't know. Isn't the code input one really simple and very frequent? I think so. I can't remember. I've never actually used that part of the game. I never got to that point. So you kind of got to come up with it. But maybe like there are... I don't know. It's kind of tough. It's not a puzzle actually, but I like how the shotgun works in Granny. Oh, right. You find the 3 pieces and then you put it together and then you can use it. That is a nice one. Everyone will have the code input one. I kind of don't want to copy, I guess. I wouldn't assume that. I would definitely not assume that. Yeah, they exist because they're useful. That's right. That is not a fair assumption. You don't know. You don't know. And what if nobody did it because everyone thought everyone else would do it? Be the one who does it. And even if everyone else does, so what? I'm not, for whatever that's worth. Escape room stuff, and have like colored objects in the room, and the code is color coded. Nice. Rest in peace, colorblind players. So I want to say every time we move, we want to check to make sure. I guess I need to put it up top actually. We want to check to make sure we're actually still on the shelves. So I'm gonna drop in my climb check cast. And thanks for helping Henry out, y'all. Do you feel like you have an idea? I don't know if I have. Guess I'm not sure exactly what your thing is. You could, what your existing puzzle is. You could have like, you find something that unlocks something else that isn't exactly like unlocking the door, but it gives you a tool you can use to unlock the door in the first place. Make a Baldi inspired game? I mean, this is kind of that, honestly. If you have physics, you could also do some pressure plate stuff. You could even fake that one. Like pressure plate stuff, like bad things happen if you step in the wrong place or something. Or like you have to step on things in a certain pattern. Yeah, you can also think about like, I'm thinking of in Bethesda RPG games where you have like 3 statues that you rotate around. And they each have like a different symbol. And then somewhere you find like the order the symbols are supposed to be in. And then you rotate them into that order. You know, so looking at like RPG game puzzles could help. You're gonna do a code input one and see if you can spin it your own version. Nice. Where does mine take place? In a warehouse. Just in a warehouse. The stream takes place on the internet. That's totally what you meant. You're thinking Resident Evil where you gotta push the statue. Oh, onto the pressure plate. Gotcha. That's a good idea. But we need 2 different kinds of movement, right? We need the movement that is when you're walking and the movement when you're climbing. Let me actually put physics process back up at the top. Not sure how that got buried, but it sure did. So that means I need a climbing state. You could do the rotating water pipe puzzle. Doesn't even have to be water. It could be electricity to power something up. Like where if you rotate them in the right order, the flow connects. That's a good one. So you have an idea for a puzzle thingy? Let us hear it. I'm good, gamer. How are you? For some reason, hacking is always the pipe minigame. Yeah, I guess it is, like connecting electric circuit points, if we're thinking of the same thing. Alright, I'm gonna lock in for a second. Oh, Among Us. Oh yeah, there are a lot of good little quick puzzle mini games in there. That's a good call. What am I doing? I am making sure that we need to handle the climbing. So what are our states? Walking, sprinting, climbing, crouching, crouching can't stand, frozen. So we do have a whole climbing state. That's 1, 2, 3. It's actually 0, 1, 2. So if we approach a shelf and activate it, we then need to switch into the climbing state, which should stand us up and get us into climbing. So if we detect an activatable, it's then going to be, I guess we'd want like a boolean, a flag to be set. The other thing too is we need to make sure we're not in a certain state. If you're walking, you can climb. If you're sprinting, you can climb. If you're crouching, you can climb. If you're crouching but can't stand, you definitely can't climb. Actually, that's not true. It just needs to be different. It needs to be a different kind of climb. Because there's like the initial climb, and then you're already crouched under something, and then you want to climb. So actually, you can climb. It just needs to be a little different. It's a little complicated. And then if you're frozen, I mean, you can't do anything anyway. It's tricky. It's a little complicated. Pretty good? Let's go. Break room. Oh, not for my game. Puzzles for Henry's game. A knife, and you could cut a rope with a knife. Yeah. Yeah, I'm keeping mine simple. Mine only has one puzzle. I don't want to overscope myself. But that's a good one. I like that. Yeah, so I'm diverging a little bit from the granny formula in that sense. Yeah. But I like that idea. It's nice. If we could do change, tell me more about this change state if that I made. This is a whole thing I made, and I kind of forgot how it works. If the current state of the state hover does match conditional state, then swap it. I mean, the thing is, there's going to be like multiple of those. We just want to say if you're not already climbing, that's pretty much it. If you're not already climbing. And then the only thing that's different is we would want to know the difference. So let's say let's do a match. Match. If an activatable is no, not just if an activatable is detected. If an activatable is detected, we want to match. Well, you need to check if we press it, right? But you can only press it under certain, so it's, well, the activatable, you don't want it to happen at the exact same time. For that, you need a flag, right? And this is just saying switch us to the, I kind of need a flag. I think we need a flag. That's the only way. It's the only way it's going to work. It's necessary. Variable can activate, I forgot to put some of these with underscores. Oh well. Can activate boolean equals false. And then if an activatable is detected, can activate becomes true. But now we need to also make sure that it isn't negative. This is where man, I kind of wish this was. No, let's do it this way. So now we're gonna add all the exiteds. Yeah. Thanks for lurking, Toe. We're gonna add a little true, false, false here. And if you guys are on YouTube and you haven't yet, consider hitting that thumbs up button. Likes help this community grow and the stream travel further. If you're watching on Twitch, maybe you forgot to hit the follow button. So this is my way of just reminding you. Thank you guys, appreciate y'all. Grady runs on presets for the idea placements. What is idea placements? But you mean like where all the item, you mean item placements. Yeah. Okay, nice. So there's only certain, if something is in one place, you know that something else is in another. Gotcha. That is a fun fact. Okay, let me set up the exited ones. This is the worst thing about areas, is all these things to set up. Yeah, I got you. Okay, we'll just update all this to exited. Should already exist. And what we'll say is our activatable detected, we'll say entered. Boolean. If entered, you can even do this. You could say can activate equals entered. Then they'll be the same thing. Then, if can activate, well, now this would need to be checked elsewhere. You wouldn't want to check that there, right? You'd want to check that in the input. If we're not frozen, handle looking, and also if activate, which I haven't created yet, sounds useful in this scenario. Activate being the E key. You wish you could make games? Make games on Scratch is the best. That's something. You can make a lot with Scratch. Wait, I'm using a free tool, Godot. If you ever want to learn it, link is in the description box on YouTube. You can download it, give it a try. There is a block coding add-on for Godot. It's Scratch-like, but definitely more complex. Yeah, keep messing around with Scratch. You know, you're learning fundamentals there, for sure. And maybe by osmosis, hanging out in game dev streams, you'll pick up a few things. If we press activate, we're gonna say check activation. And really just don't even bother. We'll say if can activate. Like, just don't even bother checking anything if can activate isn't true. Godot does what Scratch don't. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's totally what I meant. Yeah. This is silly. Godot. I'm releasing a new game engine called Godot. It's about not using Godot. Yeah, you just needed an excuse for it. No, it's good. It's fun. I like it. Let's put this, let's say over here, or maybe there. Func check activation. What did I do, sometimes I think about using VS Code, because VS Code I think would have already auto-completed that for me. I might one day. Check activation. Oh, I was right. Okay, so if we check the activation, we then want to look for that match. Activatable detected what it was if it was entered. If Or really all we have to do, we could set this, oh, then I don't even need a boolean. We could say variable activatable godot, more like godot. That sounds silly. We're gonna set it to null. We can streamline this a little bit. Set it to null, and then we'll say instead if entered activatable equals what? Else activatable equals null. Then up here we just say if activatable, which should be fine, then look for the activate button. If we press it, check activation. And then we need to see what it is. I think if the collision layer is 3, well, that's just activatable. So it needs to know what it is. I mean, on our shelf, we do have a script. We don't have a script. There is no script. There is this collision. I'm not crazy about the idea of using a name, but it would be very convenient. So I think I'm going to. Sue me. If... And we could do a match, like in theory. Match activatable name if it's set to shelf collision. For now, let's just say, let's just put a print in there that says shelf activated, just to make sure it works. If it hits anything else, just don't do anything. Okay. Would be nice though, probably, if you made that a print, so that way we can see that it didn't work. Unknown activatable. Player, use shelf activated shelf. Player activated. Huh? Question marks. Okay. Yeah, let's see where we're at. What am I missing? What am I not missing? I will approach a shelf. It should see that we've approached it. Or maybe I got rid of that. Activated question mark. But it sees something. If I press E out here, I broke the collision check somehow. But if I press E out here, it doesn't see anything. If I run into a wall, no activated question mark. But if I go up to this and press it, it's like, what is that? What is that exactly? Okay. So let's just say, what is the activatable name? Pray tell. It is shelf underscore collision. Did I spell it wrong? Did I spell it wrong? Shelf underscore collision. It does look like it has spaces on it, but it doesn't. Okay, now I regret using names, or using strings. Why does it have spaces around it? Surely that's not real. Okay. Do you want me to like not make it a string? Yeah, it's not gonna like that. I'm not spelling it wrong. I can't even get the name. Oh, up here. Nope. I'm a little confused. All right, I can put a script on it and give it a class. I can do that. I just thought maybe I didn't have to. Or I could give it a group. Maybe you could copy this. It looks very correct to me. Yeah, it's the same. Okay. Okay. Weird. Really weird. I don't really know what to say or what to do here. Alright, I'll do something else. Alright, I'll do something else. I'll do something else. I didn't want to, but I guess I have to. So, I'll add a script. It just feels ridiculous to add a script on here. And we'll say class name shelf collision. Why not? That's it. That's all it is. That's all it does. And then over here, instead of matching the name, we say match. Well, I guess we wouldn't even do a match at that point, because we need to make sure is something. Let me give it one more try. What if I say if activatable name is, or set to shelf collision? Like, what happens then? Nothing. Wow. Alright. If activatable is shelf collision. I probably need to restart it to make sure that works, since I made that new script that didn't exist before. I don't know. I didn't like it. Still. Well, guys, that's a level up, please. You'd have to say it's parent, which I hate. No, I guess I gotta do a group. Okay, now I'm gonna do the class. I hate groups. I do. There should be other ways. So what we're gonna say... What, it has an underscore? There is a space after it. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Alright, we gotta open this up in Blender. That's why you don't use string names. Because they can be weird. Alright. Great. That answered my question. Wow. Well, I'd still rather use the name, so I'm gonna throw this script in the trash because I don't like it. I don't want it. I don't want it. You can delete it. It's not on anything. And I'm going to put this back to the match, and we're just going to fix that name. We gonna fix it. Shelf long collision. It's because of that flag at the end. The collision dash collision only. It imports in with a space. Does that mean I can just like put it right against it? This might break everything. Probably should have. GitHub committed it. Wow. Still works. And now, no space. That's an annoying thing to remember. Is to just like put that collision only flag. So in Blender, if you have Blender and Godot integrated, you can add flags to nodes in Blender, and stuff will import into Godot a different way. Oops. So I have the dash C, looks like colonly. Dash COL only. Welcome, Code with TD. Welcome, 6 viewers. Thanks for coming through. How was your stream? What were you getting up to? I'm working on a game for the Game Like Jam, which is a jam I started to help me be better with game scope by giving everyone the game that we base our games on, and then we go from there. Yeehaw. The game that we're basing our games on is Granny. Mine is kind of like Granny, hence the jam name. And I'm just setting up some more of the advanced features. There's only 11 days left. I gotta hurry. I gotta hurry. I'm using Godot. I use Blender too. And I was just explaining about how in Blender... What's up, Code? What were you up to? Welcome. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. In Blender, you can add these little flags that when they come into Godot, it changes the way they are. So in this case, by saying call only, we're saying only import it with collision. That is to say, ignore the mesh that this has. Don't bring it in. Why do we have this plane, by the way? That doesn't look like it needs to be there. By the way, speaking of... Here, just delete that. So it won't bring in this mesh, but it'll turn it into a collision and give it a static body and stuff. We're gonna game jam yourself. Nice. Thank you for using the Godot tag. We gotta stick together. Wait, I want to see what you're up to. I want to see. I want to check it out. Oh, we gotta get you a shout out too. Code with TD. Go give Code with TD a follow, y'all. Sounds like they're doing cool things. Okay. Oh, we're zoomed in. We're partially zoomed in over here. I see some Godot. I see some Godot. I don't know much. But that's Godot. Oh, it looks like a spooky game as well. 2D. Got some A-Sprite? Asaprite? I don't know. I never know how to say it. Oh, maybe it's not spooky. That grass looks very playful. Looks fun. Looks like a platformer game. So maybe you just started the jam too. Which jam is it? Looks like some good work. Your character is an egg. It's a placeholder. Okay. I understand. I understand. Collect jigsaw pieces and unlock a did you know? Okay, maybe it's not a scary game. Doesn't sound very scary. Jern Jam. Oh yeah, a lot of people been mentioning Jern Jam. What are you doing, Chrome? Just be normal. Just be normal, Chrome. 11 days. Whoa, that's so funny because I've been like, I tell people when our jam is ending and they're like, oh, is it Germ Jam? I'm like, what? 11 days, 5 hours. It's close, but different. Wow, that's funny. Man versus nature. Whoa. Neat. Well, good luck in the jam. Very nice. Thanks again for bringing your people here. You didn't have to do that. Did you use my StreamerBot? Yeah, I use StreamerBot a little bit. I've mostly been using Social Stream Ninja for chat stuff, but sometimes it doesn't keep up with the chat. So I'm using that to make sure I don't miss anything that it misses. And then maybe I'll use it more. I haven't used it in a long time, but I'm just starting to get into using it more. It's so good. It's so good. It's really amazing. You use it too? Play every game in the Granny Jam. You can even play some of the games from the past Game Like Jams. But to be fair, they're not like Granny. There's a little nav at the top of each jam page, so you can see the winning entries and all the submissions to the others. But this is the first horror game we're doing. You're part of the support staff for StreamerBot? That's awesome! What? Thank you for supporting the cool tool that is StreamerBot. Let's go. Yeah, I set up this other chat thing that Nutty made. So it's like that. Yeah, it's my game jam. It's our game jam. But I don't know if I like this one as much because it's gonna do some things that the other one doesn't. I can't customize this as much. I can, but I have to. Anyway, I'll play around with StreamerBot, see what I can come up with. But yeah, it's definitely good stuff. It's very good stuff. I got to dig into it more. Not to brag. Go ahead and brag. Come on now. Alright, I've renamed the shelf collision, so it should actually see it now. One-man dev team, but has a lot of support staff. Gotcha. What kind of stuff do you do as a support for StreamerBot? Can you just make a game for free on itch? Yeah, you can. You absolutely can. You sure can. So, sign up for itch. It's free. And then what you do is go to upload a new project and fill it out, and you're good to go. So, you know, if you want to, I feel like there's a lot of things like Turbo Warp that'll help you embed. I know you said use Scratch games in the browser. So you'll need to use that for my game jam and a lot of other game jams as well. Not all, but many, where you have to make sure it's embeddable in the browser. Which is kind of a nice thing to do anyway for your games if possible. But yeah, you can make game pages, set a price on them, all kinds of fun stuff. You help people and answer their questions, then laugh about their stupidity behind their backs. Oh, that's not very nice. That's so mean. Well, now we will go forth and be insecure about ever asking a question. Thank you for giving me that trauma. Decided to go ham on the interacting pickup system. It is a little buggy, but works. Nice. Nice. Let's go, Derek. I haven't even started with that yet. Oh, good job. You got it put together. Oh, this isn't the... I was like, it's not working. Wait. Oh, no. I did break the shelf collision. Because... Oh, dear. The shelf collision is completely broken. Uh-oh. Why? Why is it broken? All I did was rename it. Collision is still there. Shelf single has the collision on it. We overdraw. We can see it. It's right there. It is collision. Oh, it probably reset the collision layers, would be my guess. Yep. So we need to put this on 3 and 2. 2 is surfaces, 3 is activatable. Okay. Now let's try it. You're kidding. We don't do it behind the back. Okay. You're right. You're right. Me internally, I believe you. Where do I find someone like that for my project? Someone like what? Activate shelf. Let's go. All right, we are activating the shelf, baby. Sweet. So now it's a little tricky. Well, I guess it's not. Oh, this is actually pretty good. This is going well. If I look up, we activate it. Yeah, we are activating the shelf. All right, great. Whew. Let's commit. A bit like Nutty, you build stuff for StreamerBot. Gotcha, gotcha. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I think that's so cool. And so I want to make one. So like this, the thing that's putting the chat messages up here is from Social Stream Chat Ninja, which is really great for combining stuff. I think due to like the way his API calls work, sometimes it doesn't keep things refreshed. I don't know. I'm experimenting with different ways to check it, but it's nice because it's a little easier for me to be creative with the way it looks. And so if I was gonna do it for StreamerBot, a chat, I would want to make sure I could customize it really well. I've heard of StreamUp. Yeah, that rings a bell. I feel like I decided I didn't need it though. But yeah, that's something. That's definitely something. Shelf collision, rename, and detection by activation. Okay. What is StreamUp again? I try not to get bogged down too much with all these different stream tools. Just like exactly what I need to get things done. Oh, I keep thinking I'm in the game. I've never made a first-person game before. So I keep, like, coming into the editor, and I'm like, oh, we're playing. No, we're not. It's wild. Okay. So now that we can activate the shelf, let's make that activation do something. Would be good. We want to make it climb us onto the shelf. We do need some special checks. I guess we could do like a handle climbing in here. Probably only one under certain circumstances. I think as long as we're not already climbing, because frozen isn't going to be an option. It won't even get that far if we're frozen in the stack. StreamUp builds tools for streamers. We have an OBS plugin, and we have built a load of things for StreamerBot. Oh, maybe I don't know what StreamUp is. Actually, now I think I don't know what it is. No, I actually don't. That's not what I thought it was at all. This is cool. Nice. Oh, Andy Lippy. I definitely run into that person a lot on YouTube. Hey, there's you! That's you right there! What you doing there? StreamUp currency system. Versatile and robust tool designed to manage and customize the point system for your streams. I am looking for a point system of a such. You know, that ideally crosses YouTube and Twitch or multiple platforms. Because, you know, people on Twitch got all kinds of redeems they can do, but not on YouTube. And I want that to be more universalized. And I even want to get a little more creative with it, too. Customizable points name, flexible allocation, cooldown settings, platform-specific rewards, hell yeah. Command-based points, Boolean settings for command behavior. So you make these in C#, I'm guessing. This looks cool. Nice. Alright, I'm gonna keep that in mind. I'm gonna take some notes. I'm gonna take a look at this, see if it does the things I need it to do. Kind of spoiled for choice with things like this. But if I can support you, I'll do my best. Adding it to my to-do list. Check out a reader's tool here. Got it. Note taken. I don't know C# yet, but I'd like to learn it one day. So yeah, I think only if we're not already climbing, we should be good to go. If player state is set to anything that is not player states climbing, then handle climbing. If not player state set to that, then handle climbing. Alright, our handles. This is definitely very movement similar. Now that's not gonna have our delta. So I do kind of feel like this needs to run in the physics process. That's fine. You learned C# through StreamerBot. Wow. So when I decided I wanted to give game dev a try, the obvious choice was to use Godot and GDScript. I mean, you do have the option to use C#, but it's different and not as well integrated with the engine. That's really funny. I mean, look, knowing multiple languages is a nice thing. It's a nice skill to have. The first language I'm learning besides GDScript is JavaScript, which is not C#, but it's useful. But yeah, StreamerBot, man, it's making a good impression on me. Like, I love it. It's super nice. It's so nice. So maybe I'll give C# a try for the sake of StreamerBot. Inspiring. That is inspiring. So I don't just want to handle climbing here, I actually want to change the player state to climbing. If it's not already climbing, make it climbing. So then in the physics process, since we need delta, as long as we're not frozen, if player state set to player states is C#, HTML, JavaScript, CSS, TypeScript, and now GDScript. Nice. Yeah, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, the unholy trinity. Dab all over it. Nice. I do want to learn TypeScript. I like your skill set. I relate to your skill set. Seem like good ones. I feel like the ultimate one someday I'll try C++. Not today though. Although I hear JavaScript's one of the more obtuse ones, so maybe it won't be as bad as I fear. A player state is set to player states climbing we would even want to have it switch between these, right? So we're saying if it's not frozen, handle movement, but we actually would want to check something else. I don't love how this starts to happen, but that's okay. Had to go down to one classroom? Nice, but you start out in a janitor closet. Yes, I love that that scope kind of presented itself. How many classrooms am I gonna get to fit in? I love that you guys are thinking about scope 11 days out. That's really good. That tells me y'all are getting so much better at balancing time and finishing something. Because I think it's easy to say, I got 11 days. But I think realizing how little time that really is shows a lot of growth. And I know, it sucks. You wanted more classrooms. But simplifying it, wise choice. If we're climbing, handle climbing. If I can type. Otherwise, handle movement. Okay. I thought we did make a handle climbing. Nope. In the future, you might add more. Yeah, like DLCs. Right, I mean, thinking about that extensibility is a nice thing to build into your project. Nice work. They're thinking about that. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is like, this isn't a game jam about making the best game you could possibly make ever in all time. Just like having something that is actually pretty decent that you could think about building on later. Nice. More classrooms someday, maybe. More classrooms someday, maybe. Here's the thing. I feel like a lot of this is going to be pretty similar. We want the input direction. We want a transform basis. We want to normalize it. Although here's the thing. This is like physics-based stuff. You sure you want to do physics? Yeah, I want to do physics. I think it's going to get weird. That's okay. But I think the only thing that's really different is the gravity part. And then, you know, what forward and backward do. This is basically making you fly. It's giving you floating abilities. So I wonder if we could even just bundle this in a lot of ways. We could say handle movement, climbing boolean. We can make it false by default. If not on floor and not climbing. I feel like that's a mistake though, because that's just if you jump, it pulls you down. Right, but you're not going to be on the floor. And we don't want you to care about that. So if you're climbing, ignore having that gravity pulling you down. I don't know, we'll see. If it's wrong, I'll fix it. If you're not on the floor and you're not climbing, do that. And then for the forward and backward, or our Y vectors, we don't want that to affect Z, we want that to be Y. If climbing, else that. This is gonna be weird. I know it. That's the fun part. Am I planning to end the stream soon? No. We got a long way to go. I'm not even halfway through the stream. I usually stay here 11 to 12 hours. I started a little late today, so the shortest it'll be is 11 hours. Code says, I have the attitude right now of, I'm not going to make the best game, but if I learn something new, the project is a success. Yes, 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 yes. Man, I feel like so many devs have this attitude of like, if you're not making the biggest, best game, then what's the point? And it's like, I don't know. To learn things, to have fun. You know? I love that. Words to live by. At least I relate. Yeah, I do stay here that long. I'm a big hyper-focuser. Try to beat Granny without going down the spider cellar. Nice. Even to like hide. I haven't done much with the spider cellar. Very intimidating. It's a relatively new thing too. So you'd be joining the ranks of those who have played the game long before us. Before our times. I mean, it's a little weird that we're calling it Velocity Z still. I feel like you could just do... I feel like you could just keep this the same. Right? I don't know. I think you want to say Velocity Y, my friend. And then... the difference is, we just need to make sure that the Z doesn't map. Well, because there is no... Wait. No, oh, okay, I see what I want to do. You do want that to be direction Z. Let's see what this is like. It's probably wrong. Handle climbing, this is pass for now. Oh, well actually, we'll want it to be handle movement, except we're climbing. This is gonna be very weird. It's gonna be very broken. Let's turn off those collision shapes. The exciting thing is, how will it be broken? Only one way to find out. Okay, I'm gonna climb. Oh, it kind of works. The controls are inverted, but I am climbing. It's kind of weird. Okay, let's invert it. Oh, that was easy. Easy. And we also need to be able to jump off too and stuff. How do I want to invert it? I guess we say direction Z times -1. Die by falling through the floor. Oh, like one of the things that collapse on in the attic. Not the attic, but the upper floor. Alright, we want to do it by -1. That's how that works. Yeah. It does feel a little too free. Like I can just go and just climb it any way I want. It feels kind of ridiculous. You know what's weird is that it's not based on where I'm pointing. Like if I'm pointing down on the camera, up should be moving me down. If I'm pointing up, up should be moving me up. Oh, like you clipped like a bug? Oh no, no bugs. Even our theme game has problems. Now, how do I make it relative without, like, overthinking it? Relative to where we're looking. I mean, I feel like it doesn't have to be this way. We could also just lock looking around. While you're on the shelves. Like, maybe you can't, like, look down, but that seems kind of stupid. But yeah, it feels wrong to be looking down and I don't move down. But maybe that's just a me problem. Like, maybe it's fine. What feels weirder is that we can move, like, diagonally. Oh, and now we're climbing anywhere we want. So that's where the shape cast could come in handy. Because then if I'm looking down, it doesn't feel like I move. It does, like, the looking is rotating us. So actually, which direction you're looking is affecting where we move. But only in a horizontal sense. It's very strange. It's very uncomfortable. Why would it? Because, like, if I'm facing the shelves and I press up or down, we move up or down. If I look to my right and I press down, I'm moving up or down, I'm moving right and left. If I look straight down, oh, it does do it. No, it doesn't. So now we go. So why is that happening? It's messing with my brain. Whatever it is, it ain't right. But so technically the monster can chase you all around, so it feels kind of cruel to not allow the player to look around. You know, to see where they are. But because you can look around, it introduces a little bit more complexity. But I don't know why. Because looking should only affect the player's head. Rotate player. I don't think that's affecting just the player's head. The vertical only applies to the head. The horizontal applies to the player. That makes sense because we want to be able to, like, turn left and right. Okay, so then what if we either I'd want the vertical rotate when we're climbing, the vertical rotation when we're looking to start affecting the player, which sounds bad, or we say that the horizontal rotation stops affecting the player. I think that's probably the way to go, would be my guess. Okay. So we'd want to, like, kind of realign if the horizontal rotation is somewhere else. Well, yeah, we would. We'd want it to kind of go straight. Yeah, let's have it move us. So if you're looking over here and you climb right there, it would face you forward. And then whenever you start looking, it would be the head that rotates. When you get off, it would need to bring you forward again. And then now you're rotating the body. It's wild. All right. If climbing, we do it one way, otherwise we do it another. Or, wait, we don't have an if climbing? Right. If player state set to player states climbing. Okay. So we'd want to say player head rotation Y. But we still want to make sure it moves us to the center. So I would say we could just put them both, or lerp them both there. Or tween them both there. It would be better, a lerp or a tween. How often does rotate player runs every frame? So I think you want tween. This would be when we say handle climbing. I'm going to say variable, or let's even add an extra one on here, and that is reset yaw. Yaws. Create a tween. Player yaw tween is a tween type, and it is set to create tween. Tweens are for one offense. Yeah, lerps and slurps are for process functions. Yeah, exactly. 100%. And then we'll say player yaw tween. Tween property. On self. Global rotation Y. And we want to get back to the center. Or it wouldn't be a vector 3, it would just be 0. I assume. Pretty quick. We'll just say 0.3. Do we have any durations around that we use for things? I don't know. Maybe. Rotate speed 1. It's a little slow. So we could add it. I think you got your music handled. Music successfully fades into and out of the different tracks based on bad guy states. Nice. Did you end up using that interactive stream player? Bad guy's coming to get you. Play a tune. Constant yaw reset speed float 0.3. It was a little fiddly, but you figured it out. Noted. So you did end up using it. Okay. Got it. So it saved you trouble. Wow. We're gonna switch this to head instead of the player. And we want this to go to player head.ref. Nice, gonna reset that yaw. And we'd want this whether you just started climbing or you're stopping the climb. Either way. Which, by the way, I don't think I have the difference even set up there. So I think I would like to say that if you touch the ground again, two situations, climbing goes away. If you walk off the side of the shelf, hence the shape cast, which I need to set up correctly. If the shape cast detects you've exited the shelf area, then you fall. The other situation is if you hit the ground again. So that one's easy, we'll set that one up. Gives a nice grid to set up how the transitions from each track should go into each other. Oh, that's nice! Wow. Why have I not used that? I guess I haven't had a reason to. If you touch grass, no more climbing. Exactly. You will be punished for touching glass. Wait, well, yes, you will be punished for touching, especially broken glass, but you'll also be punished for touching grass in this game. No grass touching. You will be chronically online. So wait, what is it called? You said it was called interactive. Didn't you say it was called interactive something? It's in audio player and then one of the streams. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I see. Got it. Audio stream that can play back music interactively, combining clips in a transition table. I often find this very overwhelming, so I'm glad to have a little demystification there. I gotta give you a special thank for that one. I might use that. So we're gonna give you an audio. I guess I'm Godot consultant special thank. I have a feeling I'm glad that you told me that. You're just playing Granny normally because without Spider Cellar you're cooked. Gotcha. That's like how you've set up your approach. Sean, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. The curse of unremovable fingerprints. Oh, on glass. Yes, that's true. Also, try not to touch regular glass unless you're gonna clean it up correctly. Circular. Make sure you get that squeak when you're wiping it. Yeah. Good call, Sean. Very important. Punishment for touching glass. If you touch glass and fingerprint it, you will never touch grass again. Thought you were talking about not being able to do crime? I don't even know what that would. Don't do crime. Don't do crime. Mostly. Give your janitor red glowy eyes. Perfect. Perfect. A scary janitor. Sean says, hello all. Hope you're all well. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, are you all doing well? Hope y'all are doing well too. Sean sends you good hopes. Playing something else. Alright, so I want to say that when does it go back and forth? So currently we have check activation and that activates climbing. But we don't have anything that unsets the climbing. To me, it's getting a little messy and separated all over the place. It would be nice if a lot of this was contained a little more, personally, but like maybe if this called handle climbing, but the thing is, do you need delta? Do you though? Probably not. I don't think you do. I think you don't. I'm just not gonna worry about it. You know, we're just not gonna worry about it. Turns out the reason your wall grab wasn't working was due to the version. You're doing wall grab stuff? Wall grab wasn't working was due to the version of voxel tools you were using. Who would have guessed the type of labeled for small land meshes would have the collision breakdown? Oh, jeez. Well, I'm glad that got fixed. Yeah, add-ons tools and stuff can give you extra things to worry about. GD extensions and whatnot. You know, it's just like anything, something to learn. I'm looking for... Well, if we're no longer in the climbing state, here's the thing, handle climbing. No, because that's in physics process, so it's immediately going to switch. It's immediately going to say we're not in climbing anymore, therefore it's going to go to regular movement. So that should just work. Okay, so let's say this. Mega Man X. Oh yeah, I remember you're making that. Gotcha. Wait, really? Is that... Are you making like that game that looks just like Mega Man X? I see. Wow, that game looked really cool when you shared it. If I'm thinking of the right... It has to be. It has to be you. So where do I want to check for this? Wait, you're just saying it's like Mega Man X. Oh, okay. Wow. I was going to say voxel tools. That sounds like 3D. I mean, I hate to like put that in physics process. I don't know, it bothers me. Well, here's the thing. You'll already be running handle climbing. So no, you can put a handle climbing. Put a handle climbing. And we'll say right there, if... What we need to check for is if you're on the ground, right? So we do still have move and slide. So let's see, if is on floor. I mean, you could even put this in, hold on. You could put this in movement. I would like it to kind of be not in movement. We have if you're not on the floor, and if you're not climbing, that. If you are on the floor, and you're climbing, then we want climbing to not be the thing that's happening anymore. Nice. Let's go. Wait, what? Why am I like jumping? Oh, probably because you're on the floor, so now it just cancels it out every time. Right. Yeah, that's not good. We only want that to have... Oh, geez. I mean, we could have it, like, put us up a little bit. That way we feel like we're climbing, too. I kind of hate that, though. Like, what? I'm gonna just force move the player up a little bit? Yeah, I think you are. And we still have to wait. That's kind of messy. I don't love that. It doesn't make me super happy. Really fracturing all this code. Well, I gotta do what I gotta do. It's a game jam. You gotta do what you gotta do. What are you gonna do? What you gotta do. So before we set it to climbing, I guess, I'm gonna want to have the player's movement go up. I wonder if it'd be okay if it was super fast. No, do a tween. Oh, I forgot to set up the reset yaw stuff. I don't think I did that at all. We could say, maybe we'll just do this. You're the person who mentioned trying to build a universal inventory thingamajig. You just find the Mega Man style wall grab more fun than the Genshin Breath of the Wild wall grab. Nice. Yeah, the Mega Man style wall grab was a lot of fun. Sliding on down and stuff. I suggest you do what you gotta do, should you deem it appropriate to do so. I do. You know what? I do. Thank you, Sean, for the moral support. You know what? I will. Moral support special thank. Yeah, that's right. You know what? You are right. Let's say reset yaws and Now the thing is, if you make it a tween, you're not waiting until the tween is finished to set climbing. Which would be nice. But then it's gonna fracture the code and it's gonna be kind of just all over the place, which I don't love. It could just make it hard to track down how everything works. But I think I would want to tween us up a little bit, but it's really just movement. If you, like, I feel like you can simulate a press. You can totally do that. Try that, let's do that. I just gotta remember how to do it. Because I forgot. There is a way to simulate input. Action press. This will simulate pressing the specified action. The strength can be used for non-Boolean actions raised between 0 and 1. Okay, let's try that. This is kind of wacky, but okay. Input, action press, forward. How much? This is gonna be weird, man. This is gonna be really weird. Let's just see what happens. This is gonna be weird. Okay. Wee! So it's not, okay, well, you actually wanted to be after. This is kind of confusing. Maybe a tween would be better, because, but we need like a delay, right? I could use an await. I despise that with all my heart. That could lead to some bugginess right here. If you start to climb and then you dismount right away, and then the await locks you into a climb after the fact. Oh, I go like this. I don't like this. Because right now the problem is we're not latching on because we're already on the floor at the moment that we latch on. So I need to like turn that check off until we actually climb up. And so I'm trying to like force us up as soon as we climb, but a tween would give me a moment when we know that that happens, but I would still need to think about, how I'm going to actually make, like, what is that tween gonna modify? Just the global position, just move us up globally? But if we're not climbing, won't we just fall back down? We need to deactivate the gravity. We need to switch all the controls so we can go up. I mean, some kind of delay. We could say we could wait until it's not 0. Yeah, that game does look cool, for sure. Else, if climbing, player state equals player state's walking. If we are on the floor and we're climbing, I hate this not thing. I like setting things up, not starting out with a negative if I can avoid it, because it's just more confusing. So this is much more obvious to me. If we're on floor, this. If we're not on floor, that. And I'd want to say that this consideration doesn't happen unless we've latched on. But I do want the other climbing things to be true. So if climbing and climb ready or something. climb ready boolean equals false. I don't love setting up a bunch of flags like this, but oh well. It feels messy. It's spaghettifying. Bards, welcome! Thanks for supporting the channel! Flags! How you doing? How's your game going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I really try to avoid the flags as much as possible. So when would this happen if I mean, we basically want to say when we leave the floor, right? Slowly, same. Same. Relatable. For real, for real. See you later, Toe. Thanks for hanging out. Really, if we're climbing and we leave the floor, then climb is ready. Which is kind of weird. But that's okay. If climbing and we're not on the floor anymore, climb ready becomes true. I don't like it very much. Player state's walking. It's probably gonna have an unintended consequence. Whatever, let's just show me what happens. I'll take the pain. Okay. Oh, it's just simulating the press constantly. No, just for a second. It kind of worked. Added a little juice to your title screen and it makes you laugh? Nice. You should smile when you play your own game. If it makes you laugh, it'll probably make someone else laugh too. You know, if they're supposed to laugh. I guess if they're not supposed to laugh. Yeah, make people laugh. What the hell? Advice from Lee's. Make people laugh. What the hell? So that action press needs to have a little bit of a stop. It's a little wild because I guess we could just do a release right away. It feels a little ridiculous, but it doesn't have to push us very far. It just has to be enough that we're not on the floor anymore. Okay, approach it, activate, climb. Oh, yeah. Nice. Oh! Oh, because we hit the ground. Oh, it did what it's supposed to do. Nice! Hey, this feels pretty good. This feels really good. This feels very good. Oh, yeah. This is correct. Oh, yeah! We're climbing, baby! I feel like it'll give you more feedback if it actually pushes us up. Now the confusing thing is that I need to think about. You're supposed to be able to like enter into so if I walk into here, right? Now I'm crouched on this shelf. What I'd like is that you could climb it. Uh-oh, I got stuck. Oh no, I'm stuck! Uh-oh. It's imperfect! I bet it has something. I bet you it's the flag. I don't even doubt in my mind it's the flag. I hate flags. Anyway, problem is, whenever you enter like a row area like this, it should say enter row. So that way you can crouch into each shelf and walk around on the shelf itself. Now for the first one, you approach it right away. You're already here. So like, does that need to immediately offer you the ability to crouch? I feel like we need to be shorter also. I'm sure that won't cause any unforeseen problems. Because we should be at eye level to that. So it needs to not only offer climb, it needs an alternate activation that is allowing you to walk into that shelf. Which sounds a little miserable. We could do like a hold. Like maybe if you hold E. I don't know what would be better, to have the climb be on hold or to have the, I mean, the climb kind of makes more sense, like it takes more time to climb. It's definitely going to be weird because how are you just going to like walk onto this? Well, it would need to crouch you down. I mean, look, if you approach this, you press E. I think you don't, first of all, I don't think you need to be shorter. I think if you're climbing, it'll then give you the different activation to walk in, and that'll be the crouch key, which we, by the way, we need to make sure is not doing the same thing. I'm not even gonna see what happens if I press that. I'm not sure what caused that breakage, so we're gonna have to mess with that. Derek got it done. Now tomorrow, working on the pickups for the exit door and other stuff, so it's a challenge to exit too quickly. For example, adding a code to get to the exit door key from an electronic lock. It's a challenge to exit too quickly. I don't really understand what that means, but it sounds like you've got a good plan for what you're gonna work on next, which is nice. You're saying that it's too easy. You can beat the game too fast. Maybe that's what you're saying. Oh, I see. Add other stuff so it becomes a challenge. Got it. Instead of being able to exit so quickly. Is it too small? Should I make it bigger? I can make it bigger. That feedback is helpful. I don't know. Still need to add ways to win. Sounds important. That does sound important. Wait, that's a good call though, Bartz. I'll make it bigger. No problem. Oh, but in order to make it bigger, I need to make the mesh bigger. Just trust me, it makes sense. There is only lose. Winning is not losing. Make the janitor hear you if you drop a pickup or bump into things. Right, right. I still gotta do that too. Yeah, that's really important. That's very important. In our system, we're in hour 5 game over. Alright. Oh, angle. Here we go. Is bigger. Might be a little too big though. Like how big should it be? Is that better? I guess I should look at what Granny does, huh? I do feel like this mesh is a little too faint at this point. If we could brighten that up just a tad. That's big. That's a big flashlight area. It's a big old flashlight. But I guess it's more that it actually helps the player see things. Don't know what that says. Please use English because I don't understand. But good day to you. I assume that's what that means. What's up, Flix? It's coming along slowly, but something. Does the mesh do anything? So yeah, the mesh actually is delivering the light. A wonderful day in German. Wonderful day to you. But the reason why I added the mesh was because I felt that normally I couldn't see that like there was a flashlight. It just looked weird to me. Like there was no beam. Essentially, it adds a beam. No, I mean I like it. I mean if you teach me that that's what that means, I can maybe try to learn it. But generally speaking, the rule is English only. But that doesn't mean I'm not willing to learn something. Wonderproctogen. I could get into that. I could learn. More, I guess it's more about speaking the full thing, you know, like having a whole conversation in a language I don't understand. Like you could be saying something awful. I don't know. That's quite lovely, however. So yeah, so it just gives you that beam, and then does some other illumination stuff. I do feel like it reveals a little too much this way. Like, is it really a problem that it was so small? I mean, I guess so. You're wasting all the screen space. I don't want to learn German. I don't want to learn German. My brain can only handle so much. Baby steps. And it's that fog, you know? The fog does so much. Oh yeah, 9 is, of course. That's no, right? That's an easy one. Be me. Open project, start game for testing, bounce off the walls for hours, literally. What's ADHD again? Sounds like you're having fun, though, with your game. I do wish the fog wasn't so illuminated. It really does bother me. Yeah, the mesh is good, right? I couldn't stand that there was no beam. It just didn't make sense to me. It seemed necessary. And I feel like if I'm gonna make that distant fog go away, I have to fundamentally adjust how the fog behaves. Yeah, only 11 days left. You're gonna start? Well, I mean, Jern Jam, as everyone keeps saying they're participating in, is 2 weeks. A lot of jams are 2 weeks. So, ain't nothing wrong with doing it in 2 weeks. Nothing at all. If you need a link to it, I will link you to it. Just in case. Just in case. Something to think about. Something to think about. I feel like I would need to adjust the way the fog is in the environment so we can't see as far in the distance. But I don't know. I'm a little afraid of that, if I'm being honest. I feel like I'm gonna run into a mess of effort. And then the fog just kind of goes away. It's gone now. Something that Exponential is doing a little more effectively. This actually isn't that bad. Oh, but look, now the mesh doesn't even show up. It's totally nerfed the mesh. When did that happen? Okay. Right, but then if I make the mesh more visible, it makes the fog more visible. So it's very much, they're very much dependent on each other. Okay, but hold on. I still see a beam. It's a bright flashlight. Okay. This seems good, right? I like this. Nice. Thanks for that tip, Bartz. I think you're right. That needed some more space because we're just wasting the entire screen. We have all that room, and I just said no. Climbing begun. Okay. Climbing begun. Flashlight bigger. Fog lesser. Okay, so yeah, I'm starting to add in climbing right now. So if we approach this and activate, we can now climb the shelf. And if we go back down, we let go. There was an interesting bug where I got locked in somehow. I'll have to look into that. But so far, it's pretty good. I do want it to give you more of a clue that you've latched on. But if we have it push us up, then we won't be at eye level with it. Well, remember, Lise, you want to do like hold. I think you should make climbing be hold. And then if you want to go into the shelf, you just press the E key. To me, that makes the most sense. I mean, how we're going to get the player to go in there? Oof, I don't know. That actually sounds super hard. Because I would need to get the player to crouch and then walk forward into the space automatically. Oh wait, it's broken again. Interesting. You're baking a cinnamon apple pie. Oh, give me a slice. Let me get some of that cinnamon apple pie, please. I did play Granny at first. Technically, we're gonna play everyone's games, so that'll be like me playing Granny. It's just playing everyone's games. I don't do gaming streams unless we're playing your guys' stuff in certain contexts. But I do like Granny a lot. I really enjoy it. But I'm gonna be playing a ton of different Granny games on October 10th. If you want to see how that turns out, it'll be like Granny but more. Everyone gets a piece. Thank you. I did just set up a P.O. box, so you can send me a piece. You think that'll travel well? Probably not. Oh, I got stuck again. Now, why was this? The reason why this seemed to be happening before was the collision shape was partially underground, but I don't have collision shapes visible. I mean, I don't really know what causes it, truth be told. I assumed it had something to do with the collision shape going underground, but I didn't know because I couldn't reproduce the bug. So I guess we're, oh, there it is. Okay, cool. We got the bug. I can't move left or right. I'm stuck for some reason, and I don't know why. Play Granny with cheat engine, speedrun, because bro, it's so slow. Okay. Have fun. So we are in the walking state. We are walking. Yeah, so what is the player collision looking like? Let's switch to the debug camera, I suppose. Wait, am I moving now? No. Oh, that's the rotating, I see. So yeah, you can see the collision is in the ground. In that box. It is, it's underground. So one way I was trying to combat this was by forcing the collision to be put up again. But that didn't work.
Oops, I put on the chipmunk. Oh no, my tail's in front of me. Okay, forget the chipmunk. I'm not really a chipmunk.
That didn't happen. What are you talking about? Nothing. There's nothing to see here. What I meant to do. I wanted to take a look at this. X, Y. Why do you have a chipmunk? Don't ask. It is interesting. The player is at 0.531. And what about the collision? It is at 0. The crouch collision is a little underground, which is interesting. It's at -0.36, but It's not the active collision. The player overall is a bit down low. Actually, it's a bit high. It's on 0.531. If I pull the player up, you can see where you go above the ground. I guess the question would be, if I do that, can I now move? Yeah. So why then do we go under the ground? Let me see what the player's Y position, Y height is. It's 0. Wait, that's local. Hold on. Player's Y position is 0.971. When I crouch, it goes down to 0.53. It's keeping the crouch. That's why. 0.53 is the player position. Why are we moving the player position, though? Why? All that should move... We should be switching... Oh, well, we're not. The collision swapping is causing that to change. So again, I'm looking at that position XYZ that's moving on the right under node 3D and position. And sometimes it keeps there. Look, it kept me at 0.531. I do have a call deferred where I might not need it. It's just a hunch. That maybe that's actually causing the problem. In theory, that was supposed to resolve a potential similar problem. But I didn't really know what I was doing. I just did it. So we switched between two different collisions there. The crouching collision and the standing collision, basically. I'm glad I actually understand what's happening now. Even though I don't really know how to fix it, at least I know what it is. I much prefer that. Alright, so I guess we'll just monitor for a while and see if that may not make any difference, but it's worth looking at. Can we play Granny 2 and 3 is ready? Must keep boring. Nice. Okay. So just let's do a little bit of trying to make it happen, make the bug appear. Oh, there it is. That had nothing to do with anything. Absolutely nothing. Great. So what happens when we do that? What's actually the difference? You know, Lise, what if you just kept the alternative here? So the play Granny? You watch 20 minutes of people playing. I get the gist. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I do think there are some certain feel that you can get from playing it that you can't from watching, but it's supposed to be a game-like jam, not a game-identical jam. It's fun. I enjoy the game a lot. So what is tween crouch tweening, really? It is tweening the... Girl, you can't be tweening the global position. But wait, what is this? The head. But no, but at least all that's tweening is the head. That's not tweening the player itself. That doesn't matter. No, that does nothing. It's switching between the two collisions. I feel like I'm gonna ask a chatbot for help, because this is kind of like, this is a little... I don't know. I feel like there's like a physics thing that I don't want to try to wrap my head around. You're gonna be decorating for Halloween this weekend? Oh yeah, it's coming out! A few spooky pumpkins and items. I love that. Yeah, I'm seeing people putting their decorations up. It's time. It's time. Don't give code. Just very succinctly explain why. switching between crouch versus standing collision. Fixing bugs, Toe. Fixing bugs. You're on YouTube. Rewind. You'll figure it out. Explain when switching between crouch versus standing collision. Might sometimes not push the player all the way back up to a standing position, specifically when going from crouch to stand. It's a very specific question with a very specific context. When you switch from crouch to stand, the engine just swaps the smaller collision shape for the taller one. If there's any overlap with the geometry above, that's gotta be it. Even by a fraction, the standing shape can't fully resolve upward because physics won't push you into a block space. Instead, it leaves you at the highest valid position where the tall collider fits. That's definitely what's happening. That's why sometimes you don't rise all the way back up. The standing capsule is colliding with a ceiling slope or even a tiny misalignment. So the solver prevents the full extension. Swap, not tween. In short, the taller collision shape can't be placed without overlap. So physics engine clamps you at the partial height. Okay, so I have to figure out, essentially I have to make sure that we're far enough away from something above us that it wouldn't overlap. Or if it does overlap, detect that and just say, please make it more gooder. I think I like the second one better. I don't care if it's a little jank. I think it's gonna be easier. So I'm gonna try this. If we're standing, or if we're not crouching, and the player position is too small, too short to make sense, toggle it off and on real fast again. So, but then I do have to come up with what is that height, right? And I obviously don't want to have to type that all the time. That's gonna get kind of annoying. But I guess I do. What is the height? Well, you could check, fix this bug. Oh, a marker. Interesting. You know, I'd still have to move it, but that's interesting. Heard? I'm kind of curious, like, if I can just use it as a marker. Like, the collision itself. So standing collision is at the Y position. Probably not. Probably not. I think I'd rather just set a constant. It doesn't make me super happy, because again, if I change the height of the player, it's gonna be wrong. Don't love that. I mean, we start the game standing for now, unless you change that. I'm not sure how I want to do this. The marker is a good idea. Again, it just has to be, like, kept updated. And that really bothers me. I guess if I make it, like, in the head, well, but then it would move up or down, too. You know, yeah, I figured. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense for what you're doing. Yeah, I'm just trying to make it, like, more scalable, and so I don't have to remember to adjust this all the time. So maybe it would be a better option just to make the stand area collision different. I could make this higher. Never heard of that game, Toe. I could make this higher. It's a little risky, but we could turn this into a capsule shape. Of course, that makes it all different. Let's just duplicate it for now. You want the exact same radius as this, which is 0.2. Then if we made it the same height, you see what I'm getting at here? Yeah, it's the player's got collision shapes everywhere. You know, it's not like a game where we're instantiating a bunch of these, so the performance cost is not that much. If collision equals true, then wumbo mode? What does that mean? Equals false? I'm gonna even make it a little bit bigger. That way, we definitely are covered. Just a little bit larger. Eensy bit of margin. But I actually want this... Oh, it moved the whole thing up, of course. Okay, hold on. I need to pull this outside. No, don't do that. Pull this one outside. Oh, someone got it. Henry got the reference. So I just want this to be at exactly the same place. It's gonna be a little fiddly to get that right. I'm just trying not to affect functionality, but ensure that this check will be big enough. I think this is gonna be the easiest. I wasn't sure at first, but now I'm sure. Hey Anime, how you doing? You know, I wumbo, you mumbo, he, she, me wumbo, wumboing. We'll have 3 wumbo, wumborama, wumbology, the study of wumbo. It's first grade SpongeBob. Wumbo number 5. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Just a little bit taller. Oh, thank you, a Minecrafter. That is a person who my dyslexia believes exists. A Minecrafter, welcome. Thank you for correcting me. I know I went a whole stream where I just kept calling you Anime, so I'm glad you've set it straight. Oops. A Minecrafter, a mine. It's the capitalization, the fact that you have the capital A and the lower M. Very confusing. To focus on backseating. It is very alluring. Mine crafter, yes. It's still mispronounceable. Definitely. Your name is Amine, hence the capitalization. That's a niche reference. A Minecrafter programmer at code. Okay. Alright. a little bit wider. Get rid of the old one. And hopefully this doesn't have unforeseen consequences. As in dopamine. Oh, like that's how your real name is pronounced? I mean, gotcha. Thanks for making sure we know how to say your name and stuff. It's a cool name. We're learning about each other. Okay, so we didn't start adding in anything weird? I don't think so. Alright, let's see what's like. Hopefully the functionality is still the same. I don't really need collision shapes, I know what's up. So A, I need the functionality to be the same, and B, hopefully this protects from standing up where you're not supposed to be able to stand up. Most people call you Amine, but you don't mind too much. Not an English friendly name, yeah. Okay, functionality looks the same. I'm not getting stuck. That seemed sketchy, but hey, if we're not stuck, then we're not stuck, you know? It does seem better. Okay, great. Whew. Now I'll commit it and say that it really probably is fixed. Clean enough? Yeah. Well, it was more about the fact that it would lock the player's controls out. Yeah, the little bump, I don't really care. Doesn't bother me. It's edge case stuff, you know. Crouching, fixed for real, because collision detect is bigger. Yeah, let's see your main menu juice. Show me your game-like jam progresses. Do I have to put on audio again? You're gonna make me put on audio? Yeah, for real. Like, for real, final _ final 06, final. It's mainly audio? Alright. Unmute Discord. I'm just lazy, you're good. Dong. Ooh, the orderly. Nice. This is cool. This is good. I want to see it again. I like that music. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's such a vibe. It's almost like kind of like beachy, but like scary beachy. Dong. Awesome. Tone is set. Nice work. Oh wait, yeah, mute Discord. We're gonna have those bloops confusing everybody. Dang, that is some good juice. Why did saying that make me so thirsty? I want some juice. What are those? What are you saying, Toe? I don't know what those words mean. The answer is no. I don't really play games on stream. I only play games that you guys have made under certain circumstances and game like jam games. That's it. So you can just rule out anything based on that. Oh, maybe you meant to say, have you ever played this game? Maybe that was like, hit game? What does that mean? On Steam. Oh, I have not played that on Steam. They're very similar. They're just one letter off. Easy mistake to make. Is water juice? It's earth juice. It's atmosphere juice. Yeah. 100%. I think it is a type of juice. It's ground juice. It's earth juice. Yeah. Water is earth juice. I like it. Cloud juice. Oh, clouds. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, cloud juice. That makes more sense. ChatGPT is water juice. It's gonna be like, well, generally not considered juice. So the thing that I want is, I want this press forward. Oh, and I want to make it a hold, not a click. Juice made from hydrogen to oxygen. Right, H2O. Also, dihydrogen monoxide. Very dangerous stuff. All water has dihydrogen monoxide in it, believe it or not. It's scary. So I want this, I would love for the latch on to feel a little more clear. But because we just do forward, press, and release, there's not enough time for that to happen. I don't want to do an await unless we lock the player controls, you know? Just a thimble full of dihydrogen monoxide when inhaled could cause death. That is messed up. That is really, really messed up. Yeah, be careful out there, for sure. Wow, I didn't know that one. As a large language model, I can't give opinions on such controversial topics such as, is water juice? If you have anything you want to ask, I'm free to answer your question. Oh, that's funny. The ways that it talks is so cringily iconic. Because it doesn't feel like you've grabbed on. Oh, something I haven't tested yet. What's it like if you're looking away? Does the reset yaw thing work? I haven't like actually really tested that. But it doesn't really feel like I have grabbed. So I'm gonna look over here. Oh yeah! It just auto-latched me. Also, I'm seeing that I might want to make my mesh a little smaller. My flashlight mesh. It's a little tricky. I don't really want to get obsessed with that perfection because it can get really stressful. Maybe we'll do this. We just need to squish it a bit. It's a little better. There we go. Okay. Whoa. Wait, why are the controls busted? Uh-oh. Next 4 hours to get designs just right. I know, I can't be that way. I must not. Okay, I don't know what was going on with those controls, but it was scary. And I didn't like it. But you see what I mean? Like, you don't even know that we've grabbed on yet. I just hate that. Is it because of the rotate? Is it because I was looking over here and then we grabbed on and then moved off? No. What is... Oh, do it the other way too. Here, look this way. grab, look away. Oh, that doesn't, we aren't doing the, we gotta reset the yaw when we come back down too. So not only, well, yeah, unfortunately I just kinda gotta put it in both places. I'm not thrilled about the spaghettification. Well, oh well. Where do we say that we're back to walking? From climbing? Here. Okay. I mean, I could just let it go. I could. I really could. Also, you're gonna be able to climb this way, too. Oh, you're not! Oh, that's not good. We need to make sure... Oh, dear. We need to make sure it only actually works when you're facing here, not when you're looking at it on the side. Yikes. Okay. Hate that. Remember when the programmer flag got created? Spaghetti Ross stayed up all night making it. Spaghetti, like, is that a United States reference? A United States history reference? Ugh. That's pretty funny, though. For those who don't know, we're taught... I hate American history so much. Such propaganda most of the time. Not always, but often. We're taught that Betsy Ross made the flag. For some reason, at one point, it was something. I don't care. And so Flip is making a play on of that. I can appreciate it. Oh, we can uncrouch where we're not supposed to. Anyway. So I need to make sure that when we're here, it doesn't do it. Oh, let me test this. So we go up here, we look around. If we come down, it resets our yaw. Okay, that works. I would commit that. Yeah, I mean, there's just gonna be some goofiness here. Like, that's just the way it has to be. Climb, dismount, yaw, resets. It just has to be a little goofy there. Honestly, props Flip for the very, very niche joke. Jenkins' spirit animal of the game jam. I love that. That's moral support. You know what? You're right. You're right. Someone else said a moral support thing, but I forgot. Did you make a game with other devs before? Yes. I'm collaborating right now with Pierogigon and Dungeon Martian on a game. Pierogi and I have collaborated before on stuff. So the answer is yes. And those streams will be back in October when we do more collab dev. You can see the past collabs on the YouTube channel. It's pretty fun. I can't wait to do more. It's stressful, but good experience. So I really don't want to do an await, but I'm gonna do it because I just want to see what happens. I'm doing it. Await, get tree, create timer. Don't we have something else? Some other duration that was 0.3? Yaw reset speed? Can we call it like climb auto action speed? I really probably shouldn't. Don't say that it's climb mount speed. Communication can be harder than code. Can't vibe code conversations. Can't you? Yeah, the communication is really rough, for sure. Low taper fade. Okay. Alright, Toe. So... this is the climb mount speed. And we want to get the timeout. Let's just see what this is like. I feel like this could lead to some goofy things, but hopefully not broken things. So there you see when I latch on, it pushes me up. That's actually a bit too far. So good thing I made it separate. Let's try 0.1. See where that gets us. Are you saying something about something needs to fade out differently? Okay, so there we go up a little bit, which is nice. You can see when I go up and I come down, sometimes we're at a different height. Wait a minute. The default height is higher than when we stand back up from crouch. Look at this. So this is standing normally. I haven't crouched yet. We're at eye level with this shelf. Watch this. Crouch, stand up, and now I'm shorter. Oops. How does that happen? I mean, I actually quite prefer this height. I suppose we could just run the crouch, the uncrouching, as soon as the game starts. That way we're already that height. Sounds messy. Sounds risky. Sounds like it could go really wrong. Yeah. I don't super recommend that. Do it. Show me the chaos. Let me feel it. Okay. That's interesting. You just kind of show up with like a little boop. Let's see if we're the right height now, shorter. Oh. Oh, we're too short now. That didn't work. That didn't work at all. That worked 0. Why is it? Why are we so much taller when we start? Why? Use the bug to fix the bug, yes. Well, I tried. I don't know why we're so tall. Can we also please get closer at the start? Thanks. That would be nice. I would appreciate that. Player is at 0.971. When I crouch, we go down to 0.53. When I uncrouch, it's 0.97. It's 0.1 different. Why? Why? Where does that 0.1 meter come from? Who's done this? I mean, that's odd. It's very specific. The player is technically at Y2 at the start, but if we put it at 0, we're gonna go under the ground. That sounds bad. Do you do addition for the height value, or it's hard-coded? Huh? Why would I do math on the height? Oh, so the way that, basically there's a standing collision and there's the crouching collision. So you start out with a standing collision. When you crouch, it removes or it disables the standing collision. And it enables the crouching collision. So it's like a big collision and a small collision, and it just swaps between them. It's realistic. You do wake up taller and become shorter later in the day, IRL. Wow, that's it. Game explained. Bug justified. Surely I can be satisfied with that, right? Nope. I'm sorry, I can't do it. But thank you for giving me an out. I really appreciate that. Even if I couldn't accept it. I mean, we aren't just like way above the ground. We like kind of fall down onto the ground. I mean, why don't you put it what you want? Put it at 0.97. That's the height you want, right? Do it. See if it pushes me up to 0.971. It does not! So it seems like when the player first collides... Oh, but look. Wait, that didn't... Look. I'm still running into the shelf. Oh, look! It went up to 0.971. Wait, it's changing. That's not the difference. Okay, wait a minute. You're telling me 0.971 is a negligible difference? Is that what you're telling me? Yeah. Okay, so then what's happening? What's happening? We don't tween any of that. The head. It's got to be the head. You know what we do tween? The head. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. Oh, there's a cat, by the way. I forgot to tell you guys. A cat has been here. I don't know how long. There he is. He's a sweet boy. And he left. He immediately left. He felt being watched. All right, so that makes so much sense. The head is at 0.73. That can't be the right place. And we tween the head between these. 1.7. Let's say this then. As soon as it starts, you need to apply the default head position. Global position y equals height default. Tween is like lerp. Tween is like lerp. Lerp runs like best every frame, whereas tween creates its own process to run on. So if you're not in like physics process or something, a tween will automatically make something that runs every frame. Whereas if you are in a physics process, a lerp will gradually change over each frame. Does that make sense? Oh, I forgot to check. That was easy. I didn't even realize how easy that could be. Bam, now we're at the right height. Okay, whew, great. That was close. All right, good. So anyway, a tween creates its own, yeah, it creates its own thread. Exactly. All right, this is good. It still puts me up a little higher than I'd like to be, but I can live with it. Head height adjust at start. Climb mount has nudge up. Okay, so some problems. Number one, we can climb on the outside of the shelves, which is completely unintentional and should never happen. It is wrong. That should not be a thing. Oh, you know what else though? What about the other side? What about the other side? It's gonna flip us the wrong way. So we have to make sure that it faces us towards the shelf side that we pick. Yeah, it's the song. The reason I know what a tween is because I worked on an open source Undertale fight engine on Godot. Neat. Yeah, I would think you need a lot of tweens on that, probably. For like the bullet hell part. So that side looks great, but if we come over here, it's gonna flip us the other way. So we have to actually figure out which direction it is and then move us in that direction. So here, if I go to the side, that's obviously not good. I gotta figure out how to deal with that. We could allow you to climb up here. Minecraft looking climb, nice. But then I have to think about avoiding the inner shelf crouching stuff, which is doable, but it's risky. Let's say whichever direction you're facing when you activate the climb. Because what if we want a shelf to like go this way, you know, for some reason? I don't know. Yeah, I'm on 4.5. I figured might as well. We really just need like a generality. Are we generally facing this way, generally facing that way, generally facing that way, or that way? And if we activate the shelf when facing that direction, it needs to round us to that. I can live with that. I have made an equal approx in my last Game Like Jam game, I believe. So I don't think that's a built-in thing. So I'm gonna go fetch that real quick. Oh wait, there is an is equal approx. Wait a minute. We would want that to be on a float. You got that? You got it on a float? I don't know. You got it on vectors, you got it on transform, you got it on a rect, you got it on a quaternion, you got it on a plane, a color, a basis, an AABB. There's global scope. Nice. Okay, cool. We do have it. We don't need a new one. Although maybe the new one did something that I felt like it needed to do. I don't know. It might have been specialized for the project. I don't know. Returns true if A and B are approximately equal, or within a small internal epsilon of each other. Internal, which scales with the magnitude of the numbers. Oh, so I wanted one that was weighted in a way I could control. Yeah, I want that, please. So let's do that. Let's do that. Probably was Volcano. That was the last project anyway, which was my ski free like. I believe we called it Volcano though. Search the whole thing. Oh no, I just used the regular is equal approx. I didn't make a special one. Well, let's try it. Let's see if it's good enough, and if it's not, we can do something about it. And what we want is to make sure that whatever direction we approach the shelf and try to climb, it's going to align us with the closest direct axis. My rotation on the y-axis is -20 right now. Yeah, something like that. Nice, Amine. Math is not my strong suit. I will use the crap out of that. I will do it. Right now I'm facing about 180. There I'm facing about 90. So what we need to check is if we're approaching 0, if we're at right angles. Are we at 0, negative 90, negative 180, 0, or 180? Or 0? 0. That's kind of confusing. 0, 90, negative 180, or negative 90. Those are the 4 directions that we care about. Is there not an easy way to check which direction yaw is facing? GDScript minus AI. The built-in one should check within floating point error ranges. Oh. I might use that in Minecraft, we'll see. How to get direction to cameras facing... Yeah, there's basis. Right. That's what we need, is the basis. Check camera basis, direction, right angles only. GDScript minus AI. It just seems like a very useful thing. Yeah, I guess we just have to guess. Alright. And then what was exactly the way to do it? Camera transform basis. It would be Z? It wouldn't be Y? Wouldn't it be Y though? Y is up in Godot. Z is forward. Grandmama. Alright. Grandmama. So, we can just check the head itself since the camera is a child of that. I'm just gonna make a variable. If bacon and eggs, then full. Alright. Yeah, like in Blender, Z is up. Variable facing direction. And then just for now, I'm gonna say physics process. Tell me, or have facing direction equal transform basis Y. We'll see what that looks like. Makes use of tabs and spaces? Really? What are you talking about? What are you talking? Oh, here. The value vector 3. Oh, right. A basis comes with a bunch of crap. Ah, so Z, yeah, I think you're right on mine. I don't use basis very much, because it's like a matrix. And they all have their own axes. So I would need to get its axes. I don't know if you're right, I'm not sure. I actually have no idea. Dude, what am I doing? Could you just tell me what this is? Could I do... I could do that. ZY. We're just gonna see what this is. We're gonna look at it and then think about it. Have a little think. That's how this is gonna go. Alright, facing direction right now, according to the choices I made, it's negative 0.78. Now it's 0.06, 0.07, 1.1. This doesn't look useful. I don't think this is the right thing. Well, actually, you know what you could try looking other ways to see what has the strongest... I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I know. I'm sorry. Here, make it a vector. Just make it a vector. Save yourself the trouble. Enjoy a life of ease. Okay, back to the remote. Look at the head. What am I looking for? What is basis? Am I gonna have to learn? Am I gonna have to look it up? Am I gonna have to get smarter? Okay, let's see what this is like. Oh, this looks like it's changing more. Alright, I don't know. I gotta ask. GDScript transform basis. Which axis will tell me the yaw rotation direction? No code, please. Won't global rotation work? Yeah, it will. It will. Yeah. I'm just curious now. The object's local up, the object's local forward. When you talk about yaw, the direction you carry expressed on the z-axis of the basis. As yaw changes, that forward z vector swings around the y-axis. Sometimes. If you do -AI in search, at least I've found it tends to avoid it. Does it not always? Whoops. Z-axis of the basis tells you the facing direction that changes with yaw. Okay. Well, it is currently on Z. What do the XYZ represent in the basis Z? Don't give code. Be succinct. X, how much the forward points along the world's left-right axis. Y, how much the forward tilts up or down. Z, how much it points along the world's front-back axis. Together they describe the orientation of forward after yaw, pitch, and roll have been applied. Yeah, maybe I should just do that, Barts. I don't know. I thought maybe it could be useful, but... Nope, I don't like it. Yep, we're just gonna do that, Barts. Yep, that's what we're gonna do. Let's say global rotation Y. We just want to check it. If Godot were off the table, which game engine would you choose instead? I don't know. No idea. Couldn't tell you. I didn't really give Unity enough of a try. Probably Unreal Engine, but I don't know. I don't like that question. I have no idea. I don't know. I just don't know. Go back to Flash. Like, I don't know. I just don't know. I'll probably still be using my collection of JavaScript libraries. Nice. Yeah, apparently you can do a whole lot with JavaScript. Maybe defold? Yeah, I would gravitate, I would look for something free open source that was robust. You do RPG Maker before Unreal? Yeah, I don't really like Unreal that much, it's too much. Pico 8? I thought about messing with Pico 8 too. It's a good one to mess around with. Yeah, I think I would look at things like Defold, just try to find some kind of free open source game engine. And I don't know what that is, because I haven't found another free open source game engine that I like as much as Godot. GDevelop was okay. Not so great in a 3D department. Kind of a confusing UI. I hate that question. I don't want to imagine a world without Godot. In that world, I would use whatever the counterpart of Godot is. That's my answer. It's a fun question. But it's a hard one. Okay, so what I need to check is if, depending on what it is, I'm just gonna do this to make things a little easier for me. And then I'm not gonna keep it this way. It's just easier. Print. Direction left, direction right. Direction forward, direction back. And then, well, we only want to print one time. I don't really want it in the physics process, please. Please don't be in the physics process. I mean, you gotta check it somehow. We'll say if the flashlight is pressed. Just as like a debug thing. Flashlight is pressed, we'll check to see which one is true. And we're basing that, I'm just trying to get my numbers right. Match. But we have to do the approximation thing. So wait, a Minecrafter gave me something I'm definitely gonna use. I'll take it. I accept. Float 1 minus float 2. Right, we want to see if it's equal to any of those other ones. So I would need to define which one of those are. Hey, Codex, thanks for the raid. Welcome. What were you getting up to? Bringing your people here? You didn't have to do that, but you did. Hello there. Let's get you a shout out. We must shout you out. It is the right thing to do. It's a raid. Hey, it goes good. How goes it with you? What were you up to? I'm working on a game that's like Granny for the Game Like Jam, which ends in a couple weeks. Less than a couple weeks, actually. It's a bit of a horror game where you can climb on stuff, and I'm trying to currently determine which way we're facing so I can set up that climb to go the right way. Oh, that's so real. Oh, that's so real. Breaking everything, refactoring. But sometimes you gotta refactor. You gotta suffer through it. It's worth it. Even if everything's broken now. Thanks for the follow, Codex. Appreciate it. What you working in? I see some VS Code.
Right here.
C# Godot. Nice.
I bet these aren't moving.
Now, I'm feeling that refactoring, you gotta be like really more precise about everything. Ooh, you got some nice effects there on your VS Code. Working on a 6 Degrees of Freedom roguelite.
Behavior.
In Godot C#. 6 Degrees of Freedom? Like you can move like... Or do you mean like the controller or not haptics, but like a gyroscope? What? That sounds so cool. And so is that also like roguelite? You said roguelite.
Can we not?
You could do gyro.
What?
Not like a roguelike where you can only move. If you move, everything else moves. That'd be kind of wild with 6 directions. That sounds really cool. Yeah. They're pretty similar. I guess the light wouldn't have those super specific things. Whoa, I like how you gotta like see through a little bit. You got a pretty sick setup.
We want to rip
VS
out
Code setup.
and move over
It's like
to
transparent. What?
behavior.
That's kind of wild though. Awesome. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Refactoring, it's a necessary evil sometimes. No, but that's cool. That's really cool. That's like, I like that customization. It is giving a little Linux, isn't it? I would say so. Definitely. Definitely Linux. Right, what else, how else are you gonna be fading out Windows? Well, certainly easier to get that customization. So I would need a list. I'm thinking we do like an array or something, variable directions, or yeah, let's just call it directions. Could do an enum. I want to make it an array. An array of floats. We want 0. Linux for the win, especially after Win 10 dies. I know, I'm gonna have to do something. I mean, it's really just as I fall behind security updates that it's like, you might need to deal with that. 90, negative 90, 180. I don't remember which one's which. I completely forgot. So can we just check it so I can wrap my little brain around it? Please. You've seen someone have their Godot semi-transparent, but I think they edited the Godot source. That's hardcore. That's some hardcore C++ing. The closest I've gotten to that is for like encryption stuff, but I would like to like modify source build Godot. So much better for protection, because someone would need that build of Godot depending on how you use it to decomp it. That is why we like open source. Agreed. Yeah, I like look, I don't personally do much customization like that, but I like to know the options there. Yeah, encryption, it's if you're out here doing Linux C#, I mean it's not C#, but if you're doing Linux, you know, you'll figure it out. I do have a guide about it, but it's Windows centric. There's lots of good guides out there. Locally compiling, but you need to work through stripping out unused components and some kind of encryption. Yeah. Yeah, the build profile will let you strip those things out. Kind of stresses me out. I mean, look, I go between like I usually do 3D games, and so there's always some 2D elements. So it's harder for me to know what to strip out, because what if I want to add it back in? Then I gotta make a new build profile. It's worth it though. You know, it's something to get practice with. I think worth getting practice with. Oh, it's on the head. Whoa. That's the wrong facing direction. Global rotation Y. Wait. Why is it... Why are the numbers weird? Why are the numbers weird? You're in resource help, building your configuration objects out. Nice. Using resources, you mean like, yeah, like little scripts you can attach and then like configure all the little values and stuff. I want to do that more. I'm starting to use managers, like I'm basically using nodes, like little separate things. Yeah, extending the resource type. I definitely want to explore that too. It's good to have that to work with. Yeah. When did this become so strange? Oh, I'm getting position. Right? No, I am getting rotation. Why am I so confused? Well, because Lise, before you were getting player. Now you're getting head. And the only way the head rotates is on the x-axis. So you actually don't want to put this on the head. You want this on the player. Whoops. Alright. What's your issue with the web build? Yeah, I get what you're saying, Codex. Yeah, super useful. Very useful. I want to do a card game, and I think when I make a card game is going to be my first foray into that, since it's such a clear use case for it. Or classes and stuff. But I've often done, like, you know, script inheritance, class inheritance and things, which is fine. Resources very similar. Okay, so I need to put this on the player. That was my bad. Let's go to the physics collision here. Physics process I'm in. We'll create this facing direction, because again, all that the head does is X. You had a television that was on a static sound, but it would not stop playing no matter how far you got away from it. Oh, audio stuff. Audio stuff and web builds can be different. Yeah. Good thing you're testing it. Audio stuff, definitely gotta test it a lot. And web builds, especially. That's great, we don't want this anymore. This is not something we need. I forgot the head doesn't rotate. We're finding a desktop build, no bueno on web. Yeah. Yeah, that might be like a limitation. A lot of the audio stuff is super different. Eat some food, take care of yourself. Nice job taking care of yourself. Yeah, I'll be here. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Nice chatting. Okay, so reset all that. Come over here. Facing direction equals global rotation Y. We come up here, create such a thing. Use it as a reminder to test your game every once in a while on itch. Yes, test your game. If you guys are working on a game like Jam Game and you haven't tested it yet on itch, I mean, look, here's the thing. You can get most of the, you can pretty much test it all by just using the remote deploy, or the, is that what they call it? Yeah, remote deploy up here. Run a browser. You pretty much get everything. You don't have to actually go upload it on itch. You could also run it locally on a Python server. A local host. But that doesn't mean there may not be some things on itch and the way it embeds in there, especially when it comes to the sizing and how it fits on the page. So it is still worth checking it on itch too, but most of the bugs you can catch if you just run in browser up here. Yeah, it sucks when you find out they don't work. Alright, global rotation equals Y. Now it's gonna make a little bit more sense. Look, I don't know what the numbers are off the top of my head. This is the way I discover things. Alright, great. So we have forward, which is 0. I'm gonna write this down in a little notepad here. Forward is 0. Backward, left, right. Left is... Oh, it's still doing this little... No. Why rotation? Shouldn't this be 91? Do you want me to do degrees? Oh, because it's doing radians. We gotta convert it. That's why. Degrees to radians. Or we want to gotta go radians to degrees, actually. Alright, now check it. I mean, it's kind of pointless, but that's okay. I could have just done it looking at the rotation. It's good to remember these things. Nothing like a little reminder. Okay. Looks like it is perfectly covered up by that message I want to remember. Okay. 0, 90 is left. Negative 180 obviously is backward, and then negative 90 is right. Yep, I did all that just to find that. Okay. You started to despise degrees after studying math? That's fair. That sounds entirely fair. So if any of those match, but we need certain ones, you should really associate it with different things. Like we just want to check if it's approximately any of those. And it'd be nice if we knew which one was which and what that did, like a little dictionary or something. You could just plug it in too. Yeah, we could do an enum. Yeah, enum's the right way to go. Totally. I mean, look, it's even set up exactly the way I already set up enums. Naturally, that makes the most sense. I always forget to capitalize this. I don't really care. Is there a built-in... What does that mean? What does that word mean? Voronoi. I don't know what that means. Does someone else know if that is in Godot? Yeah, enum. I don't know why I wasn't doing enum. Enum, facing directions. I mean, I don't really want to do an enum. Wait, no, I want to do a dictionary because I want it to match. I want it to be a dictionary of... Well, but you could just pass it on. Whatever it is, have it like... So if it's closer to 90, pass that in as the yaw that we rotate to. You know what? No. We can do this with an array. Procedural texture. Maybe. I mean, there is noise textures in Godot that you can generate. That's actually, it may be, there's actually a chance that it might be there. No, I do want an array because we just want to say if it's close to any of these, then send the one that it's close to the direction that you're turning to. All right. So I don't actually need this here. Instead, and I don't really need, we kind of can use facing. No, we can use facing direction. So where do we do the first reset yaws? Right here. So when we reset the yaw, we kind of need to, no, we don't need to, well, no, yeah, we do. Either way. Iterate through enums and Godot, I don't know. But that's not what an enum, I mean, I could, but the thing is I wouldn't be able to assign it to a number, right? It would need to be a dictionary. So I'd have to say like left equals this, right equals that, forward equals that. You know what I'm saying? I don't really feel like doing that. This is fine. Maybe you can iterate through enum. It is like technically in an array, but I'm not sure. Like maybe you might be able to. Yeah, you might be able to. People spelled it 3 ways, so I wasn't sure it was correct, but yeah, I need it for splitting the shaders different regions. Yeah, I mean, there's noise textures. You might be able to work it out. Look up noise textures in Godot, see if it happens. Yeah. Okay. But it's not just the iteration that I need. Okay, so when we do reset yaws, we need to figure out where's it going to. So right now, I'm just setting it to 0 every time. But we actually want it to go somewhere else. So let's create a variable for current direction. And that's gonna take in our global, it's gonna be a float taking in our global rotation y. And we're gonna turn it 2 degrees. As distasteful as a mathematician may find it. So then we want to do the equal approximate here. At the moment of resetting the yaw, we need to check if, so let's do this. Is equal approx to I mean, we could just with epsilon or something. Yeah, I got it, don't worry. Don't worry. I kind of want to make a static function and maybe make it accessible anywhere. I think I'm gonna do that. Cellular noise. Nice. Yes. I love the cellular noise type. That's the one I almost always use. So I have this like little script just hanging out. What's up, Naughty? I don't know what those words are, but it's good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Epsilon. Ugh. Hate that. I'm gonna not pronounce it that way because I hate it. Epsilon. Epsilon. Epsilon sounds so much cooler. But okay, I hear you. Float 1, float 2, float epsilon. Ugh. Try more Frenchy. Epsilon. Okay, now you're just being pedantic. I'm gonna Americanize it. Epsilon. Epsilon. Croissant. Epsilon. Okay, honestly, that sounds a lot better. I actually kind of like it. Epsilon. It's easier to say, too. We'll see. I feel like a poser saying it. Croissant, I don't feel like a poser. I feel like it's worse to not say croissant. Epsilon. Oh, that's nice. I like that too. That feels good. I can get down with that. So we just say absolute value, return if, we don't have to do any if. Absolute float 1 minus float 2. You kind of ChatGPT gave me the answer, but that's okay. if it's less than that, like that's like the range that it's in. Better than epsilon. Yeah, I guess so. I'm gonna probably say epsilon on accident though. I'm sure I will. I'm a little confused how to use this. I'm gonna be honest with you. But we'll figure it out. Vowels are hard? I guess so. I think it can just be a matter of opinion and taste. You're right. To your point. So for... let's do this. Check direction. Let's say check yaw. Going the ugly, mostly understandable. Interesting. Getting the difference if it's smaller than a threshold. You say they're the same. Yeah, that didn't help, but I bet that makes a lot of sense. Alright, when I get there, we'll figure it out. Agree with Flip. Okay, we want to check the yaw to find what direction we're facing. In order to do that, we want to iterate through a for direction. Probably should change that. For facing direction. For whatever. I don't want to shadow anything. For face direction in facing directions. If, and we need to pass in the current direction. I mean, you could just also do this out here. You don't have to do that. Then static is equal approximate with epsilon. I'm gonna say it that way. You're just gonna have to get used to it. I gotta cook. Epsilon. Current direction. That's pretty incredible. This sounds awful. Sounds like mealy mouth. Current direction. You know, mealy mouth. I like that you proposed that and then you're putting it, you're like disproving it at the same time. I really respect that. So we actually need to know which one it hits with, right? So if it is equal approximate, we pass that one in. Whoops. I got lost. There we go. If it is equal approximate, then so I guess I need to change, instead of saying reset yaws up here, I need to make this be check yaws. And then we call reset yaws based on, whoops, that result. If it finds one that is a match, reset yaw, and we pass in direction to face. Oh, and this is a float? Yeah. Oh yeah, true. Direction to phase. It would have reminded me. "45 degrees? No, why are you saying this? We only need to know if we're facing forward, backward, left, or right. Those are the only ones that matter. No shelves are gonna be at an angle. You know what this makes me realize? We should just get the angle of the... Wait a minute. I'm throwing this all in the trash. It's all garbage. It's trash. You know what, a Minecrafter? We're throwing the garbage. Nope, don't need to do it. Wait a minute. We'll just fetch the normal or fetch the direction from the thing. I love realizing I was over-engineering something, because then I now get to have the easy, obvious, logical solution. We just say, whatever shelf you're about to climb, what is its direction? I mean, we actually need to, like, bounce off of it, right? We need to, like, look at the thing, and then say whatever direction it's returning. It's still a little... Oh god, this is math. I might need to, like, just find the answer of this somewhere. This is... I don't... How to find direction object in front is facing. What are you talking about? Facing GDScript. I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't like it. Getting facing direction... Your object's forward vectored here. This is what helped them get Google Drive. What the hell are you doing? What is this? Oh, they say they're sharing that they got it working. Let's see what this returns. I can't believe I was about to do all that. That was so unnecessary. That was deeply unnecessary. It was a Google Drive jump scare. But I do need to know what it is that we're facing, which actually we already have because it's the last activatable thing. Reddit is so helpful. So we just say activatable. And we'll set it to... Why don't I just print it for now? So I can just see what it returns. Can't believe I was about to do all that. Sometimes I gotta start doing it the overly complex way to realize the easier way. Although you just asking the 45 question made me be like, wait, we can do this. Let's not do it on activation for now. Let's do it when we actually look at it. So as soon as the body is detected, tell me what its global basis z is. And I guess I would kind of want this to be radians 2 degrees per my preferences. But it doesn't really have to be. But just so my little unmath brain can understand it. Oh, but it's a vector 3. Oh, right. Ugh. Bases. I hate bases. Why are you like this? Which one would it be? Would it be X? It's only half being paying attention. You only have to be. Are you trying to detect if you're looking at the shelf? Nope. I'm trying to detect which direction the shelf is relative to the player. Will this return... Whoops, hello. I'm large now. Will this return the yaw of the thing of what? Don't give code, only succinct answer. No. X and Z together. So how do I get, just tell me, how do I get the Y, the yaw, from the basis Z as a float? That can be degrees to radiant, or whatever. Uppy downiness of the shelf of the player? No. So if you're facing a shelf, I need to know which direction is the shelf relative to the player. Because if the player's looking over here and activates the shelf, it needs to turn the player to face the shelf. So I'm trying to get that direction that the player needs to turn. Arctangent of those two values. How to combine them. I don't know how to do that. Just keep formula to do that. I don't... Math, I'm not interested in. Just give formula to do that. Like, keep it simple for me. Atan. Thanks. Thank you. I bet it does. I bet so much money that it does. Alright, so we want to get Atan negative basis CX negative basis. Do I have to do that? Can I just say that? Sounds correct. I'm not here to learn that kind of math. Expected an else? Turner, no. Two view arguments for Atan. Oh, it does need two. Okay. Basis X. Got it. Comma. Basis CY. Well. Yeah, people learn it, and guess what? You just learn it to memorize it. Doesn't mean it's sunk in, or I care to use it in daily life. Don't be mean. That's high school math. I don't have to be interested in it. Thank you very much. Okay, so that, look, that's saying 90, which is good. If we come over here, it still says 90. Okay, so that's not great. So this isn't quite as helpful as I need it to be, because it's not telling me relative to the direction that I'm looking at it. No, you don't. That's such a misconception. That is such a ridiculous misconception. You do not have to like math to do game dev. I hate that. Like, you can find formulas. We can go on the internet. Thank you for the follow, Denio. You can do. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that wrong. You can find formulas. There's methods that do. Look, radiant degrees. That does the math for you. We let the game engines do the math for us. All right. Don't tell me we gotta like math. I don't like that, because that makes people scared from learning 3D, 2D game dev, either one. You gotta do the same thing in 2D math. But as far as like vector math goes, a lot of us struggle with it and don't find it that interesting. but we do want to make games. So by just doing the fundamental things, I'm very passionate about this. By doing the fundamental things and... Alright. Anyway, so I want to understand this relative to the direction that the player is facing. So we know that the shelf has a 90-degree thing that it's sending back, but I don't care about that. What I care about is how that relates to the player's direction. I am really delighted that it's showing exactly a 90-degree. That's really cool, but that makes sense because it is 90 degrees. Okay. This is gonna be tricky. I'm gonna be searching the internet for this answer. Yeah, I think that that's true to an extent, a Minecrafter, but I absolutely do not think that that's true for every little thing. If player had to look at the shelf to climb it, you could put an area 3D on the shelf and one on the player's face, see if they intersect. I'm not trying to figure out if you can climb it. That's not what I'm trying to do. Alright, let me see if I can explain this in a way that makes sense. So, look. When I approach this, we climb it. Everything's great, right? If I look over here and I activate it... Oop. Oh, I changed everything, so it doesn't work anymore. Alright, hold on. I gotta put it back. I gotta put things back. So for now, we're just gonna say reset yaws normally. Yeah, I would love to show you, but unfortunately, I have changed things. Let's just make this a default 0, so that way that does what we want. Alright, let's try this again. Calculate the degree between the line going from your head and the center of the shelf and your looking direction. That's basically what I'm thinking, yeah. Okay, so if I look over here to the right and I face it, it rotates me to face the right way. And in fact, it does the same thing when I dismount. So we already can detect the shelf. We're not trying to figure out about detecting the shelf. What I'm trying to do is make sure it rotates it towards the shelf. And in fact, when I'm looking away and we step down, it also rotates it back. Now that works great for this single direction. But if we have a shelf that's facing a different direction, now it's going to rotate me the wrong way. So the idea is to make sure that it faces you in the right way. And ideally, it would be good for any kind of thing. Like if I face this way, or if it's, let's say the shelf is at another kind of angle, right? So it would check to see what direction do I need to rotate the player towards. That's what I'm trying to do. And it's math stuff. And so what I like to do is find an answer that works, a formula that works, and then the next time I need it, I have it, and I grab it, and I paste it in. And that is a valid way to do things. But to figure it out, I need some help. So let's look back at that ATAN. So what all that this is giving me is, now, interestingly, it's reporting 45, which is a little shocking. Wait, why is it reporting 45? Wasn't it doing 90 before? I don't fully understand why it changed, but it did. Maybe there was like a, Oh, look. They're both... They're both X. Oh, I think you want to say... Wait, which ones? You do something similar? How do you do it? is it this weird number? What was it when it was y? There, it's 90. What if I didn't do this? What does that return? No degrees to radians. What if I make it radians to degrees? That's what it was. See the current rotation in temp rotation. Oh. Wait, I kind of like that. What if I don't do math because it's boring, and instead, this isn't what you're saying, but it gave me an idea. No, I actually don't like that. I was gonna say I could store I could just. You save the current rotation in a temp rotation. Look at the thing you want to turn to. Then you calculate the smallest angle to turn that way. I don't really understand what that means. What does that mean? Why is this weird and different? I don't understand. This is kind of hard though. This is kind of hard. No quaternions? You think you know what I should do? Okay, I'm listening. Let's see if you can beat the chatbot. Player faces object. Object reports its angle and player has, and player needs to face an object. When player faces an object, it reports its angle. You can get the vector between the player and the shelf. You already have the facing vector. Do the dot product and across, and you get the angle between. Whoa. The vector between the player and the shelf. How do I do that? Subtracting position vectors. So you're saying, if I do what do I even call that? What's that even called? Direction between vector? Facing vector? And that equals global position minus what global position? But wouldn't it need to be a certain order of those? Yeah, okay. So if we just look at what that gives us. Okay. And only the positions, not the rotations. Dot product and arc cosine, and you get the angle in between. returns the dot product of this vector and width. This is over my head stuff. So with what? What does do the dot product mean? And arc cosine mean? What do those things mean? See, I mean, I just don't, like, I'm gonna, okay. I'm gonna have to ask a chatbot. See if the chatbot beats you to it. Because I just don't, I don't understand vector math. I don't like it. I don't want to learn it. I need to find the direction global rotation y is facing relative to the what? How you use, no, it's hard to explain, right? It's hard. It's confusing. This is not simple stuff. High school math. Oh, I failed high school math, and I have no shame. So, how you use dot product? I forgive you for not being able to explain it. And or arc cosine to get the global rotation y that should face the what? Simple, succinct formulas, no code. Let f equal normalized facing vector projected onto xz plane. Let d equal normalized forward direction of your object from its global rotation y. Then dot equals f times d. You know what? Just give code. We got our facing. Oh, we need to normalize it? Whoops. Seems important. I had a feeling, like when we were doing vector stuff, I was like, normalization would probably be a good idea, typically. Project onto the xz plane. We get the forward vector from the global transform basis z. And we normalize it. Then we take that normalized forward and we dot product it with the facing vector. Then a cosine. Oh, look at this. I wasn't gonna. Come on now. Face the center of the shelf. You need more work to do exactly what you want. Ugh. Okay, this is maybe, you know what? You know what? Maybe we don't make it do anything because this is miserable. All right, this approach is going in the trash. It's garbage. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, vector math. Goodbye. I won't miss you one little bit. Okay, we do make it incredibly specific to each shelf. Or to each, like, that is to say, the shelves can only, I know that I don't plan on having the shelves facing any other direction. I will just have to make sure we do that. You got a good answer from a chatbot? Yes, let's see what you came up with. Is it gonna avoid looking at the center like a Minecrafter is saying? I gotta give you special thanks though, a Minecrafter. You're giving me lots of opportunities to pick apart approaches. I appreciate that. I do. We're gonna call that coding consultant. And give you a whole heap of special thanks. A whole heap's worth. Okay, this is what Flip found. AABB. Okay, yeah, we can use the bounding box, I guess. That makes sense to use the bounding box. It's a smart idea. Minimum, maximum, return vector 3. Jesus. I'm not pasting all this. I'm not gonna. That's. Oh man. Look at closest point. Shelf must expose an AABB. Yeah. Closest local, closest global. I don't want to do it. I want to come up with a hacky way. That looks good. Like, that looks like an... That's a real function? Is it, though? I don't think it is. Get closest point. But not look at. The other one is needed because Godot doesn't have get closest point. It actually does. But it seems like it's very context specific. So I'm not interested. Closest point of the shelf and do the math on that. Oh, not for AABB. You know, we're just gonna say shelves can only be this way, and that's it. Oh, and if you approach the shelf on the side. Axis aligned bounding box. So like a way you can think about it is, you see that yellow border around? That's more or less its AABB. Like not literally, but it's like the sum total. I mean, there's different, you know, technically you can make your own AABB, which just represents a non-rotated, like, shape. But as far as in Godot goes, if you want to fetch something's AABB, a node's AABB, it's going to be sort of like that yellow outline around it. They're pretty cool, and you can do a lot with them. In my last project, Volcano, all of the collision was detected through AABBs. So meshes would just say, because there were so many instances of things, I didn't want that to slow things down. So a mesh will say, am I close to another mesh? If yes or no, different things happen. You can also see in Godot, when you look at like a mesh, moves the player into the shelf space, then gets the closest point and looks at it. It seems good. It's just like a little overwhelming, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't feel like trying to wrap my head around it right now. Non-rotated shape like a world axis aligned bounding box? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's really useful. So like if you look at a mesh in Godot, you can see it has this custom AABB thing, right? And there you can, unless it's 0, you can change this and define the AABB. And so again, the easiest way I can explain it in Godot, again, I'm not super smart about it, but I did get it to work in my Volcano, my ski free light game. It just represents like an outer non-rotated shape that contains the thing. Although you can create your own AABB potentially that isn't even, you know, that's more theoretical. Also, welcome Riverforge Games. I'm not a great teacher on it, but I know. So in Godot, you have all kinds of functions that you can use with it. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, it's cheaper if it's not rotated, but it's also cheaper to do the math there instead of like use collisions and stuff, which is what I thought you were gonna say. Yeah, aligned with exactly axis aligned. You got it. It has a lot of really useful things. You can see, you can like expand it. You can like create a margin and see if things are near enough to each other. You can merge. So you can say, take this AAB and that AABB and make them be like one whole box. You can see if a certain point is within an AABB. This is nice for like if you want to check whether you're overlapping with it at a certain point, different, whatever, I don't know. All kinds of stuff. You can grow it. It has a lot of really useful methods on it. A bounding box collider. Nice, S-Funk. I like that. Welcome. True. It might be. If it gets center, get endpoint, get longest axis. I'm still a little overwhelmed with bothering with all that vector math. Yep, I'll be here for quite a few more. So, yeah, so what we're trying to do, when you face shelves, you're supposed to be able to climb them. So I can activate, and now I can climb this shelf, which is nice, but I need the player to rotate towards it. So let's say I'm looking over here, and I hit the activation, it automatically makes me face that shelf. If I'm looking over here, when I go to step down, it automatically puts me straight again, so that way we're facing the right way. And this works awesome for this one single direction. If I come to the other side of the shelf, it flips me that same way instead of the direction that actually makes sense. So it's a matter of figuring out which way how do I tell that automatic rotation which way it should face depending on how we're approaching it. So I'm thinking of just going a hacky way to do it because vector math stresses me out and don't enjoy it. So it's still going to be a little tricky because there's overlap potential. I am going to need some kind of check for which row we're on so I can crouch into the different rows, which is something I want to be able to do. Thanks for the follow, Anthony. So if I'm right here, I would want to be able to crouch into that section. And so I'm going to want some like collisions that exist inside of each row. And hello. Can you get the surface normal of the closest AABB face and just flip the vector? I don't know, can I? But how do you get a surface normal? I don't know how to do that. Like maybe? It sounds kind of hard though. But you're saying like just like almost a built-in way to do it? There's a set surface normal for a mesh itself. But that's quite different, I would think. I just don't know. I think for some of that stuff, it's going to require some piecing it together. Could ask ChatGPT about that. Use the model facing direction that you got earlier and flip it depending if you're behind the shelf or not. Ooh. I mean, we'd still have to know if we are behind it. Would be the only thing. I mean, I don't know. How would we know that we're behind it? I mean, I was thinking about that, like adding a bunch of like checks for which one we're facing. Like, are we facing this way? Are we facing that way? Or are we facing this way? And then that could be like a area collision detection, but that feels like even a little too hacky for my taste. I'm not sure what compare coordinates means, but yeah. If all the shelves are going to face the same way, you could just check the global X or Z. Interesting. Very interesting. Always X is aligned and the same shape / size. You can just compare your position to its position, and if you are north, south, east, west of it, do a switch case to set the rotation. Interesting. Player X greater than shelf X. Players on this side less than that, other side. Okay, y'all are coming up with some good ideas here. Player X greater than shelf X. Does that make sense to me? Let's go back to the player. Or whatever direction they're on. Do you know which axis the shelves are facing? It's the same for all of them. Let's see. Flip on YouTube has a good idea. Just compare your center of mass or pivot position to the shelf pivot / center of mass position. Could use a raycast normal if you want that approach. Right, the raycast would just have to hit something, and the raycast, you know, you're at all kinds of different heights, so the raycast might miss it, is the only thing. But that's interesting as funk. It would have to be more of like an area or a shape cast, maybe. Or I could add like something on the shelf. I guess if it was looking for an AABB, but I'm not so sure. Okay. So out of curiosity, what global position X? So if I'm facing this, a couple things. Number one. Okay. If I approach this, it says 2.3. That's its X. Why do I need the X? Oh, because that tells us... I'm not sure I understand the X thing. I'm a little confused. If we get its... If your X is higher or lower than the shelf X. Shelf X is that. Player X is that. 0. Oh, my bad. Okay. And what we want to see is if mine is higher. So mine is not higher, not higher, not higher. Now it's higher, but I'm still facing the same thing. So here, the player X is... Oh, that's lower. My bad. Okay, that's higher. Right, so that would be for checking the side, you were saying, right? So if I'm facing this way, player X is -5, shelf is -9. I'm not sure I fully understand. You need to compare 2 directions with this approach. Yeah. Because that's not getting the shelf. It's a little confusing. And we would be getting position on the Y. We wouldn't want rotation. That's like height. I feel like for that, I'd want rotation. Oh, maybe Z. It says X, but it's Z. Okay, so here, shelf is at 21, players at 22. 21, 22, 21. Player looks always higher. Now, nice. And if we come over here, it's a little bit lower. No, it's not. Not always. Wait, but that's not always true. Now player's a little bit lower, but if I scooch just a bit, now it's higher. So like that's not always true. It's often true though. I mean, we could just say this is not like you just can't grab there, but then I need to set that up too. So I don't know, that seems a little unreliable. Typing X and Y, more generic terms if you compare player position to the shelf width and shelf depth. Right. You can get player in the coordinate system of the shelf. What does that mean? Get player in the coordinate system of the shelf. So see like if I don't know. I don't understand. Very much what you guys are saying. That's what the code you sent does. Very much what you guys are saying is just like I have to take your word for it. I'm not really quite understanding how to make it work. Truth be told. Right, okay, so this is... I don't know, this is very hard to read. This definitely got some ChatGPT unreadability. But I see what you're saying. This is telling us within the bounding box of the shelf. Hey Roger, you know it, welcome. Yeah, comment the crap out of it. Within the AAB of the shelf, here are these different points. Which one is closest to the player? That tells us how to rotate it around. But thank you for the hydrate, Roger. I'm very much leaning towards if we see that this one is faced like literally put some an area on there, an area on there, an area on there, and if whichever one we're bumping into is the one that determines the direction. Obviously overlap would then be an issue, so we need to know which one's closer. But I'm definitely leaning towards it. We would check like the overlapping areas or whatever. Oh, Geometry 3D is scary. Yeah. It does. It does. But that you have to like create shapes for that. I guess that's kind of like areas, but still. This one gets the closest point. Relative to what? What do you mean, closest point? This function puts player in shelf space. Get shelf ABB, ABB, player local, shelf to local, player global transform origin. Okay, weird. I guess that makes sense. Get closest point. ABB closest point. ABB, player local, closest global. Okay. I take your word for it. Make sure we aren't collinear, whatever that means, otherwise Godot yells at you. I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about jamming in code that's quite this understood by me. It's scary if I don't read. I'd rather like have something simple that I can wrap my little smooth brain around rather than like be like, yeah, I get it, and then paste it in and not know what to do with it. You know? Like the math, it's interesting to have like a really specific, accurate mathematical solution, but I'm okay. Like, I don't mind putting in a couple lines of a formula I don't understand, but that feels like a lot, you know? And I wouldn't even know how to implement it. Yeah, I guess so. I can zoom it out. Why is this easier? Okay, a Minecrafter. Yeah, take your time. I'm gonna, by the time you do, I might already have my hack solution. I gotta keep moving. I got to, that's the most important thing. So I'm at a node, or we could do an air, no, let's do a node that's gonna contain direction checks. And I kind of hate, I hate this in a lot of ways, I really do. Forward area. I will accept alternatives and throw this in the garbage, but I have to understand it and be able and willing to wrap my head around it. Left area, right area. A lot of scary stuff makes way more sense if you don't really try to understand how so much as why. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Sounds like some advice. Sounds like some advice, yeah. Okay, let's make a box shape. Pop it in here. I guess what I hate about this is that this is going to be on every single shelf, and there's a lot of shelves. So like that isn't my favorite. Yeah, well, yeah, but you use the quaternion, but that's not the same as having a giant block of code that you don't understand, right? I agree with you that you can use a quaternion without understanding. It's, to me, and I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. I'll use an arc cosine, an atan. I'll use those things and not really understand them. But that's a lot different from just slapping in a giant block of code that I don't understand, you know? Although you know, I think I could wrap my head around this, but I have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions, and I don't know that there's enough time in the world. Like, I mean, I guess I kind of get this, right? This is defining the bounding box, the minimum position and the maximum position. We're getting the AABB. That's the point to check against. Yeah. Well, I mean, AI code, it's no different than if you guys are giving me the formula, right? Like, it's literally the same thing. AI can be like, here's the answer. You guys can be like, here's the answer. And either way, if I don't understand it it's this much code, like, I think that's bad to use. Yeah. Yeah, usually I'm the same, Roger. Yeah, this might help. I'll take a look at it. So this part takes the point, and if it is outside of the bounding box on each dimension XYZ, puts it to the max or minimum, whichever is lower. Takes the point to check. Why do we need? What's the point? How are we defining point? I don't understand that. What is point? The player? So like, why doesn't this just say player? You know, like, I get it. A static function, I get that. I respect that. The point is the player. Okay, all right, okay. Return vector takes the player position, and if it is outside the bounding box on each dimension, puts it to the max or minimum, whichever is lower. Clamp point to check against. What? Why are we clamping? Takes the point, and if it is outside the bounding box. So why is it clamp? Shoving the player inside the bounding box, and that point is the point to look at. Great. I don't understand clamp here. It doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, S-Funk. Yes. Yeah, don't understand this. Look at closest point. This function, where does that get called? It's not even in any of this. Get the AABB. Shelf to local, player global transform origin. Gets closest point. Closest local, AABB closest point. AABB player local. Okay, get the closest point based on that AAB and the player local. Only the front and back are also sides. Also sides. Gets closest point. Make sure we aren't collinear. Still don't. One of you guys explained it, but I don't understand it. I forgot what you said. Global transform origin distance to closest 0.001. Look at shelf. Well, we don't want to use look at here. We just want to return the Y rotation. It's a great tool. Dot product. Nice. I believe you. I completely believe you. I deeply, utterly, absolutely believe you. I really do. Like, my brain is a little bit appreciating more what that is. Like, it's gonna give me... It's interesting. The more... I mean, look, I'm thinking about it. Oh, there's AAB closest point. So we would say whenever I want that yaw to rotate, look at closest point. All right, I'll slap it in. You know what? I'll slap it in. I'll do it. It bothers me a little bit, but it doesn't make less sense. So I'll slap it in. So this would happen when we actually look at it and it's time for it to check to have us rotate towards it. That, I don't like the way it feels to just slap this in, but to be fair, it's a lot of math that stresses me out, and it would be nice to not worry about it. So essentially this would be in check yaw. An explainy video? I don't want an explainy video. Don't make an explainy video. Don't underestimate a hacky solution, okay? Don't you dare. So it needs a player and the shelf. Well, we already have the player. The player's the player. And then the shelf, look at all this code I'm slapping in. Oh, that's a good idea, Flip. You do have a very good video voice. So this could totally be a static function somewhere else. So we're gonna do that. Get it off of that script. I'm copy pasting the answer here. Couldn't resolve player class because of oh yeah, sorry about that. It's nothing. I don't think we're using the epsilon situation, so that's gonna, we can keep it in case I want it. You never know, I might. I'm gonna comment it out though. Okay, what's your problem with that line? Not declared? Oh, it's a typo. Okay. Alright, there's our static function, AAB closest point. Come to the player. Alright, so I don't want this to be a function. We don't want to say player, we're just gonna use this itself. As for the shelf, we would check the activatable. You can understand the closest point function, so if your position is bigger than the bounding box in any axis, just return minimum coordinate if it's smaller or maximum if it's bigger. Yes? Dot product sounds scary, but it's using player position and self position to obtain a direction, two-player direction. It's using player position and self position to obtain a direction. The shelf has an XYZ axis, which those are directions. Dot product compares the player direction to those axes. Also, a vector is just distance. Yeah. That I've picked up that much. So are you saying I could just literally write one line dot product? I don't know. It still sounds like it's going to be a little confusing. GDScript func using dot product to determine what facing a what direction something should what direction player should face to turn and face an object in front of it. Simple as possible, only code. Turn left, turn right. It should return a global rotation Y. That is 4 lines. That is 4 lines. Define the forward, which is the global transform basis Z normalized. Get the objects normalized the vector between the player and the object and normalize that vector. And then do atan2 on the forwards cross to object.y and the forwards dot. I mean, this is kind of not bad. I gotta be honest, this is looking a lot, and this is the kind of stuff I don't mind copying and pasting because it's vector math that I don't really want to learn. It seems unnecessary. This seems unnecessary compared to all of that plus the other function. Seems a lot simpler if it works. Like if this works, seems a whole lot simpler. Okay, flip. Okay, I'm gonna yoink this out of here. I'll hang on to it, but I'm yoinking it. If sfunc is right, that these 4 lines, amazing that you predicted the 4 lines, that this will handle the situation. I mean, you know, at least this, I can go back and look up things like dot product. I can go learn what cross is. I can learn what atan is because it's very right here. Instead of like trying to like construct a whole thing. I mean, if that's the way it has to be, okay, but oh god, I cannot stand Freya's videos. She's amazing, right? She's brilliant. I can't, like, guys, I can't emphasize enough how much distaste I have for math explaining. I despise it. And it's okay to despise it and be a game developer. We don't have to know all these things. I understand that it's useful. I understand that it makes a lot of sense to other people. And I understand that there are ways to learn it. With that said, I don't enjoy it. It stresses me out. It bores me. And I just want to make games. And finding formulas often helps me. Obviously, I run into these little issues. I could come up with the, you know, hacky way to do it and be on with my day. But if we can find some interesting formulas that are over my head and I don't feel like ever learning because the knowledge is out there and there are often methods that do this stuff for us, then I'm gonna do that. I'm not trying to low-level understand everything, right? I like high-level tools that help me achieve making games. That's my interest, right? You're saying even less than this? Is that what you're saying? Welcome, Murph. I'm coming across this a bit in Unreal Engine. It doesn't make sense to me either. Some of us just like, are not trying to learn math, and I don't think you have to know vector math and trigonometry. This is trigonometry, right? Like, you say it's high school math, but let me tell you, not everybody in high school takes trigonometry. They wouldn't allow me to take trigonometry. They're like, I think algebra is good for you. How about geometry? Okay. And I'm okay with that. Alright, then instead of returning it, let's just print it. Although we could set it to a variable angle to turn to. Would be nice to know what these things do return. A10 returns a float. This looks like another float. Nope, it's vector 3. Wait, you don't normalize a float. And this is probably the same thing. This is something I'm much more able to go back and learn and understand than, like, the other thing. What's your warning, pray tell? Yeah, we'll use it. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, let's see what we get. Let's see what it does. A10-2 returns to normal. Somebody knows. One of y'all knows the answer to that. I actually meant to put this somewhere else. Let's say... find... yeah, whatever, just to, like, get this easy to use here. Returns an angle and is the reciprocal of tan. Okay. Alright then. All I know is I know nothing. Well, I know a little bit. Okay, so we wanted this to print whenever the activatable is detected. We just say find job. Alright. So it should print it out when we bump into something. Jacksepticeye hosting a game jam. Everybody's hosting a game jam these days. It's the cool thing to do. It's a cool way for content creators to boost engagement. And they'll access a global position on a base object of nil. Right. Of course, obviously. That would be checked elsewhere but for the sake of this little test, we'll put in that. Alright. Come up here. Okay, that's saying 3.2. Negative 0.0. 4.5. What am I doing with this number? How does this translate into a way I can flip the player around? That doesn't look like radians to me. That looks like something very different. What has it returned? What has that returned? Is it radians? I don't even know what radians look like. Oh, that looks good! Wait, that looks good! Wait, that looks great! Hey! Wait, that looks really good. Wait a minute, this looks really good though. Okay, hold on. No, I don't know. Wait. Does it though? Radians can go to 2 pi, which is 6. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I never really noticed. I just slap them into degrees, so I don't have to think about the numbers. Okay. So let's see if this actually will work then. Let's see if this will work. So I'm not gonna run this where I was running it in this function. Instead, we're gonna put it where it belongs in here. We check the yaw, and in order to reset the yaw, we need to pass in the direction to face. So we can say direction to face is find yaw, and we'll have this return a float, and indeed, just like it had said, return angle to turn to. Unexpected indent in class by. Oh, okay. And then grab this, pop it in. We're gonna call it get because that's what you say when you do these kind of things. Yeah, it's just, you know, the other thing was like a whole way to do it. What in the hell is all this? Whereas this is like some nice math. What are we doing? Okay, this was said. Behold. Twitch character limit, crazy though. Alright, this should, in theory, do the thing, but will it work correctly? Let's see. So I'm gonna face this way. That was interesting. Seriously, no scopes. Ring. Ooh, look what I can do. Wee. Well, I might just be plugging it in a weird way, right? Like that's totally possible. It goes the long way around, right? Right. Before we were just setting it to 0, which was a lot simpler for it to get to. But I'm wondering if it's not actually degrees to radians. Wait a minute. It actually might not be though. Oh, that didn't do anything good. Where is she posted in Discord? Live text. It's near the bottom. Channel near the bottom. Wait, this is kind of something though. Wait, this is kind of something. It's just like going the wrong direction here. I could Google. True. Could Google. It's like so close. But it's whoa. Uh-oh. Godot. Uh-oh. Godot didn't like that. I don't know. It seems like not quite it. It's interesting. I mean, I don't think you can just flip it negatively. I feel like that's... it's more complicated than that. Add pi to it instead of negative? Whoa. It's close. I know. It's close. It is. It's really close. Absolutely. 100%. Player... yaw found. Or whatever. Oh, we can't run that after. Angle to turn to plus pi. Sure, why not? Maybe the rotate function takes radians. Yeah, wait, let me see. So the rotating is happening. on reset yaw, which is global. Oh yeah, that should be. Yeah, that should be radians actually. It should be. It should be. Well, then what I want to do, I probably want to do the pi stuff. In fact, wait a minute. Look, I should probably put the degree. What am I doing up here? I don't know. Okay, a couple things. Number one, you'd want to do that here. The degrees to radians, right? Atan 2 returns radians. Oh, radians 2 degrees. Radians 2 degrees. Nice. Wait, let's try that. Whoops. Oops. Alright, S-Funk. If this fails totally, we'll check it out. Okay, we're still spinning all around. What did it think it was? Y'all found -71. It should be 0. It should, like, this is gonna be 0. That's what it's supposed to be. It was no scoped. Like, the correct, I know the correct answer to this one. It's 0. Yeah, you're right. It shouldn't be degrees. Yeah, this should not be degrees. So, or radians. So we're gonna say, or degrees. Yeah. Okay. So if I'm gonna do this pi thing, we can put this here. All right, let's try this. Yeah, it's not. Oh. That seems like another bug, honestly. Maybe. I mean, it wasn't ever happening before. Oh, because it's flipping us away from it. And it's getting set to null. Because it turns us away from it. Which is not supposed to turn us away from it. So, yeah. What was the other thing? Someone said half? We're trying stuff, typing in things and seeing what happens. It's probably not gonna work. We should look at what us folks shared. It's a group effort now. Oh. That wasn't as bad. It's not that good either, though. Maybe I'm dividing the wrong thing, too. Alright, let's see what we got from S-Funk. Whoa. Object position, object global transform origin. Player position, player global transform origin. Cool, simple, understandable, reasonable, not blowing my mind. Direction from object to player. Got it. Get the vector, easy. Local axes. So we defined those. Object global transform x normalized is right. Wait. Interesting. We define a right. What is right for the object? What is up for the object? What is forward for the object? But we don't need left. How the object was modeled. Okay. Might be -z in your model. Got it. Understood for the forward. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Dot products. Why don't we need left? Left is minus right. That's true. And then back, I guess, is minus forward. So dot forward, forward dot. This is really helpful. This is very much breaking it down super nicely. We dot product the forward, dot product the right to the player. So the forward of the object, dot product to the player. This is really helpful. I like this a lot. Which is the vector. The vector to the player. Dot up, dot to player. Check sides. Okay, now we get a little wacky. If dot forward is greater than 0, player is in front. Otherwise, player is behind. If dot right is greater than 0, ooh, so it's always going to be like one of these. Could it be multiple? Use tutorial videos. You like breaking stuff down into digestible chunks. You did it. This is so digestible. All right, let me at least just hand out some special thanks while we're at this. Flip definitely deserves some special thanks, I'm sure. Give a Minecrafter some more special thanks. And then S-Funk, I will shower you with special thanks. You will be showered. You even got some math in there. What about the angle? Ooh, what about it? You're right. This is just telling me true or false if the player is in front, behind. But, well, what this does is this can just, I don't even need to worry about getting the angle, right? If I always put number one, if I always put the shelves in the same orientation everywhere, then I can just, you know, make this 0, negative 180, negative 9, or 90, negative 90, right? And if it's rotated, that could still be quite helpful because we could adjust, we could like add or subtract the, I don't even know, I feel like it would still give us that. But it wouldn't be relative to the player, so that would be different. I don't know. The answer is I don't know. You can try the A cosine since A-tan didn't work right. What are you saying? You're saying in that exact same thing over here? Just switch this like that? But that's different. And a Minecrafter, that I almost called you anime. That's different. I don't know what that means. I am completely fine with only having the shelves face a certain direction. I have no problem with that. Does not bother me. It's 1 dot, not 2. It's 1 dot. It's 1 dot, not 2. Oh, I see. So it would be like a cosine, and then just do this like that. I'll try it. I'll try it. Hey. That was really helpful as funk. Not bad. Not great. But not great. It's not great. Kind of the same result, actually. In fact. Okay. So beautiful and simple as this is, it's not producing a desirable result. So it's gotta go. It's gotta go. Maybe they're flipped. It looks toward the center of the shelf. Right, right. That was a problem one of y'all already had predicted. If it works, I like what S-Funk is putting out here for sure. So I need to get the global transform origin of each of them. Closest point function. Okay. I see that that has been typed and entered. I do. Use that with the function we already have. Okay, I'll try it. I'll try it. Where? Wait, where do I use it? Use it where? And what is it? Now I'm... See, I don't understand. You're gonna have to be more specific with me on that one. Be like S-Funk. You want to be able to look at it? Are you on the Discord? Can I paste it in there for you maybe? So you can see it? But I can put it up here. There it is. That's it. No, it's okay. No, you're good. You're helping me. And we're learning stuff. This is you keep it up. You're doing all right. You're on the Discord? I've dropped it in. Live text. It's down here near the bottom. Okay, so for now we'll just keep cooking with this because it's clean, super clean. Then we just need the two. Look how beautiful this is. I have no problem copying and pasting this because it's like, I get it. What are you trying to achieve once you have what type of player it is? Yeah. So I think everything's a little too broken to show you that right now. Maybe. Wait, let's see. Maybe I can show you. It's gonna take me a minute to restore it to make it easy for me to explain this. Just the best way to explain this is if I show you. I got you. So that defaults to 0. Oh, we don't even need that. We can just do that. Alright, let's see if this is back to the normal behavior. Yeah, what Flip said. So here I approach the shelf even though I'm looking over here, and I activate it and I move towards it. It automatically does that. Yeah, it is fun. I love that you guys are like enjoying that. It's fun to see you guys have fun trying to solve it. To see y'all try to solve it. Okay. Now, if I do that on this side, it's gonna face the wrong way because it's just putting 0 in there, right? So this only works with that one direction because I'm just plugging in 0 and saying rotate to the 0 global Y rotation position. So it's really good on this side, but anywhere else, it's gonna face the wrong way. So what I would do is I would say, if we're in front of it, make it 0. If we're to the side of it on the left, make it, you know, -90 or -180 or 90 or whatever. Now, obviously, this only works if all of the shelves are facing the same way, but it's fine with me. You want your player to face normal to the shelf based on which side the player's on. Yes. Yes. And now, look, I'm not opposed if you can help me make it actually like face whatever angle the shelf is facing, I will try to wrap my head around that. And that's what Flip gave me, but it confused me too much. It didn't feel like something I could look at and like understand easily. It was just confusing me a bit. And it just kind of seemed like a lot, maybe more than is necessary. So yeah, but I'm super fine with having all, because this is a game jam game. If they all gonna face the same way, that's okay. Sure, it would be nice if they could go all the other ways, but I'm behind. I gotta get this stuff done. So I don't really need to return a float here. Well, no, we do want to return a float because it depends which direction we want to go. When the code works, hey Mista, I'm a mad scientist, it's so cool. What are you talking about? It's some kind of reference, I'm sure. What does any of that mean? Too many spaces. I don't want these spaces. Alright, that's our, look at that, already all defined. Love that. And then this is just a matter of like matching these all together. What do you got? What have you done now? Whoa, 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 whoa. What has S-Funk conceived? Snap player to nearest side. I like the sound of that. Player node 3D, target node 3D. Object transform equals target global transform. We get the targets transform, which is different. We're not getting the basis anymore. We're getting both. We're getting the transform and the origin. Guy's kind of a scientist, but kind of a fake. Through a series of coincidences, manages to make a time machine. Love that. And then we get the vector between the player and the object. Okay, okay. So far, readable. Yeah, I guess I find the code from above, the other code that Flip gave. It was just a bit unreadable. Local axes, objects orientation. We do the same thing, right up forward based on that. That's all looking the same to me. It's a little, it is different, but we're getting the same. No, that's the same. That is literally the same. It is not different. That is actually 100% the same. Store all possible side normals. Ooh. An array of candidates. Whoa. Huh? What would that be? Oh, right. That's those. Whoa. I see. You're literally just taking those and plugging them in. Oh, that's so cool. So you find, relative to the player, what the right up forward sides would be. Oh. I don't need up, as far as I know. Maybe I do. But technically we could leave that out, I think. Find the sign whose direction points most toward the player. Best axis, candidates 0. So that's like default, I guess. We're setting those just to that as like a placeholder for axis in candidates. Set value to axis ... Wait, where is axis defined? What is axis? Oh, it's an iteration. I'm so sorry. You'll forgive me. Please forgive me. No, you got it. What is this from a Minecraft? Oh, the AABB clamp stuff? This is an interesting problem, right? Because it's something that could be useful in a lot of different contexts. And this is looking less horrid, I will say. I don't know why I prefer this. Why do I prefer this one? I don't know. Now we're just kind of getting into 2 different ways to do the same thing. It's cool. You guys are smart. Y'all have been refining this. All right, so it iterates through the candidates. It creates value based on that candidate, dot player, dot producting it to the player vector. If the value is greater than the best value, gotcha, that makes sense, then we update best value and then best axis. Rotate the player to face along that axis. So the value is simply for checking to see if it's, you know, above 0. This is really cool. Code was broken before because you were subtracting activatable coordinates from themselves, giving you a null vector. Whoa. So looking at Minecrafters, we've got defining the box. Yeah. I mean, I like yours, S-Funk. It feels, it's just different. I don't know. But let's see. Good to know. I would pick the best tool for the job, though. We define the bounding box, then we take a point if it's outside of the bounding box, blah, blah, blah. All this weird clamp stuff that is weird and scary and confusing. Although Flip did try to explain it in a video. You didn't even change any of that. Get your... Oh man, look at this. This is kind of crazy. No, it's fine. Forward. Oh, no, we just defined the forward. Okay, no, I see. Global transform basis C normal. Normalized. Okay, got it. Player local. Shelf. The position of the shelf. To local. I'm not sure exactly what to local. I think I know what to local is. It's taking it from a global to a local. I see. Relative to the player. Okay. We get the shelf AABB. We find the closest. Oh, internet. Oh, sorry, I missed it. Internet's wobbling. No, internet, relax. We're trying to do stuff here. Hopefully it was just a momentary thing. Ocean with the 3 months. Thank you. What? 3 months from Ocean, y'all. What in the world? Okay. Thank you. Dang. Make sure you got I know you do, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Make sure you got your Discord and your Twitch accounts linked so you can get access to that Monday Twitch sub stream. I know you're already a member, so you got that, but figure I'd say it. What? All right, hold on. I gotta stop this and sing you a song. That's the way this goes. You gotta contribute like that. You update it, maybe it makes more sense? Maybe. Oh, the song just ended. Of course it just ended. Alright, what's the next one? Can I sing to this? Oh yeah, we can probably sing to this. Yeah. I'm not a good singer, by the way. Oh, Ocean, thank you for subscribing. You had a nice motion, and that motion was to subscribe, and I thank you for that. Ooh, Ocean, making me ooh, because you did something great. You made the motion 'cause you're an ocean, oh yeah. Ocean made the motion and made me have an ooh face. Ooh, thank you so much, oh Ocean. You got a good motion, thank you for the 3 months, Ocean, Ocean, Ocean. You're welcome, you're welcome, I'm sorry. I really appreciate you for that. You didn't have to do that. I did notice that this is just ever so slightly off on the left, and it's bothering me. I need to fix it. I need to fix it right now. Boop, boop. Perfection. Ocean, you're a real one. Okay, you updated it so I understand it better. Is player X within bounds? Is player X within bounds? If not, move it in bounds. I still don't like it. It's wacky town. It's wacky town. Yeah, we do a little songs when folks are generous. Ocean has been a great supporter of the channel for a long time. And thank you everyone who's on Twitch. Like, obviously YouTube, love YouTube. Oh my gosh, YouTube feels like my home. We are trying to make the home a little bigger on Twitch too. So the fact that you're supporting there and y'all are being there is really, really, really helpful. Appreciate it. You're not that bad. At least you're not trying to sing in a pitch your voice can't reach. Sometimes. Thanks, Finch. Is player within those bounds? Put it in there. It just makes me uncomfortable. It's good. Like, it's good. It's just, this feels so much more familiar and consistent with other methods that I've seen and used. But this is good. I like YouTube, but used to watch stream. Yeah. I mean, look, Twitch is where so many live streams are. You know, bopping around between this and that and this and that. Wait. Oh, you got your, yeah, oh nice. Yes, using your highlight over there. Let's go. That's what that is, right? That's the highlight? I think that's what that is. Or is that a rejoin? Wait, I don't know if I remember what that is. Let me check. YouTube doesn't make it very clear. But it's something. I know it's something. 11 months. 11 months you've been a hyper. That's a long time. That's a very long time. Let's go. I feel like that's a highlighted message. I could be wrong. Alright, internet looks fine. It was just a little hiccup. No big deal. Feels like you don't know what clamp does. I do know what clamp does. I just don't understand why your clamp. I do know what clamp does. Clamp takes, clamp says, maybe, wait, do I? Okay. Clamp says, we have a minimum, we have a maximum, return true or false? No. No, make sure that the number stays within that minimum maximum. Stop, I know it. Minimum maximum clamp says that this number stays within that minimum maximum. Yes. And so if you bump up against it, it's confusing to me because you're like forcing the player into this minimum and maximum. Like, what if the player is outside of it? I don't know. It's like weird. I just don't quite understand why you would do that. You know, like if the player point is outside of it, why would I want to clamp it? Wouldn't I want to know that it's outside of it? Why would it become max? I don't understand. It's stressing me out. If it's smaller than minimum, it becomes minimum. Why would you want to do that though? Why would you want to do that? I don't get it. It's confusing. Why do you want that? Why do you want to make it that? You know? It's obtuse to me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Alright, so I'm just going to, I don't want to try to learn that. I'm setting the boundary. I don't want to learn it. I'm not interested. I don't. Oh, S-Funk. Okay, I do. I actually do want that. Alright, you know what? We're going to get the ChatGPT to do this one. We're going to take exactly what you did. Make this into real GDScript with comments. I can't keep slapping it in there. It's stressing me out. Oh my goodness. Wait, this seems like a lot. Also, this is... I don't know if I want your explanation. I feel like I kind of get it. I get yours. Yours makes sense to me. This is too much text. This is too much Imagine the right of the shelf. The closest point will be on the most right of the shelf. Same for if you're in front, the most far by the shelf. Okay. Not interested. Alright, let's copy this. You know what, I don't want it, that doesn't help me at all either. I want to type it in line by line, I decided. I can't, you guys, it's too much information coming from different directions. Alright, I'm going to keep this open in a different window and just type it as I go. I understand your Seth. I may not understand how dot product, just like what Roger was saying earlier. I may not understand what a quaternion does, but I get the idea of what it's giving me here, right? That's why I like sfuncs. Because it reads, it makes sense what you're establishing along the way and how that is feeding into a result. And I just prefer that. I look, okay. Okay, so we've got, let me make sure I'm looking at the right one. Now this is different. This, I don't think we need this for that one. For your rewrite. We do want, you also had us get, thank you for the cheer! 5,000 bits! Do you have to pay for the dot products every time? Do you have to pay for the dot products every time? What does that mean? Wait, why did that show up twice? Is that twice or once? I can't actually tell. I think that's once. I think it was a mistake that it showed twice. Thank you for the 500 bits. Oh, ocean, you gave a little bit. There was just a little bit of motion from motion. It was just a little bit of motion from motion. Oh, I'm so glad for the little bit of motion coming from ocean. Oh, it was a little bit of motion that came in from ocean. Oh, a nice motion from ocean, 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 ocean. Technically, store those values. You actually liked all the solutions proposed. Different levels of approach. Thank you, Ocean. Ocean keeping things afloat over here. They're free if you pass algebra in high school. Mervkin's doing an alien dance. Target, I'm gonna change it to target. Target transform equals, oh, you literally even renamed it to target. Except this is gonna be activatable. I mean, really, it should be activatable, but that's a long word. Those are the axes, not the dot products. Okay. Target transform is activatable global transform. Makes sense. Looks readable. We'll say target position. Same thing. Except we don't want global this time. We just want local. Interesting. That's new. Is that a typo or is that true? But that just says, oh, internet's taking a little dip again. Sorry about that. That number in the top left should be around 7,000 or 8,000 kilobits per second. Sometimes the internet wavers. We have a backup internet if we need to. I can also check to make sure the internet is not being used where it's not supposed to. Keep an eye on it. Hopefully it's just a little quick problem. 2-player equals. We're not at that point. I just gotta type it in, you guys. Let me type it. Target transform equals activatable global transform. Target position equals I don't know if that's a typo or not. Because we can't just say origin. Right? Can we? Oh, I guess we can. What is just... Is that real? This isn't real. I feel like you mean this, right? That's what that's supposed to be. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But I think that's what it's supposed to be. And then we have... Now we're getting the 2-player. Oh, but we need player position. Yeah, that makes sense. Got it. Normalize the target position. Then we get the local axes, or the object's orientation. Yeah, I got that. That's kind of nice, though. Targets, orientation. No, we do want it to be local. We do want it to be local. Okay. I see. I assume. Basis X normalized. We're just not doing global this time. That's the difference. Transform basis Z normalized. Target orientation on local axes. Then we want to store all possible side normals. We create candidates to choose from. That being an array that has either right or negative right, or up. Whoops. Up and negative up. Forward and negative forward. So it doesn't really, I mean, it really doesn't matter. It's just like, it's just gonna look through all of them and resolve. But this makes it a little more readable to organize it that way, is what I'm saying. Okay. Then we find side whose direction points most toward the player. So we define a best axis, which we just say is candidate 0, so we're starting from the lowest possible point. Same with the value. We start with a super low number that is obviously going to have something greater than, unless 0 is the candidate in this case. Then we iterate through the candidates. And we update a value variable to be. It melted your mind. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Axis dot to player. So we get the dot product from the candidate we're iterating through. I'm gonna call it candidate because that just makes more sense to me. For candidate in candidates, candidate dot to player. Then we check if that candidate's value is greater than the best value. So it's going to do some dot producting, which of course I barely understand, but that's okay. It's going to do some dot producting. And based on that, we'll find out if the value is greater than this, which of course it will be, but then we'll find out what that is, and it'll assign it. And I'm even going to change this to best candidate, just because that makes it a little more readable to me. And then if indeed it was greater than, we want to update that candidate to be the one. And then when we have that one, we need to pass it in. So we go to the player. Now you're doing a look at, but I actually want to do a return. Where we get the target position again. We add that to the best candidate. And we don't really care about the up vector. Expected end of statement, statement after return statement, fan identifier instead. Whoop! Oh, underscore. Okay. You get to see actual game devs help each other. Rare sight. Hell yeah. Kick off the hackers. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, at least the game devs I interact with are all very helpful. Okay. So that means it would be interesting to see what that returns. So reset yaws will return that. Let's get a print for whatever that happens to be for the sake of visualizing. Should still have a print in here somewhere. We do. The Wi-Fi, when you said kick off the hackers. Okay, I see. Yes, we were getting hacked. Get him out of here. I knew it. I knew it was hacks all along. Let's just say variable angle to turn to equals this. And then return angle to turn to. Didn't realize I wanted it exactly squared, normal to cube base. Ooh, there's a tweak! Okay, alright. While you think about the tweak, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta use the loo. I gotta use the loo. I gotta do what I gotta do. I gotta use the loo. I won't be long. I'll be short. Maybe 3 minutes. Something like that. I'll try to keep it around 3 minutes. Let's do 5 minutes. Let's do 5 minutes. Alright. I will be right back. If you got, look, if y'all need to, if you're co-working, whatever, stretch your legs. Go get yourself a snack. You know, take care of yourselves. It's good to take care of ourselves. So do that. Check in with your body, see how you feel. And I will be super right back, y'all. Check in with yourselves. I'm serious. Y'all need to check in with yourselves too. Alright? It's not just me. We all need to check in. Let me know. I will update. I will look. We'll figure it out. ChatGPT will figure it out. Sometimes you just gotta know when to let it go. Sometimes it's like, look, this is over my head. I can only do so much because look, like the math it trips me out. But y'all be understanding. Okay, we got some stuff. The Minecrafter says, I'm impressed by your solution, but I understand it much less. Oh, S-Funks. I think it's more useful if the player is in a position that's, for example, further forward and left than the entire shelf. In my solution, the player... Yours is like combined with flips, right? In my solution, the player will look at the closest point, which will make them look at an angle rather than looking straight at a face of the shelf. Oh man, why is it that I just get so confused every time I try to understand that? I don't know, just something in my brain breaks. It simply breaks. Okay, so I'm not exactly sure what change we need to make. S-Funk has given a lot to us, and I don't expect any more. So I'm gonna need to figure it out on my own. Oh, you just posted it? I see. Okay, that looks similar. Build a new basis coordinate system so the player is perfectly aligned with that face normal. Players forward should point into the cube face normal. Oh dear. Well, now it's starting to look like it could be a lot more than what flippin' a Minecraft came up with. Compute right vector using cross product. Recalculate up to ensure all three axes are perpendicular. Oh my god. Create a new orthogonal basis for the player. Apply it to the player's transform. Okay, hold on a second. Wait, hold on, I'm gonna take a bite of bread here. That is starting to feel a little bit less clear and readable. It's interesting, wow. Wow. So we're getting... Well, what are we getting here then? Is it not... It's not really a best candidate. Oops. Builds a new basis / coordinate system so the player is perfectly aligned with that face normal. Player's forward facing direction should point into the cube face normal. Here's an mind solution is 2 steps. Find the closest spot on the shelf and look at it. Yeah. I mean, this is very interesting. Very mathy. But it kind of tipped the balance to where I'm willing to understand what I perceive as a bit of an obtuse thing. Because that's definitely getting to be a lot that I have no idea what's happening. Players forward should point into the cube face normal. I'm tuning out from this. I'm tuning out really hard from this. You get the best candidate access, essentially the side of the cube you are on. Once you have that, you can face your player directly towards the cube face. This will work no matter how the shelves are rotated. mean, I guess that makes sense. We find the best candidate, the side of the cube you're on, and then you just find out how to, so this is all for figuring out how to face. Like, all this tells you, are you on the left, right, forward, back. It tells you what you're facing, but it doesn't tell you how to face it, sort of. Or like it tells you your relative position. I don't know, that's kind of, I'm getting confused. My understanding has shifted. The balance has tipped. The award may go to a minor flip. Grandmama. Okay. I'm gonna give a real good hard think about what they came up with, despite the sacrilegious comment out stuff. All right, we're gonna destroy that. We're gonna throw it away. The return value of yours is the player's desired rotation, so you can tween it. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. All right, I'm gonna slap it in here so yeah, I can read it a little easier. We're gonna replace these horrific JavaScript-y things. Not that I love JavaScript, but I just mean they don't work here. So we need a special function, AABB closest point, which I did already set up elsewhere as a static function. But it seems like this might be a little more slick. We'll see. Basically more steps. Explain how your solution is better. But not exactly simpler. Yep, the candidate is just strictly telling you what side of the shelf you're on. You then have to orient your player towards the face. I like it. I love it up until what side you're on. And the other stuff after is good too. Yeah, more steps. Yeah. Yo, S-Funk be explaining, for real. I really appreciate your explanations. Really good explanations. I see now that I understand that it only gives you the side. Which I could have worked with if I'm never rotating them. But the fact that what Flip and a Minecrafter gave will work with whatever rotation, and it's simpler. I need to do that one, I think. I can't understand a word you say. Yeah. I mean, having the S-Funk has that tutorial experience makes a big difference. I can't. It's true. It's correct. I understand nothing. Alright, let's see if this is really... I think this is the same. Actually, I don't think I need to change any of this. Yeah, it's the same. It is the same. Alright. So I actually don't need to add that in. Go back to the player. Put all this into get yom, which returns a float. Oh wow, it's incorrect. All right, now we're cooking. And this is gonna go to the static function. I will make an effort to understand it. I still don't really understand how clamping, like lying, it feels like it's lying about the player's position. Like, I guess so is the clamping, like, essentially assuming the player must be within that range, but if it's not, clamp it to it? Oh, you got a shorter one from ChatGPT? the competition rages on. Ooh. We get the global transform. We get the vector between the player and the target. We get all of the possible directions we could be on the candidates. It just like didn't make these into variables. Pick the axis most aligned with the player. Oh. Oh, whoa. Look at all this. Oh, that's not gonna work. Godot, GDScript, sometimes it thinks these will work, but ternary operators don't exist in this form in GDScript. So you have to tell it, do it without the ternary operator. So it might have shortened it, but it did it in a way. Here, I'll do it. It did it in a way that... the chatbots, they always do this. They always think GDScript has it, but it doesn't. Rewrite this without the ternary. It doesn't exist in GDScript. Alright. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at it. Getting the closest point on the box to the player. Okay. I see. Oh, that makes it make sense to me. Yeah, come chill, gamer. That makes it make sense to me. We're not trying to change. The player is irrelevant. The player is just, okay, I get it. We're looking for a point within the shelf. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. It's fun, got it though. Yeah, that's a me problem. That's a me problem. I thought it was clever that you essentially protected the player's position onto the face. Like, yeah, it is clever. I'm starting to understand it. This is not bad though. You're spared. You might have sent a paragraph about the I don't know why. I needed to hear it in that way. I think it just like looked weird to me. Like why are we clamping the player? Let's see, how did you explain it? Takes the point, and if it is outside the bound, isn't. Oh my goodness. Very confusingly said. Get out of my face. Alright. What it does is gets the closest point on the box to the player. Like, that just makes so much more sense. It is fun, gamer. That's fair. That's fair. Got it. I feel like this was probably what was more confusing than anything was this explanation. I think it was just like I was trying to follow like this, like what this big what and this is like boop. Boop. Very simple. It's okay. My bad too for not understanding. You know, not being able to like look at it and use my brain to like make it make sense, reinterpret it in my own way. All right, that is helpful. Sometimes you need to say the exact words so you can make the other person understand. Yeah. True. But now I'm like, which one should I do? I don't know. I have no idea. They both seem good. I feel like I kind of get so look, we have a simpler version of S-funks, but I feel like I would rather, now that I like get better what's going on with the AABB example, reinterpret it. You should have recompiled it. Well, exactly. I should have used my brain compiler. Let me see if I can make sense of this. So you also are getting a forward vector. That makes sense to me. So this variable naming is very obtuse to me. I think that's the other thing that confuses me, right? Oh, that sucks, gamer. Is that these very like S-funks quick chat, GCC or CLang? To the chatters who understand what you're saying, there's the question. Yeah, so I think that's the other thing that confuses me, is that S-funk really had very clear variable names to me. Like player local, at least to me. Activatable. Oh yeah. I thought the AMD GPU thing got fixed though. Maybe you need to update your AMD driver. That could fix it. Because it's also like, what forward? I mean, we know it's player forward, right? Player local. This would be player transform, local transform or something. It's a little long, but at least it makes some sense to me. Updated it yesterday. Darn. That's frustrating. Yeah, right. On the, it's like a PC you revived, right? Or a laptop you revived. Local origin is better. Oh, you're right. It says origin. Good call. I missed that. You're so right. Okay, now what is closest point what? Like, I don't even know how to interpret this. The point on in, so we closest AAB target closest target point to player. Obviously it's very verbose. But it makes a little more sense to me. Yeah, exactly. Did Philip say that? Oh, Flip did just say it right there. Yeah. Okay, this is, we'll say to target global position minus activatable. It's very verbose. Let's see if I can. Global position minus activatable to global. What is, okay, so we're taking it from local. The closest target point to player. What is these? So none of these are statically typed either. I mean, this is going to be an AABB. And I assume that returns a float. Let's see. Nope, a vector 3. Duh, I should have known that. That's okay. We do our best, don't we? Yeah, it's gonna look pretty horrible. We had a local origin and use it to calculate. We gotta turn it global again. Right. Get the player forward. We get the player local origin. We then define I'm even gonna put global in here. We define the AABB. There's gotta be a better way to describe this. Local target point near player. And then we take the local target point near player. We make it global and then normalize that. We're specifically finding the vector between the player and the target. Taking the player global position. I'm just gonna it just to me, as far as like learning goes, it's helpful. You can find my GPU brand new under $200. Users low as $20. Okay. Player projection on target. I don't like it. It sounds correct, but it raises the question to me, what's a projection? Like, I get that that's what we're doing. It's like we could just say, like, project player pause onto the object, the target's AABB, and determine where that's all I really got so far. I'm still trying to understand it. Local target point near player. Global player forward. Local player origin. Target AABB. It's definitely verbose. But it's something I feel like I can actually look back at and maybe explain ever. We went through this code and rewrote it. Might have gotten a few things wrong. Post it through Discord. This code? Oh no. Clean yours up to use 50-cent words instead of $5 words? What does that mean? What is that supposed to mean? I can't do it. I can't do it. That's fun. I bet it's good, but it's too much. It's too much. It's too much. I can't recalculate myself. We'll see. If I really struggle, I'll look back at it. Maybe one of y'all can look at it and be like, oh, that was a good name. You should use that, Lise. Local target point near player. You think yours is more readable? All right, I need to start over. We established the global player forward. We then established a local player origin. We established the target AABB. Then we find the local target point near player. And that's that. Then we find the global to target. Global vector to target. Yep, I'm breaking it down. Global vector to target. That's the global position subtracted from the activatable local target point near player, turned global, and then we normalize the whole thing. Now we're gonna find an angle. What angle? We're cosigning for some reason that I don't particularly care to understand. Global player forward dot global player, or sorry, global vector to target. It just is angle. Global rotation Y plus angle. What is this? I know it's an angle, but then we add it. So that's like new angle. Why are we adding it? Angle difference. Difference from what? I don't understand though what that means. Like the difference in angle between the player and the point? Is that what you're saying? I should really use a comment for that. Difference in angle between the player and the target. Rotation angle? Oh yeah, that would make more sense here, I guess. I don't know. Oh, I got lost. So we take the current global rotation of the player and we rotate it by the angle difference. Or we could, yeah, rotation difference does kind of make more sense. That does make more sense. What? yeah, okay. Oops. Okay. So first, let's just see if it works. Number one, does it do it right? Look over here. Non-existent function get AABB in static base static body. Okay, so we should. Right. We could. Can we get it from a collision shape? I don't know if a collision shape has an AABB. It might. I might have to create one for it, like slap a mesh in here or something. This is doable. This is doable. We can do this. Well, specifically the thing that it collides with is this. And you can see that collision shape is, well, that. So we could try to get its collision shape. See if that has an AABB. kind of messy, but well, we need a name. I guess we could try to get node on it and call it collision shape 3D. Look, whatever, you know. Let's just see if it works. Collision shape does not have an AABB. Oh, we can just look at get AABB and see what it needs. I think it needs to be on a visual instance. Yeah. Okay. So I do have to get a mesh. It would seem. Yeah. Right, but the mesh, it's gonna be a little harder to get to the mesh. But we can figure our way there. We can do it. It's just gonna take a little extra, that's all. But it's not bad. Yeah, I figured, I knew the mesh at least had it, but I was hoping I could avoid that. But we can try to get there. Because everything is like compartmentalized. So the collision is its own scene, the mesh is its own scene. They don't share the same scene together. So that means we have to associate the two with each other so it can go find it. That's all. So I could put a script on shelf single. That's certainly an option. Probably the best option. Feels a little ridiculous, but maybe it's not so ridiculous. I'm going to need the shelf to have a script. So, because the shelf is going to do stuff. So let's actually, I think this is the right choice. Because I'm going to want the shelf to like create a bunch of boxes on it. And this is a good way to get that started. Great, so then we can just identify what its mesh is. Now I see that there's two meshes in here. Why would you do this? Why have I done that? Is that like a mistake? I feel like that doesn't need to be there. I think that's a mistake. Oh no, because it's two shelves. It's actually two shelves stacked on top of each other. Yikes. I mean, look. We only need it for the bottom shelf, really. We don't need it for the top shelf, technically. Either mesh will work. It's ridiculous. Bottom, this one's top. Mesh bottom, mesh top. We don't really need the collision. It's gonna be a little tricky because the thing is you still have to get that. It's gonna be a little tricky. A little bit tricky. And this just kind of comes down to the way that I set this up too. So I could maintain instantiation link between Blender and Godot. Because even though we get that collision, that doesn't tell us what shelf single is associated with it. But what I could do is I could put a script on shelf collision that knows what its shelf single parent is. And then when we connect with the activatable, I hate exports, I don't like them. When we connect with the activatable, plus I don't know that that makes any sense here because there's all kinds of different shelves and stuff. I see what you're saying, but I don't like exports. I don't like them. They're not clear in code, and I don't like them. Shelf long collision, but I hear you. I hear you. If I was using exports, I'd be like, yes. Okay, so put a script on shelf long collision that knows what shelf it's associated with. It's a little weird, but it's okay. We're weird. So how is it gonna know? Well, it's just gonna receive it. Similar to like an export sort of thing. So we'll say variable parent shelf. And that would be set to, I don't know if I guess we can make a shelf class. It's not gonna be ref, but class name shelf extends node 3D. Parent shelf is a shelf. So then we do want to check the collision. And we'd say when this is ready in the tree, set the collision. Oh, we gotta rename that. I think. No, we don't. It's different because they have like shadowed variables look different than they used to. What does it look like if I do? Here, first of all, just call this something else. If I type in collision, yeah, so that is. It's different because they used to only in Godot 4.4 and below. This would only turn that blue color if you were shadowing a built-in. But now, it turns that blue color if you also have a variable that's called that. So I can't really tell that that's shadowing. But, okay. So we'll call this shelf collision. And for the sake of consistency, we'll add shelf here too. Okay. Shelf collision, parent shelf equals self. I feel like we should make this like a function or something. Assign parent shelf parent to assign, which is going to be a shelf. And then we can make a get parent self or get parent shelf that returns parent shelf. Okay. Then back on shelf single, we'll say parent shelf would be really nice. I mean, you could just make a shelf collision class. That'd be a lot easier. Then you could get your autocomplete. And I know you like your autocomplete. I like my autocomplete. I do. Because then we can even say that this equals shelf collision That's a long save. That's a long save. What'd you saving so long for? Okay. Shelf collision. Guess we should do assign or set. And not only that, but this isn't an internal function. We have the internal variable, but not the internal function. Okay, now we get the autocomplete, set parent shelf to self. Godot was about to not be your favorite engine anymore. Why? What happened? I already forgot what happened in the last minute. I have bad short-term memory. Very bad. Oh, we can delete all this mess. Okay. Probably. Hopefully. We'll see. Now, I go back to the long save. Yeah. I disown you, Godot. I could never. Never. Now back on the player, we're setting up the AABB. We're gonna say activatable, because that's gonna be a static body, which is still not quite it. So we actually still want to get the collision shape, and it's still not gonna be the get AABB. Don't do this to me, Godot. Oh no, you don't. That is silly. Can we actually do variable? But it's not going to be a shelf, right? So you're just going to have to let go of this. This is pretty unpleasant. I mean, the only things we can climb are shelves that I know of. So let's just assume that, okay? For now. And if I need to change it, I'll change it. Shelf collision is of the shelf collision type. And it equals this. This is not great, because if that fails, you're in danger. Just so you know. Just throwing that out there. I mean, what else would we want to climb? I don't know, a ladder? What about a ladder? What if you make a ladder? Do I plan on making a ladder? No, but what if I want one? I would like to have one. So no, don't do that. I refuse. I don't love what's happening here. This is disgusting. This makes me sick. Yeah, we could say if activate. Oh, that's a good call. That's a pretty good call, actually. Okay, I like that. I can live with that. Then we can check other things someday. Alright, I'm down. But also, that's not what activatable is. No. That's not what activatable is. Because activatable is the static body, right? I don't have the script in the static body. So I could put a script on the static body too. Alright, let me see if I make this make sense. So, the way that this is, we have shelf single. That's what makes up the shelf that you see when you look around and stuff. We have shelf single. Okay, shelf single is what is the shelf class. Okay. Then we have shelf two meshes, the bottom mesh and the top mesh. Then we have the collision. These are all instances on their own. Yeah, get parent. Yeah, we could do get parent, but it wouldn't be, it would be shelf collision. But yeah, we could do that. I kind of hate it, but we could. So yeah, then on the collision, we open up that scene that has the top level node, the static body, the collision shape, and this, which is actually deletable. So that we could do that. It feels gross, but we need to get this done, so let's do it. Hey, kind guy! Thank you for supporting. Thank you for dropping in and smashing that thumb. Ow! Oh, be careful. Don't smash that like button on YouTube too hard. Welcome, Kai Guy. Hope your day's going good. Alright, I'll do get parent. You're right. I'll do get parent. I'll do it. I don't like it, but I'll do it. If activatable get parent is, so it's going to be shelf collision. If it's shelf collision, then we actually want to say target AABB. We'll define it out here. If the parent is shelf collision, target AABB becomes, okay, can we, I kind of wish we could set it up here. Yeah, we could do return, like a guard clause. I'm still not fully convinced I like those yet. Not yet. Activatable parent. Some node. And that'll equal this. If activatable parent is shelf collision, target AABB. Well, but I would rather this actually be a shelf collision type. So I'm gonna call this shelf collision, which is typed to shelf collision, and make that equal activatable parent. No one said it was great, but it's what I'm gonna do. I know it doesn't, oh, indent. I thought I was gonna say type. I was like, I know, okay. No mixed use. Stop. Okay. Target AABB equals shelf collision dot get parent shelf dot get AABB. Final night at Granny like the monster knocks whatever shelf you're on over. Whoa, that's a cool idea. Now, remember, the monster can climb the shelves. You know, I did have this, like, balancing idea. Thanks, Kai Guy. Even so tired, physically and mentally, you must say, surely it will pass. Yeah, if you take care of yourself, set good boundaries, I think it will. I hope it will. Take that eyeglass position. So I did have this balancing idea depending on how the game turned out. So there's boxes in this game. Oh my goodness. And the player will be able to pick up these boxes and stack them to try and block the view of the monster. And I chug. I do be chugging, Kai Guy. I love to chug. No, don't use that. I don't like that search. Just do it co-ops Control F, and I wish it didn't. This is Milanote. I like Milanote, but I don't like that it does that. That bothers me. Leave my Control F alone. Okay, here. Optional balancing idea. No chugging. What's up, Encha? Welcome. Uh-oh. Whoa. Speaking of chugging, did the stream just chug? Whoa, did you see that? I don't know what that was. That was crazy. That was nuts. I don't know what that was. It's like a CPU spike. It's going good. How are things going with you? So the idea was that when the monster runs into those boxes, they fall over. You did! It was all you! They knock over those boxes. But I'm thinking that they could on the way that it works is, okay, I gotta explain. Let me just take a moment to explain the game a little bit. So the player is gonna start out over here. All right? Right there. That's where the player starts out. Just imagine that, okay? And then the player is gonna navigate through the shelves in the warehouse and go to the end, down here. And over there is a power switch. When they flip on that power switch, the lights come on and the monster goes into phase 2, where it's more difficult. And then you have to go back through the warehouse to now go into this exit, which wasn't available because the power was out. And this garage wouldn't open. But now it will open because you went in here and turned on the power. So I'm thinking in that second, the boxes are going to spawn in different positions. These red circles are representing markers, and each shelf is going to spawn a variety of boxes at those markers, some number of boxes in different places. Every run, it'll be different placements. And the player is going to be able to pick up those boxes and stack them. And then that's the only way in the middle of the warehouse to block the line of vision of the monster, because the monster can just see through those shelves. But if you stack boxes directly on top of each other, you can hide behind them and the monster won't be able to see you. That's the idea. And you can also, if you bump the box, it'll make noise, they can fall, so they're going to be rigid bodies unless you're stacking them, and then they won't be, so we'll have to figure all that out. Don't worry about that. But yes, the boxes will be on the shelves. You can take them off of the shelves and stack them and move them around and stuff like that. So normally when the monster runs into those boxes, they just get knocked over or bumped. So if you have like a little tower, it's just gonna knock it down. But the thing is, if the monster destroys the boxes, that's less boxes that you have to stack. So I could see, like, in the monster's more difficult phase, it would be nice if the monster destroyed the boxes. Now, I hear you're saying destroying the shelves. The monster's already going to be able to climb the shelves. But it would be way more fun and hype if it knocked over the shelf. The only thing is, that sounds very difficult. I guess it could just drop you, and then the shelf could animate tipped over, but we'd have to know which side should it tip over, which I guess we can reuse the AABB side. That feels like a lot of scope, to be honest. It's a cool idea, but you've at least given me the inspiration to have the boxes, let's say, stretch goal, monster destroys the boxes on collision when power is on, instead of just knocking them over. That's where, all of that to say, you've inspired me to keep that in mind. Which, by the way, while we're here, let's just add some, that was a little game concept special thank. That was a mine who said that, right? No, that was Vinge. No. Yeah, that was Vinge. And then I feel like we certainly owe a Minecrafter some more coding consultant credits. S-Funk, I never gave any. We're just gonna give you the same amount. Flip, whatever. Y'all just get 7. It's a long game idea. We in the short game for now. Yeah, exactly. Post another possible solution? Oh my gosh. Asking a Minecrafter to check it out. What? Yeah, no worries. Okay. Thanks for offering your help. It's all good. We got a whole mess of help over here. This is stressing me out. It's stressing me out. I just need one thing that works. All right, if the activatable parent is shelf collision, we update shelf collision to the activatable parent. Then we set the target AABB to the shelf collisions. Get parent shelf, get AABB. Nuts, but it should work. What's up, Rorik? Hey, thank you for supporting as you have for so long. YouTube just told you? YouTube, get those alerts out. That way it avoids dot and cross products. Nice. But so you're saying this is even okay, wait a minute. I like the AABB thing is cool, but then I wouldn't even like need the AABB thing. All of this extra infrastructure I'm setting up to make. So this is the other thing, right? You may have a simple solution, but does it fit my existing structure? So it's possible. Oh yeah, ring the bell. Rorik probably did. YouTube is probably just being a goof. But here's the thing. If S-Func solution means I don't need to do all this wacky get parent collision, get this blah blah blah. If I don't have to do any of that, that's kind of nice. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, the AABB works, but this would just, if it works the way I think it might work, it would save me a lot of trouble. Look at this. Look how small it is. Look how small it is. Well, that's part of the reason why I started streaming on Twitch, because like, well, at least, even though Twitch doesn't have great discovery, at least the people there know they want to watch live streams, and that's all that's there. I'm starting to get pulled back to this one. Because again, look, a mine and flip solution is good. Is it the right solution for my setup, though? This could also be useful for the spider code, though, right? The solution assumes the shelf is a rectangular prism, which is why it works so well. Spider, look, spider. We don't need all that for the spider looking. It's interesting. Okay. It assumes it's a. I mean, it is. It is. Yeah, it is. I mean, technically, the static body you run into is not going to be a rectangular prism. Like, technically, the thing that it's hitting and returning is not. But the overall shape absolutely is. What am I doing? Okay, do I have a version I can explain it? It's kind of hard to explain without a visual. Okay, let's see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can explain it for you. So, but guys, don't jump in with a bunch of suggestions. We've got so many suggestions right now. I'm just explaining it so everyone understands. Yeah, trying to look at a shelf. That's the short version. That's the very, very short version. Super, super short. I think we can just make that one change, and I think it'll actually put us at the normal. Yappin'. Alright, so I'm setting up climbing. We can climb up these. Boop, boop, boop. Come on down. It's great. We're climbing shelves over here. It's awesome. What? Love it. So one thing that can happen is the looking get really messed up. So we have to reset the yaw to face the front if you're not facing the front. Otherwise, everything is a mess. So if I'm looking this way and I grab onto the shelves, it automatically rotates me towards the shelf. Hey, come on, internet. Come on now, internet. So hopefully the internet is not chilled out. it rotates you back to the right direction. This is good. It is saying F me. This is fine. This works exactly how I want. Same thing on the way down. If I'm looking over here and I reach the bottom, it's going to automatically rotate me back to facing forward. And this is to make sure that the direction stuff doesn't go nuts whenever I mount and dismount the shelf, if you will. I might have to switch to our backup internet. We'll see. That should be around 8,000. If it's not, we got issues. So here's the problem. That only works if I'm facing it this way. As soon as I face it another way, that stops working. So if I'm over here and I press it, it's gonna face me the opposite way. So what we're doing is figuring out a way to make it actually check to see what, God, it breaks so bad. Trying to figure out what direction is it supposed to turn to face the shelves, regardless of where the shelf is facing. And so we've got a lot of ways to do it. We're just filled to the brim with ways of approaching this. And we have this interesting way where we project the player into the target's AABB and then see where within there it is and turn it to that position. How to fix that? I know, but learn more and fix it. Yeah. Look, that's what you can, if you join up in the Discord, head into live text, you can see a whole bunch of ideas. All right, hopefully it'll balance out momentarily. So yeah, so what we're doing is we're trying to fetch what direction should it be facing. That's fair, Entcha. Well, in any case, there's been two proposed solutions that are very interesting. One solution, again, it's about looking at the axis-aligned bounding box of the thing we're looking at. The thing is the axis-aligned bounding box is a little tough to get the way I have things set up. Oh, I might need to swap internets for a second. We got gray boxes. All right, hold on. Let's do an internet swap. It's being a goof. Don't behave on me. Don't you behave on me. 6467. Why are you behaving? Okay, it's not. I'm keeping an eye on it. I'm looking at it. I just want to see. Wait, it kind of looks like it could be... Nope, it's not. Nope, we gotta switch. Do an internet swap. Hold on a second. Don't worry, it'll just be a second. Look, we got some internet. It's not my fault. Fiber's coming, I'm told, in a few months. Here's what we're gonna do. Hold tight. Are you with me, guys? Everything's gonna be alright, y'all. Come on, we got this. All right, it's gonna be a little pause. I'm gonna swap the internets. We'll come right back. It'll be so fast. Don't you worry about it. You'll barely notice. No, not the good level design kind. All right, here we go. I'm swapping. So just make sure. Hold on. We gotta switch internets in the house. We're back, right? You see? All right, we back. You see, it was just a little pinch. It was just a little pinch. Not a big deal. You see? You just gotta have some faith. Have a little trust. We got 2 internets around here for this exact reason. I don't love that we have to have 2 internets. Hopefully we'll get fiber soon, and then I don't have to worry about it anymore. But that's out of my power. All right, so we'll chill on this one. This one can be a little goofy too, which is why it's the backup. But if it's more reliable, we'll be good. Don't put me back in the darkness. I won't. I got you. Well, I'll try not to. All right. Continuing on. So yeah, I'm gonna try switching back. We're back. I'm gonna try switching. I'm gonna look at this one. I'm sorry. This is wild how we keep going between all these different ones. I mean, I never even gave this a chance. We should try it. Let's at least try this. Okay. I still think this is way more obtuse given the fact that the AABB is hard to get. But since we're this far in putting it together, let's at least see if it works. So we got the AABB. We set it here. Local target point near player. We find the AABB closest to the player. The parallel universes switched. It's Dockley's. No, what are you talking about? What would make you think that? What would even make you think that? Oh, the arms are in front of me. They're supposed to be behind me. Okay, hold on a second. That didn't go right. Where are they? Honestly, I'm not even sure where they are. That's so silly. Hey, what's up, a Minecrafter? Okay, so S-Funk dropped a new version. And it's kind of very clean. It's very, very clean. It's really good. Okay, there we go. It's really nice. And so I got this set up, but I had to add a bunch of extra infrastructure to make sure to make sure that the AABB was accessible, and I kind of hate it. And it's possible that S-Funk's version might not need that, so I like it. Using an 8-year-old laptop when you have a PC that you built yourself with a 4060 Ti, but you can't bring that to your couch? Okay, bye. I mean, look, laziness is a valid thing. Yeah, let's give. Yeah, we're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. We will. Okay. But if I can avoid all this, I would like to. Global vector to target. I mean, this is pretty much it. I mean, what more do you need at this point? I feel like we got it all. Let's test it. Let's see what happens. Let's just see what happens. We'll probably get another error, and we can deal with it when we get there. Non-existent function, get AABB on node 3D shelf. Right. Oh god, I hate this. So not only do we have to do that, we're gonna say, what is the mesh? Variable shelf mesh. Okay, that's gonna be a mesh instance 3D. And that is going to equal it's not really shelf collision anymore though. Wait, activatable parent. No. This is what you want to set. Variable shelf itself is that. Yeah, if I can avoid it, I will. Yeah, it's better if it's simpler. Then the shelf mesh would be the reason why it's simpler. Good night and morning, Proton. Welcome. How you doing? What you been getting up to lately? No, I'm not doing get parent. Ugh. Disgusting. Shelf itself dot shelf mesh bottom. Now on that is where we get the target AABB. So potentially sfuncs would avoid all of that AABB fetching. Alright, look over here. Trying to assign node 3D to mesh instance 3D. Oh, it is. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Don't make me do it. It's so much because I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I'm sorry. Because remember, it's not a mesh. It's the top level node. Do take care of yourself, Proton. Get sleep is good. Get sleep is good. 7 a.m. You're a morning owl. My goodness. Sleep well. No, you're a night owl. You're like literally a night owl. Okay, I can't take it anymore. I'm sorry. I know we're so close, but that means I now have to. It's 5 a.m. there, RJL. Welcome. How's the space game going? Sleep well or else. I threaten you to sleep well. So then I have to like dig in there. Oh, it's so annoying. Oh man. Alright, I'll do it just so we can test your thing out. After all this time, I would feel bad if we didn't at least test it out. But I really don't want to. But I'm gonna do it. Because I'm also very curious to see if it works. So you actually don't want to put that there? Yeah, excuse me, these are not problems. It's just the way that it is set up. It's the structure. The problems are trying to get these things. Best copium. Best variable name ever. The shelf itself sells shelves to elves singing hell spells. Yeah. Yeah, this is really unpleasant to have to set up. Very unpleasant. Shelf mesh. This is stupid. I'm not gonna do it. No, you know what? This is dumb. I'm not gonna do it. This is stupid. This is a waste of time. I'm sorry. I bet your idea works great. We'll see. We still gotta test that to see if it even works. sfuncs. Yeah, I'm not gonna do this. This is miserable. This is a terrible, terrible feeling. So we're gonna pivot again. We did get some of it set up. We can keep a lot of the infrastructure, circle back if we need to. Might be a get closest shelf function somewhere. I mean, we could make that, but with sfuncs, I don't even have to. You know? I don't even have to do that. But yeah, you can get, but here's the thing, we can get the shelf, but what you're trying to get is a specific aspect of the shelf, which is the AABB. Now I will say this, hold on. Wait a minute. I will say this. That's what I was about to say, a Minecrafter. Yes, exactly. We could just come in here, create a mesh, make it a box, just so we can test it. I still would rather use sfuncs, but actually I don't know. This tips the balance again. Wait a minute. I don't know. We could just literally draw this here. Bam. Now we have an AABB. And that's all. It only exists to be the AABB. You know? Easy. Simple. The spider does... I still need to kind of fix it. It does go up walls, but I broke it and I need to fix it. I want to kind of reimagine how that works. But yes, it was able to go up walls, and then I tried a different system of using nav links. So originally it was just using like a whole nav mesh, vertical nav mesh, and then I started experimenting with nav links, and I think I'm gonna change it a little bit. So I need to reconfigure it. But now I'm making the player climbing stuff instead. We're going all over the place. RJL got some voice acting and it's perfect. Nice. I love the voice acting that you're working on in your game. It's sounding really good. It really ties the world together. Nice. You guys should check out RJL's game. Like, RJL's making a cool game, by the way. I describe it like serious Star Fox. So definitely shout out to RJ. I don't know if it has a wish list, if it's up there. Could go check it out. Back to learning. That's what your solution kind of does? Our solutions unite again. Yes. Just download a Godot and trying to set up a scene to test it. What? We got someone to join the Godot fam in some way. In some way. Even if you don't stick with it, now you're familiar with it. It's stressful because you're sure if someone you pay will do a good job, you're kind of disappointed with one of them. Oh, yeah. I mean, look, if you pay them, pay them, right? But you don't have to use it. But yeah, like it's friction, right? It's like uncomfortable. Oh, telling them to do it again. Yeah. That is tough. Wow. It is cool, Avenge. That's a tough leadership position situation to work out, for sure. Okay, I do think this solution is viable again because of this. And we can just call this shelf AABB. And in fact, I could not put that there. Hell, I could put this as a child of the static body. So it's just right there waiting to be found. Easy. Then we don't have to do all the mess. Okay. We'll see. We're gonna give it a shot. Going back to the player, that means we don't have to do like all of this. Bye. See ya. Goodbye. Bye. You can go now. You're excused. Thank you. Nope. Don't care. But nope. Well, nope. You know what? I don't care. Goodbye. Alright. Activatable. We do want to get a child. So maybe instead of... It's still a little goofy, but at least it's less trouble. And we're just going to call it AABB. We can make it better. If I end up adding a ladder or something, we can make it better. Saying bye-bye to all code. I know, it's scary. It's scary, but I believe we can do this. Oh, get node. Okay. And then while we're saying bye-bye, let me get rid of all this crap that I set up that I have no interest in. We can keep the shelf class. I am gonna want that at some point. Shelf collision. Don't need it. Throw it in the trash. Goodbye. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. Really? Wouldn't want to be you? Yeah, we got this. I couldn't do it without Flip, Spunk, and a Minecrafter. You fail, never coming back. I know, I'm not even committing these. No, it's gone. Get rid of it. Why are you saying... Okay, there we go. It is not on anything. Alright. Now, let's see what happens. Oh, I forgot to make them not visible. Okay. Look over here. Not bad. It's a little crooked. Oh, it's kind of crooked though. So we go this way. It's a little crooked. I think it's still looking for the center of the shelf. And it's turning me around the wrong way when I come back down. So let's go over here. Oh dear. It doesn't look right. It doesn't look right. If I come over here and we press E, it definitely seems to be looking towards the center. And then the problem is now, instead of going up, we're going like forward. Yikes. Oh, it should be printing. Something. Yaw found. It does seem to be finding the radians. Maybe just for the sake of ease, we could say radians to degrees, so it's a little bit more readable to some of us. To some of us. And I'll try to share the code that I have, so you guys can make sure I actually implemented it correctly. Okay. So there it says 90 degrees. It should be 0. That's the correct answer, is 0. And the reason why this fails is because some of us, is that an insult? I don't remember what I said. What did I say? Sorry. But yeah, 0 is the correct answer. Sorry about that. When I was resetting the internet, I forgot to do all the steps. I made a print singleton. I did. Yeah, so that is a debug print that I made. Oh no, now the internet doesn't look like it's resetting right for some reason. Why? And now I just took my partner's internet and they have no internet. Yeah, I have my own print that lets me just toggle it, basically. If we're on a release build, it won't have any of the prints that I use through the debug print. They won't show up. If it's a debug build, or in the editor, or I build it with a debug build, then it will show all of the prints. So it's just like an easy way for me to not worry about those getting, contaminating the release builds. But then the other part of it is, I could also turn this into a log now. I could save this in some file that if a user has an issue, they could send it along. And then now with 4.5 having backtraces, I experimented with being able to add in like an argument for backtraces. I haven't really found it that useful, but in theory it's there. And then I also checked out the new variadic arguments, so that way I now can just have a bunch of potential arguments. Maybe not negative Z, but just Z for the player forward direction, since it wants to put you away from the shelf. Okay. Alright, I gotta check this internet, hold on. Okay. I think it's resetting for real. I think it's resetting for real. I took my partner's internet and then I didn't reset the other one, so they didn't have any internet. Forgot your arms. What are you talking about? These are my real arms. I mean, they're not real because I'm not a villain. Oh gosh, it's all falling apart, isn't it? Alright, anyway. So you said make it not negative Z, but just Z for the forward direction? Those are some fake arms. Yeah, you got me. Okay, let's try that. I love that. Simple change, a little adjustment. Oh, and then let's look at what it's outputting. So we look over here. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, wait, that worked. That did work for a second, though. Thanks for the subscribe, Nthja. Appreciate it. Wait, that worked for like a second, and then it stopped. It did work, and then it stopped. And then that error is because we're not facing a shelf, and it expects us to be. Okay, if I'm over here, it's very conditional. Their AI arms, they truly gain sentience. So it kind of works, it kind of doesn't, though. Like, sometimes it does, but a lot of the times it doesn't. Most of the time. There, it worked! That one was fine. That was 180, which is the correct answer. This one's not bad either, just climbing up here. Oh no. It's still kind of weird. It's still flipping me in a wrong direction. I have no idea, Nthja. I'm actually a little afraid because, like, what are the implications? Because it also changes how we move on the shelf. All right, so that's how that turned out. Let's set that aside, and let's check out. Yeah, it's a little bit closer. I'm gonna put that aside, but I will share the code if you want to see where it's at and scrutinize it. So let's try Sphinx. Let's try Sphinx now. Yeah. Sphinx new reimagining. Yeah, climbing's not working. So what we're trying to solve is facing a particular direction. Let's say that. I'm trying to face a particular direction. Whenever with this current implementation, when I approach this and I'm not looking directly at the shelf and I go to climb it, it rotates me to face the shelf. If I'm facing this way, it rotates me to face the shelf. Similarly, when I'm climbing back down or dismount and I look that way and I go to the bottom, it rotates me automatically back to the front. However, that's only working in that one direction, only if I'm facing that direction. If I come over here and I do it, it's gonna flip me the opposite way. If I climb up and come back down and I'm looking somewhere else, once again, it faces me the wrong way. So what a few of y'all in the chat have been trying to do is come up with a way to get it to automatically know wherever we approach it what way to face it. And a way that Flip and a Minecrafter had come up with, at least with the way it's being implemented, seems to not be quite calculating it correctly. So now I'm going to try Sphinx approach and see if that we have any more luck with that. So we're slapping that code in, and we'll study it and see if we can figure it out. So this one uses erect, which is not real. It's not really erect. Convert player position to erect's local space. I don't understand. Oh, I see. Because it assumes that it's... I see. Got it. I see. You can assume at the active... So we can do the same thing, activatable AABB, which we can call it a rect if we want to... We'll call it an AABB for consistency. So we're going to get node... You're right. I don't like that word very much. It turned to be correct. Oh no! A rect. It sounds like, I don't know what it sounds like. Good call, Flip. So we're gonna not say that. We're gonna call it AABB. Activatable AABB to local. Quad, nice. I like that. We can say a rectangular I mean, that's what AABB is going to be anyway in this case. Yeah. No, it's understandable. I mean, that's what Godot calls it, is rect. What is this? Oh, this is a note. What does half extents mean? You remember Ebba? What does half extents mean? Oh, it's just the half size. You just used funny words. Okay. We just half it. It's the half. AABB halved. I'm just gonna say that. We are going to call it... Oh wait, we're not... Okay, so let's make it a variable. Variable AABB mesh instance 3D equals this, and then we say the AABB goes to local. We don't need this player thing. That's us. That's who I am. We call this AABB. Compute normalized distances along each axis. Okay. What have you shared? What is that? You're gonna have to give me more information. What you got there? What is this?
Welcome to the 8th video in my FPS
ladder movement
tutorial series.
Okay, nice. Nice. Interesting. Similar kind of stuff, maybe. We get a forward and up. Interesting. This doesn't look very similar to what all y'all are doing. Uh-oh. It almost looks more complicated. It gets the global transform. It affine inverts it. Oh, the GitHub? Nice. Love when y'all do that. The best. Why would you make it a download? Oh, because I clicked on it. That's what I clicked on. I'm complaining for nothing. Where's the script? .gd FPS controller. It's in there somewhere. Okay, we found it. We got there, we got there. These are getting in my way. Keep track of whether already on ladder. If not already... Gets the global transform. It does whatever affine inverse is. Multiplies it by the global position. We subtract the up from the down, the right from the left. Certainly looks like another way to do it. Yeah, I don't know what that is either. All right, let's RJ, this is nice. Let's keep this as a backup if sfunks also gives us trouble. So I'm definitely gonna give you a little shout out here and a special thanks for helping find that. That's a fallback if all else fails. I love that we can just say, right, ladder tutorial. I love that. We'll say Godot consultant. All right, but let's keep forward with this. Well, we now have that, a little safety net. Compute normalized distances along each axis. Divide by half extents to account for a rectangular shape. I'm just gonna I'll call it half AABB. Yeah, what is that? What is that? Why are you made it this way? I'll see if it works before I try to like wrap my head around it. Determine which axis is the dominant one, closest face. This is inscrutable. If nx greater than ny and nx is greater than nz, if that, face normal equals that. You're trying to find the distance from the center of the shelf using the player's position. The distance from the shelf using the player's position. Center of the shelf. Why do we want... Okay, alright. Why do we want the distance from the center of the shelf? I don't doubt that we do. Of course, because I have no idea what I'm doing. I might as well be getting this from ChatGPT right now, except it's chat, just regular chat. Snap player to face normal. Okay, but this is a little different, right? Because I'm trying to return something I can tween to. I guess we could change this. That would give the direction you are around the shelf. Back, front, left, right, etc. So right now, the current setup is looking at real. Wow, it is real. Currently it's set up where it wants a rotation to go to, but this is not that, so I would just need to actually fundamentally change the way this works. Which we could, I guess. I don't like it. Is there a way that this could give me just the I guess I could ask the chat GPTs to figure that. I can figure that one out, right? Surely. Reconfigure only the last line to instead return a global rotation Y. Might be a way to store that value as a vector 3 to face the player. Is that what I want? Reconfigure only the last line to instead return a global rotation Y. Facing directions are always a vector 3 in any game engine that is 3D. Okay. Figure it out yourself. I mean, look, I'm not figuring out anything. Chat is giving me the code right now. This is no different. It's the same thing. But we're gonna see if it works before I break it down to understand why it works. Assuming it does. Now, this is not exactly what sfunc did, so we shouldn't be surprised if it doesn't work. Oh, that was clean. Oh. Wait, hold on. No. Oh. Wait. It is running this. Pog. We gotta throw some more tests its way, but this is looking pretty good. Make that a float. Have it equal this. And then pop that in. So we can at least get a print of it to see what it's outputting. So the correct answer when going from this angle is 0. Oh yeah. Okay. So what if we go from the other side? I'm scared. Oh, it just flipped at 0. Oh, guys, I don't think it's working. I think I'm not actually using the right code. Okay, hold on. It gave 0 both times. I mean, it has to be calculating that. We know it because it's printing it. When building games, it helps to be a good learner. Thank you, Schooly JB. That's so nice of you. I mean, that's what I'm here to, like, share, you know, is my process, even though I'm not, like, an expert. I stumble through it here for the world to see. Okay, you guys aren't the world. Everyone is watching you. Well, it's probably the ChatGPT part that screwed it up. Thanks, Schooly. What do you get up to? You dabble with some game dev stuff? So I'm kind of curious to just return what originally sfunc had. It's weird here, but that's like what I'm trying to find. But I hear you that it's weird. I mean, I can change it. The only reason I could change it, I could try to use this. Here, let's try to do it. The only reason I don't want to is because I just have to rewrite something else. But let's see if this works. What as sfunc intended it. Let's give it a shot. Okay. So we're actually not going to return anything. Or we will. We will. Here, cut this. Function type is float. Oh, right. Ugh. Okay. I gotta change this. You do a little bit of everything. Freelancing web developer who builds games and websites in JavaScript. Nice. I'm learning JavaScript right now. I like it. So much you can do with JavaScript. Puzzle/brain teaser games. Yeah. Yeah, do so, Schooly. The Discord, too, if you're a Discord person. We got places for sharing your projects, and you can get feedback from others and share a whole bunch of them and stuff, if you want. That's awesome. Let's go. I'll be doing JavaScript again in October. I like JavaScript. Don't be a meme lord. JavaScript is great. Okay, so we'll just forget the return for now. A fix for yours and Flip's version. Okay, we have it ready to. We can I can just comment it back in. We've got them both here. The only thing I have to change is either we do this or the other. It's well, you pretty much here. I would recommend making this a different function. More in line with what Seth was originally envisioning. I think that's going to be a little easier. Placing in Discord, no idea if it helps. Welcome, Insane. Fashionably late. Calculate the direction the player should face. Target forward. Optionally store it for later use. Apply it immediately. Wait, what is this fixing? Is there a problem? Because I haven't really even tested it yet. Your version never got tried? Wait, I thought mine's version was your version. This stores it? It should just be a float. What is set meta? No, I thought we did try yours. I didn't know that we didn't try yours. So, things have changed enough that yours might not work anymore? Metadata. Elmer Rose friend Thomas helping him get some metal shells for his new home. 2-hour drive to Alabama to get them, so was doing that today. That sounds like a nice experience. It's so nice of you to help out. Helping people like move something. I love that. I'll try a flip. I didn't realize that we didn't technically try it. I didn't know. Okay, we're gonna move this here. Okay, comment that out. But we're also updating this. So would I just get the Y from target forward? I'm a little confused how this gives me, cause see how like theirs gives me a float? That's like the Y rotation. Use Godot's built-in lookout function to not have to do math. Nice. That's a lot of versions. We're rich in versions here. So yeah, I'm still a little confused what we're getting here as fuck. You don't have to use that last snippet of code. The last code is strictly for storing the vector 3. I'm a little confused. So then what I want, this? Because it should just be one thing, like a one float, like the Y float axis situation, if that makes sense. So target forward Y? It's supposed to be like a rotation. I'm just a little confused, if I'm being honest. We can print this, I suppose. So I don't know if it makes it more clear what is happening, but what it does is it tweens the global rotation Y and only the Y. So it rotates the yaw, it turns the player's Y global rotation. So ideally, the only value that I need is that one. And part of that is because I'm also turning the head, and I want to be able to apply that neatly to both of them. But maybe your target forward does return that? Also drove through my old hometown, which looks very different now due to the tornado, but at night it looks just like it used to. Going down the street I used to live on felt like I got teleported to 10 years ago. I think that's good for your brain and your like processing of past traumas. Wow. I remember you sharing pictures from the house after the tornado. It's so weird that like the tornado hit and then it just never recovered. I've noticed that tornado damage often in a lot of places tends to just stick. Kind of nice, maybe it was like a little sentimental in a nice way. Looking at method uses a vector 3, which I assumed you could use this to tween from curve facing. I could, yeah. Yeah, I could do that. I just don't want to, but I could. It's just, I just have to it's like more work. Takes a long time, especially for trees to grow back, even if they do, if they even do. Yeah. So I'm gonna be honest, I'm really confused. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. I don't know what this is for. I don't know what it does. I don't know why I want it. But let's run your code and see what happens. So I don't think it's gonna tween, but in theory it should snap. It certainly snaps somewhere. It doesn't look right. It doesn't look great, you guys. I just need to do the hacky solution. Should I have done the hacky solution all along? Alright, we'll try Flip's version. I'm open to the backseating on this one because I just like I don't know, I think I'm just gonna do the hacky version, you guys. This is all not going well. Fix it later. I think for me, my trauma was solely related to my mother rather than the place I lived. I love that house and the town there. And fair. Gotcha. Nice. Try to change all the locals to be local to the target mesh, not the shelf itself. Don't know if yours will work. Alright, I know it's pushing that back even further, but I am going to try a mines because it's very similar to what we already have, so we can test it a bit more directly. It's fun to see what you guys are coming up with, you know? Even if it's confusing for me to try to implement. Okay, so wait, what was different between these? Here, let me copy this. Let's see if I can notice the difference. So you've added in a target mesh. Based on the AABB. So you just moved that around. That's all. That's the same thing, basically. Same thing. You just made it neater. Love that. doesn't look different though. It looks the same. Maybe I'm missing something. But other than just changing that now there's a... Yeah, it doesn't look different, but let's try it. Maybe I'm missing something. Only confusing because learning. That's true, math chat. It's you know, copying and pasting. Maybe that's learning. Okay, that worked nicely. That was good. Wait a minute. That was not bad. Okay, okay. Big test. The other side. Okay, so the controls are messed up. I have to make sure I make the controls... Oh, dang it. Because the controls are like different since we're rotating a different way, I guess. I'm not really sure what that's about. Oh, it's still just a little off. Sometimes it's right, sometimes it's not. So there I thought it was negative 105. It should be negative 180. Okay. Flips. This is get yaw a mines, and we'll make a new get yaw for flips. Are you moving the player rotation instead of the camera rotation? It's the player and the head. It's always been that. That's always been the plan. Is player movement based on the camera view? Player movement is... So, here's the thing. The player rotates. Hey, what's up, Mr. Friend? You make puzzle games. Got the Discord so you can go there tomorrow and share? Yeah. Then the panels on Twitch. Let's go on down there, or even on the links on Twitch. You can find the Discord from there. So, this is the rotation of the player. Right? And the horizontal rotation, when we're climbing, is rotating the head. When we're walking, it's rotating the entire player. So that's when we're looking around. So this is why when we are facing, let's say we're facing the shelves, but we're not. We're over here. If we're over here, not looking directly at the shelves, but we can activate it, it's going to rotate the player to face it, because the player might not be facing it due to the fact that the player is facing a little off. So it needs to move the player to face it. Yes, it's the head, not the camera, but the camera's in the head. So yeah, so it's both. It does both. It both rotates the player and it rotates the camera. Both of them. And then for the movement, when we're climbing, it's just updating the velocity Y based on the Z direction input flipped, which is pulling in the direction based on transform basis. So that is relative to what way the player is facing. And this is just using like default Godot direction setup. Camera in the head, yeah. Skibbity toilet up in here. So what happens when we reset the yaw? We're tweening two things. We're tweening the player yaw, and we're tweening the head yaw, which contains the camera. We're resetting both of them to face forward. or the forward that it's supposed to be. Facing towards the shelf. That's it. But since it seems like this wasn't understood, it makes me think that maybe everything isn't gonna work. And maybe I should just do my hacky solution. I'm very happy doing my hacky solution. But it's also been interesting to go down everyone's paths. Sometimes I'm like, I don't want to go down your path. But this has been really interesting for sure. Okay, so let's try Flip's original old 84-year-old version. Is the y-axis of the shelf pointing up? Yes? I don't know what that means. I'm gonna be honest with you. What's it mean? Is the y-axis of the shelf? How would I know if the y-axis of the shelf was pointing up? I'm not sure what those words mean. What does that mean? So, this is the thing that it's looking at. The green axis. Yeah, I get that. But what do you mean by pointing up? Like, it's just at 0. What does pointing up mean? Like, it's... What else would it be? Right, but what else would it be? What does that mean, pointing up? What else would it do? It points up. It's the y-axis. I don't understand. What does it mean? You speak in tongues. It's a y-axis. It's 0. If we rotate it, things happen. I don't know what to say. Y-axis can look down. Alright, well, you tell me. There it is. What do you want me to say? It's looking. It is what it is. Alright. So we're gonna grab Flip's thing. I think your answer that you're looking, the answer you're looking for is yes. I believe. I believe yes is the answer. Pretty sure. Okay, we do have to rename all of the things, but yeah, I mean it's up. Yes. I mean we could just fetch the forward vector, I guess, to find out. Okay. So I'm gonna have to do a little reconfiguring, but hopefully not much. Yeah, it points up. So we do have to fetch this here. We need the target mesh and the target AABB, which is that. Don't need the player reference. I don't think that's what you were doing. Shelf is the mesh. So that is the AABB in this case, right? Wait, what are you doing? Oh god. You have shelf box, and then you have shelf, which is different. Okay, got it. Only how this is the power type this direction explains so the shelf is pointing down. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay. Alright. So this is actually supposed to be the target mesh. Well, this is actually a little confusing, isn't it? No, this isn't. This is target mesh. That goes there. I could. You're right. Ugh. You're right. You're right. Ugh. I don't like this naming. But, and it's silly. I gotta reference itself. Ugh. But you're right. You're right. You are right. Okay. Reset yaws. I have very little confidence it's gonna work, but what if it does? What if it just does? Then I gotta plug all this in. That was a really good suggestion. That was a very good suggestion. Can you tell I'm exhausted with trying your guys' solutions that aren't solving it? You guys are awesome. All of y'all are awesome. But I'm just like, this isn't gonna work properly. Okay, self. I've become jaded. And then this would be... Yeah. No, it's good. No, you're good. That was a good suggestion. That was a really good suggestion. It is like ChatGPT. I know. It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. I mean, again, it's been interesting. It's been interesting. But I think ultimately just what I was going to do is going to be fine. It is like ChatGPT. No, that's exactly right. Because the thing is, like, I'm going to have this and I kind of get it. I get this. I do. But it's still going to be, like, uncomfortable for me to come in and modify. Yep, that's right, Spunk. Very true. So, we come over here, and we say, yeah, try your best this time. Here's the final last fix. I understand your frustration, and you're right to point that out. Oh, God. 2025. What have I done? Can I get the return value of call because it returns void? Oh, you didn't make it return anything? It does. Oh, but I see. Returns float. There we go. Unexpected indent. Okay. Great. Closest global not declared. Is this... It seems like a typo, I'm guessing. You tell ChatGPT, think really hard and take a deep breath. It actually does perform better. Is that true? Are you joking? Is that supposed to be closest spot? I'm guessing. Okay, this function does not exist. It actually is this. Okay. Oh no, don't do this. Oh wait, no, you did create that. What? Oh, okay. Oh, you did have that function in there. Well, whatever, I don't think we need it. Because this is the same thing, right? Alright, let's see what it gives us. Humans do better if they take a deep breath first, so it's copying us or something. What? It is a vector 3. Oh, you didn't static type anything. You're able to get your test project to work, so don't do something with the way your player controls his camera. Interesting. Thank you, S-Funk, for your help. It did work that way in the test project. Would you be down to share the test project in a GitHub? Yours returns a vector 3. Okay. So we'll just make it Y. I think you're alive. Were you not alive for a second? Did something happen? Did something go wrong? Okay, alright, this looks good. That looks good. Check the other side. Okay, that didn't not work. It just went the long way. It lost a chat message. Oh, it might be set to top chat, not live chat. Oh, I don't even see it. I don't see any message from you, unfortunately. Even in live chat. Yeah! Look! Oh. What are you doing? So, we activated it a little too far away. Okay, that looks great. Come over here. It flips us around. And then a bit of a problem with that is the timing kind of breaks. It's not expecting it to be that way, but it is facing the right way. Let's see if it faces the right way here. It does. It does. There's some things that aren't quite working right. Yeah. It's a separate problem. Yeah. It's YouTube's fault. YouTube's fault. But it's going the right way. Other than, you know, spinning all the way around. Flip had the answer a long time ago. So it's doing opposite movement directions, but I mean, it works. That's the other side. Wait, that time it didn't go all the way around. In service of training the Kaige AI. It works. It just flips us all the way around. I think you won the Code Wars. What's hilarious is you gave the first thing. And everything from there was just imperfect. No, but honestly, Spunk and a Minecrafter, y'all are awesome. Flip was just writer. Flip lives up to their name, flipped. It spins all the way around. Okay, well now he's gotta fix that. This is pretty nifty. This is kind of very nifty. I would like to see what it's returning. Would be nice. Just out of some curiosity. 180, nice. Negative 179. So it just needs to like decide. And then it's doing 180. It is funny. But I don't know. But see, this is so going back to what RJ said, it is back to like ChatGPT. Because I don't even know how to fix it, right? Because I don't really understand how you've done what you've done. You've given me the code, but if there's an issue, I'm helpless, right? Which I despise. Not Flip. Okay, so some things that I don't like about this. We'll get rid of all this stuff to clean up our area. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Alright. Let's give it a look-see. Alright. Would be nice if I could refactor this though. So that'll help me go through it. So get her yaw. Calls get yaw, which returns a float. So what do we need? We need to establish our target AABB, which is the activatable get node AABB.getAABB. Then we put the player in shelf space. We say player local origin, and that equals. Now it's not the same as the target AAB, so we do still need the variable target mesh, which will be this, and that's a mesh instance 3D. We say target mesh get AABB. Player local origin vector 3 equals target mesh to local. Oh. We don't call this player because it's itself. I think I'm doing this right. Local space closest spot. And the box is the AABB. So we are finding the closest point on the AABB based on the target AABB and the player local origin. And then we get the local space closest spot. I don't really like that. You know, it confuses my little head. So it's gonna be... See if I can remember. Target point closest to player. Then we say spot player sees. Interesting. I'll put that as a comment. Closest point becomes, this one is the mesh, right? You can correct me if I'm wrong. Because we're not looking for the AABB, we're looking for the mesh itself. We're changing its local point. Local point, vector 3, returns the local point converted from this node's local space to global space. Okay. So we're giving it the local point converted from this node's local space to global space. So this node has... I don't really understand this, if I'm being honest. I don't really get what this means. Or this. Like, we're saying that this... giving it the spot the player sees in its local space and then getting the global position. I don't get it. I'm gonna see if a chatbot can explain it better to me. Because we are in shell space. I don't understand. Simple words, layman's terms, what does it mean to do to local or to global? Here's what I think it means, but is probably wrong. The node has a point as a central point that is being changed to the parameter. I know this is wrong. To the parameter point based on local or global space. I don't really know what to say. Getting the global position gets us out of shelf space. But I'm saying I'm trying to fundamentally like understand what too local and too global are doing. Global space equals the world map. Every object has a position in this one big shared coordinate system. GPS coordinates on Earth. The object's own local space is the object's own personal coordinate system centered on itself. Standing in a room, for you, forward is always the way you're facing, even if the room itself is rotated inside a bigger building. Whoa. Okay. That is honestly tripping me out right now. But okay. Flip's version, the original version that Flip shared, works pretty damn well. It only has a little bit of an issue where it takes the long way sometimes when it's spinning you around. But I gotta be honest, it works really well. So now I'm just trying to learn, really dig in. Because before, you know, we were seeing, does a mines work? Does Sphinx work? And now that Flips works, now I'm gonna dig in to actually get the different components so I can learn something. Shelf space is like dropping the player into the shelf scene. XYZ coordinates are gonna be different. All right, I get that, but that's not helping me. I need to understand the fundamentals before I try to understand like what's happening. I mean, I can kind of get what's happening, but I'm more interested in the components that make it up. I feel like I'll read back what you're saying and it'll click eventually, but I want to know how these functions are working. Because if I'm just glossing over that, it's stressing me out. Like with more of the like dot product stuff, I was willing to skip over that, but this, I kind of don't want to. As an analogy. Yeah, I'm still kind of confused what shelf space is. I get it, but I don't get it. Blender has same concepts. There's the world global coordinates for each. Yeah, well, I get that. That makes sense. But what I don't understand is how, what I'm trying to understand is how the point relates, that you're giving it relates to the point that it already has. Okay, because it's like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like a target mesh already has its own local point, right? It has its own origin. This target mesh, hey, I'm a target mesh. I have a point, right? So then what is this? Is this saying have a new point? What is this? What does this have to do with that? I don't get it. I don't get how this connects to that. I get that things, and I get that there's like the world, right? And I get that there's a local. But I don't get what this has to do with that. I don't understand. That's what I'm trying to understand. Let's get through the code first. So the look at it, all that it does is it does math. It's not, I don't think it's actually doing anything. But I could be wrong. We'll see. I'm almost at that point. It's saying, give me the coordinates of that. If, oh, internet's being a little goof troop. We'll see. Hopefully it's okay. It's saying, give me, whoa. Oh shoot, it got deleted? Dang. Oh, did I like drag it and drop it somewhere? You know that's what I did. I hate when that happens. It's somewhere in my OBS list. Well, we'll just make a new one. We'll just make a new one. So the internet's goofing. Could be the phone was on it. And source, window capture. Hold on a second. Just a second. Wait, it's not gonna capture itself. What, it's gonna capture itself? Come on now, that's crazy talk. Wrong. We wanna get... Sorry, I'm doing something else. The internet looks fine now, though. I moved the internet check somewhere else. Whatever. I don't care. I'm gonna ignore it. I don't give a crap. We'll deal with it later. I don't have time for this. Don't read this stuff till later. Okay. Okay. It's saying, give me the coordinate system of that if the coordinate system had the mesh point as its origin. Give me the coordinate system. Give me the coordinates of that if the coordinate system had... Okay, that's very helpful. That's very helpful. So, target mesh has a local point. I'm saying, what would its local point be if the global point was this? And this is saying, I target mesh have a local point. This is very confusing. I still don't understand. I'm sorry. So to local global point. Take this world map coordinate and tell me where it would be if I described it in this object's personal coordinate system. That's basically what she said. If the player is at 10, 0, 0 in world space, but relative to a rotated cube, that might be 2 units to the left, 1 unit forward in the cube's local space. Okay. Take this coordinate that only makes sense inside the object's personal space and tell me where it actually lands on the world map. This is really hard for me to wrap my head around. This is really confusing. Two and 3 is the part where we put the player in the shelf scene, kind of like making the shelf the parent. 216 says get closest point as if the player was in our local scene. That's so confusing. Is anyone else confused by this? Am I the only one who finds this confusing? Am I like a weirdo for being puzzled? I have like aphantasia, like it's very hard for me to visualize things in my brain. So I feel like I need to draw. I have no idea what you people are talking about. 2 and 7 says I got this point that's local to me, convert it to global coordinates. Alright, but I don't know what I'm drawing, so we'll see what happens. Aw, jeez. So, in this case, we have a shelf. And we have a player. A shelf and a player. Those are 2 things that we have. I don't know much, but I know that. But not only do we have that, we also have a world. These are things that exist. Shelf, player, and world. We put the player in the shelf scene. Like making the shelf the parent. Yeah, it just worked. Returns the global point converted from global space to this node's local space. So if we're saying the world origin, take the world's origin and make it local to the target mesh, or take the target meshes. Write this as a simple sentence. Give me the player's world position, but expressed in the target's mesh's own local coordinates. Oh, right, it's not the world, that's the player. Right. Expressed in, what does that mean? Expressed in the target mesh's own local coordinates? What does that mean? Put player's position into the shelf scene. But what does that mean? Okay, we put the player's position in the shelf scene, so what? I mean, I guess if I were to try to think about it, like, I think I see that happen, I guess. Like, let's say I have a box here. Okay, there's a box. It's currently at 0, 0, 0. Now, if I duplicate that and we change the mesh to something else, this one is going to be a sphere, naturally. Okay, this one is sphere. Great, we got a box and a sphere. Now, the sphere, I'm going to move up. Okay? Now, if I take that, so we see that that box has a transform of 0, 0, 0. If I take that box and I make it a child of the sphere, now it has 0, -1, which is what the sphere has. 0, 1. Well, see, that's kind of weird, right? So it's relative to the sphere, that box is y -1. Relative to the world, it's 0. As soon as I make it a child of the sphere, now its y is -1. Is it sort of like this? Like imagine the box is the player and the sphere is the shelf. I'm taking the player or the box and I'm putting it inside the shelf or the sphere's world space. And then we're fetching the value, the vector or whatever, the information, the point we're trying to get. It is like this. Okay. Okay. That's helpful. Now, which one is which? Too local versus too global. Which one represents either putting it inside or putting it outside the sphere in the box? So, if we're saying target mesh too local global, like, how's the analogy fit? Shelf is the sphere in this case. Okay, right? Player's the box. Right? Putting player's child to self. Right? But is too local is putting the player as a child of shelf. Okay, I see. If I put the box here, that's too local. If I was fetching this y or whatever, I am now taking this, which was a global player transform, and I'm simulating it as if it were locally relative to the shelf. Yeah, figuratively, of course. Wow. That's helpful. Now I understand, I think. I think I understand. Let me see if I can read it to myself. It's confusing because it's like we're not... It's still really confusing. Looking at a single point in the world global space, if you were the shelf, how would you define the same point in your own local coordinates? Yeah. Right. Right. So in... We're just like, local would be... Target mesh, local... There's... How do you even write these anyway? Yeah. No, but it's helpful that you're reinforcing it. Okay. I want to find what the global transform origin would be relative to the target mesh's local world space. Okay. And that gives us, so this is kind of weird. This is player local origin. This is confusing then. So then I would think that this is actually player origin relative to target. That's what that would be, right? It's okay. You didn't waste time because it was you getting to engage with learning. You got to try typing it out. You got to try experimenting. And that was, like, good for you, and that's okay. You know, we're all here learning together sometimes. You know, and I'm glad that we did. It gave me some more chances just to, like, get repetition with this code and keep, like, familiarizing with it. It's all good. I'm so glad you were here to help. It's been a pleasure. Sleep well. You've earned it. Although it's true. Flip's answer is there all along. Player's spot and shelf space might be a good name as well. I agree. I think for the sake of my learning, maybe this makes more sense. Player origin. Yeah, actually that's pretty good. Player spot. That keeps being confusing to me. I get it though. I don't know why. It's kind of irrational. This just makes more sense to me. Player origin relative to target. Yeah. Put player in target space. Yeah. Alright, so then we need to update this variable here. This is the spot the player sees. Target point closest to player. We give it the target AABB and where the player would be relative to the target. In AAB closest point, what we do, we define the bounding box based on the AAB that we give it, and then we get the closest point on the box to the player. So we say player's position relative to the player is now wait, this is a little confusing. Point to check against. So I guess we would actually say get the closest point on the box to the point to check against. Internet is wobbling a little bit. This is the backup internet after all. Oh my. We might have to swap back to the other internet, which it should be stable by now. Yeah, no great ghosts yet. The numbers are fluctuating, and I lost my way to show you guys what the number is because I dragged it somewhere it doesn't belong and dropped it there. Whoops. Now I could come into OBS and press Control Z, but trust me when I say that is a very dangerous choice. That is a choice of absolute chaos. Alright, glad it looks good though. Oh. Anyway. This finds the bounty box. We then get the closest point on the box to the point to check against. And we return a vector 3. This is still very confusing to me. So we know where the player is in the shelf's world space. Yeah, vector 3 is a point, right? But I guess what I'm saying is I'm confused how this equals that point. Yeah. Totally. The spot on the shelf they're looking at. Yeah, I hope theirs is okay too. Yeah, it's a weird situation. And you know, they're doing something where so the difference is upload versus the download too. It doesn't really cause much issues on the download end. We have lots of room there. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, let's check out your video. Oh, it has become relevant. Let's do it. Oh, it's got drawings.
Player, there.
4 minutes. Dang.
Right. So you've got the player. Here's the player. There. They want to look at the shelf at a 90-degree angle. We can't just look at the shelf itself, because if we look at the shelf, they'll be pointing that way, and that's not a 90-degree angle. So instead, we want to find the closest point to the player, because if they look at the closest point, that will be 90 degrees to them. In order to do that, we have to put the player into shelf space so that their axis is aligned. Alrighty. So you've got the player. Here's the player. There. They want to look at the shelf at a.
Oh wow. Okay. Hold on. Get the closest point because the player's angle won't be 90 degrees. That is a component I was not understanding. Okay. Wow. So this essentially is converting the player's current angle, or what it's looking at, it's converting it to a 90-degree angle. Wow.
90-degree angle. We can't just look at the shelf itself, because if we look at the shelf, they'll be pointing that way, and that's not a 90-degree angle. So instead, we want to find the closest point to the player, because if they look at the closest point, that will be 90 degrees to them. In order to do that, we have to put the player into shelf space so that their axis is aligned with the axis-aligned box of the thing. So if we go to the code that I wrote here, so that's what this part is kind of doing. We get the axis-aligned box, and we're putting the player into shelf space before we go into this function here. So if we get the player into is kind of doing. We get the axis-aligned box, and we're putting the player into shelf space before we go into this function here. So if we come back, we assume that all works. Honestly, this kind of stuff is a little magic, but once we get to this point, the rest of it's kind of easy. So we want to get this point here. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to look at the x and the y and the z. And we're going to find out where this point is in relation to the player. We get the minimum size of the box on each of these dimensions. So the minimum x, the minimum, or the maximum, the minimum and maximum. So the minimum x, the maximum x, the minimum y, the maximum y, and z is also taken into account, but we're not going to care about that right now. So looking at the x, we have the player's x, which is, you know, say this is 10 for this side of the shelf, this is 0 for this side of the shelf, and we got the player here at 8.
Okay.
So we look at the player's x, and we go, player's x of 8. Is that less than 0 or greater than 10? No? Okay, we're just going to keep that, so we're going to put 8 here. That's what this part is doing. So this is the x. Keep that, so we're going to put less than. So we look at the player's x, and we go, player's x of 8. Is that less than 0 or greater than 10? No.
Is the player's position less than 0 or greater than 10? That's the clamp, making sure. Well, the clamp isn't going to need to clamp anything because it's within that range.
Oh, okay. We're just going to keep that, so we're going to put 8 here. That's what this part is doing. So this is the x. We're looking against the player's x. Is it smaller than the minimum of the shelf, the maximum of the shelf? No, we'll keep the x we got. That's what clamp is doing. We look at the y. We've got the minimum y here. We'll say that's 0. We'll have the maximum y here. Let's say that's 5 for now. And we got the player's y, which is currently like -2. Is -2 less than 0? Yes. So let's put 0 because we want the minimum then. If the player was on the other side over here and it was like 6, we would take 5. Again, that's what the clamp is doing. So the clamp here, and put like the maximum y here. We look at the y. We've got the minimum y here. We'll say that's 0. We'll have the maximum y here. Let's say that's 5 for now. And we got the player's y, which is currently like -2. Is
The player's y is -2. Okay.
-2 less than 0? Yes. So let's put 0 because we want the minimum then. If the player was on the other side over here and it was like 6, we would take 5.
Okay.
Again, that's what the clamp is doing. So the clamp is then saying, oh, on the y position of this vector, go ahead and we'll take the minimum y in this case because it's the one that's closest here. So that's going to put the player x8, which is where they're already at, but y0 or y, 0. So they'll be right here. So that's the point we want to look at.
Okay.
Then z does the same thing, but up and down. I only have 2 dimensions to work with here for explanation, but it works in exactly the same way. So let's pretend that's just 1. So we would get that player's position 801. That's the point we want to look at. Going back to
So
the
that's
code,
like
we've
the
got the point we want to look
corrected
at.
sort of thing. Like one. So this returns. Returns the player's. Returns the point the player should look at it returns the point we are looking at. So this isn't the corrected one after correcting it to be a 90-degree angle. That's not what that's doing? Or yeah, that is right. Okay, it returns the point the player should look at after correcting it. Should look at. Yeah. Okay, returns the point the player should look at after correcting it to be a 90-degree angle. Really, it's by correcting it to be a 90-degree angle. So I feel like that makes more sense to me. Returns the point the player should look at. Now, why is it looking? I guess that makes sense. No, that makes sense. Yeah, that does make sense. Based on wherever the player was originally looking, by correcting it to be a 90-degree angle. Wow. by clamping away the non-90 degree relevant values. So what this is doing is this is saying this defines someday you'll make .hack real. What's .hack? What's .hack? This defines, I believe you will, whatever it is. This defines the bounding box. It's an anime. Gotcha. The bounding box. Because, I mean, I'm thinking of it like this is like how. This defines. Hey, what's up? It's going good, Fun Pilot. Thanks for asking. Players get trapped in a video game? Wait, that sounds cool, actually. This defines what the player's look point. This defines what the player's look point what will it's not my first game. It isn't. It's my I mean, that I'm gonna finish. It's the 5th game that I'm gonna finish, for the most part. Players get trapped. Have you made some games, Fun Pilot? Welcome. This defines what will this is crazy, I know. What will 90 degreeify the player's likely non-90 degree look point is. This defines what will 90 degreeify the player's likely non-90 degree look point I am vaguely aware of Fortnite, yeah. The fog pushes the player into a circle, yeah. We're pushing the player's known location into a box. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Right. Fitting, i.e., defining a box and then squeezing the player's look point to fit in that box. I'm just trying to put a bunch of explanations until it makes sense to me. We're going to your first game now and about to try coding. I'm about to cry. Coding is hard. You're confused, but you're loving it so far. Yeah, that's part of the fun is being confused, right? And solving the problems. I'm learning things here. Nice, Fun Pilot. What's your game about?
We've got it in both local space and global space. We're going to make sure that the player isn't collinear with the line we're about to look at, because Godot just yells at you if you do that.
The series is set up around Celtic fantasy and portals the players use to go to different realms and stuff. Neat. That sounds awesome. They're games? I thought there was an anime. Oh, you did get rid of the collinear part. Okay. I will not worry about it. Oh, I guess technically we're not there yet. Right. So, okay. So we were... Okay, thank you. Oh my gosh. That description was amazing. I am so thankful for you, Flip. I must garnish your special thanks even now. Generously. So many special thanks. Just pump it up. I don't even care. Okay. So we've got the point the player sees that we're defining here, and then we're fetching. So, okay, now how about I rename this? Target point close to the player. No. I would call this like, you can't put numbers in there. 90 degree, angled, boxified, player origin boxified, right angled, player origin right angled to target. That's brutal. I know that's brutal. I just know it is. There are games and card games. Gotcha. I mean, it sounds super interesting. Okay, wild I know. Player origin relative to target is that. Player origin right angled. In target? Towards target? That's what we're gonna say. It's so bad. I know, this is the most verbose, obnoxious looking thing ever. Funbot says, here's the idea me and a buddy had for a game Halloween night. The streets are quiet, jack-o'-lanterns flicker, and the air feels extra chilly. At the end of the block sits the Perkins house, boarded up for years. The city locked it after the last kid disappeared. No one goes near it, except for tonight. Legends say old Miss Perkins lured kids inside on Halloween, but tonight you and your friend are curious. You walk past the empty houses to the gate. Oh, look at that! You got some story. You setting the stage. I like that. What's gonna be in there? Player spot pushed to the shelf like it's Fortnite. I mean, that wouldn't be much better than this. A witch horror game. That sounds cool, Fun Pilot. I like that perspective of being some kids going in a creepy house and then witch stuff. Nice. Sounds fun. Is it gonna be like first person, 2D, top down? Close point, target mesh, all that. And to that end, what engine are you working in? One thing you're not too sure about, to be honest, is you're just using blocks as cubes. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely normal. 100%. Yeah, 3D game. 100% normal. Programmer art. Gray boxing. You know, placeholders. Completely normal. Because you want to get your gameplay loop. You want to get something you can actually interact with as soon as possible. Style of VHS and using Godot. It's going to be good. Nice, Fun Pilot. Well, if you ever want to share, the Discord is around. We got a Games by You category. We love checking out stuff by y'all. Okay, so this is making a lot of sense to me. This is not just a close... It's kind of weird because... Okay, so now I'm kind of trying to understand this. So this is player origin right angled towards target. This is origin angled like globalized. Like this was making the player origin, right? We're sort of like taking it, it's like back to that other analogy. This analogy. We put the box inside and then we take it back out. So we come in here, we find a point that fits it in here at a right angle. Then we pop it out and see where it's at now that it's been moved, right? Re-globalized origin after right angling. I know it's obnoxious. We're considering it a bit temporary. this is a joke, right? Okay, player old rotation. Okay, this is interesting. So where the player currently is rotated. Can't find a way to switch from one to the other yet? You'll get there. Yeah, there's different ways to handle it. I've never really done a lot of scene switching. I'm more like I'll add them in or remove them or show them or hide them rather than fully switching the main scene. But if you ever have questions, you can still hop in the Discord. There's a Godot forum on the Discord and lots of people ready to help. Myself included, if you want to share that. But at the same time, you'll figure it out. You got that moxie. You got that spirit. The witch's spirit. I'm just kidding. Player old rotation, and then okay. So now we say, look at. Actually, have the player look at the reglobalized origin after right angling. We actually make the player look at that point and then get the up or at the up vector, sorry. Okay. With that up vector. Rotation to look at. Nice. I mean, having a bunch of different roles in a game dev team is important. Yeah. Love that. Collaboration is a tough thing, and if y'all just kind of like know what you're really good at and you can like make that work, super important. Nice. And you know, working with someone who's stronger in programming or whatever else can help you grow too. In that way, by observing what they're doing. So it's interesting because you're actually having the player. Shouldn't this be moving the player? Because we're not just getting theoretical values anymore. We're actually fully rotating the player now. So why does the tween work? Alright, Fun Pilot. It does, but we move him back before anyone notices. Right, it's so fast. What? That works? It won't be visible? Oh my gosh. There's not some little, like... That really is gonna... Will this be visible at all? Or noticeable? Why not? Oh, you glitched out. It will not be visibly visible. It won't. The node ends up with the exact glitched out. The node ends up with the exact same rotation it started with, so nothing changes on screen. What has happened? Which curse did this ChatGPT right now? You immediately overwrite. The only lasting thing is a variable. Alright, you just can't. Can you say it again without the insanity? It did, it broke, Alvarito, welcome. That is really how it works. I believe you. Plain words, you're using words. I don't know what it was. It was like... It like short-circuited. I've seen worse glitches though. It did say that. Yeah, it said. Yeah. I know. I just see like I was like trying to like it's like I don't know. It's like you see something really traumatic and awful like roadkill and it's just like I gotta just I didn't want to look at it like oh my god this is horrifying. It's gonna take our jobs. Look at that. I'm so afraid of that. God, the hiccups. It's so weird. It's so scary. Terrifying. Your code broke it. Saves the player's current rotation, uses that. If the rotation would be... I didn't... That's wild. I'm so glad that you shared this code flip, because I would never have even thought that I could just quickly move something around as long as I put it right back for the sake of simulating where it would be and then getting that information. Really, really ingenious. Like, wait, like I'm very impressed with the cleverness there. I'm glad because now maybe I have that as something I can ever be like, ooh, what if we just tried doing it for a quick second and switch it back? You saw a horrifying report of AI freakout? It's not remotely repeatable. It was repeating for sure, then some. Oh my god. They do be just like we gotta share what the clankers are doing. What are these clankers messing up with? Nothing on screen actually changes. The player never visibly turns. You're just using lookout as a calculator. Man, that's smart. Very smart. Okay, cool. Great. Wow. And then we return rotation to look at. That's so weird. We do it real fast and then tween it. Anytime we want to like tween something, then we just want to get real fast. Neat. Okay. So with all that in mind, Hey, what's up? We back. Don't you worry. That right there is why the backup internet is the backup internet and not the main internet. It has a funny little habit of just doing that sometimes. So don't worry, just a little buffer. It's funny, but I love it. Okay, so we actually don't want my little shapes in there. He likes to play tricks. Exactly. Nobody knows why. Okay, so here we go. If we come up here, boop, 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 that looks great, no problem. If we come to this side, it's the real Lee's. Or is it? So it goes the right way, okay? Pierogi gone! Thank you for raiding! Welcome, raiders! Hello, Rogi. What were you getting up to? We have got to give Rogi a shout out. Pierogigon is a collaborator of mine in October. I think you're going to be seeing a lot more Rogi on this channel. In fact, welcome. Hi. What are you doing? You playing some games? Twitch.tv/pierogigon. Playing some Marvel Rivals. Support, that's all, like, I always, hey, it's me. I always got down with support. It's so fun. Nice.
Goal 3.
Did you do some winning? Did you do some winning? Marvel Rivals character models are a little unhinged, man. Like, girl, I don't know about some of these models. Like, where are her clothes? Why does she have no clothes? Why is she like that? You did some winning? Alright, some is good. This is cute. I like this character. Seems like a super fun game, though. Yeah, this sure does. It sure does. That's cool. Thank you so much for bringing your people here. Welcome. Welcome. She gotta stay cool somehow with all that running around. Solid point, Sean. Solid point. I should have... How could I have been so silly to forget that? Seems like a really fun game. I'm glad you did some winning. Pierogi also has great tutorials on YouTube, but we should give a YouTube shout out for Pierogi as well. Not that we can do quite that, but sort of. If you want to learn Blender Grease Pencil, thanks for the follow, Fun Pilot. Pierogi's got some good stuff. Pierogi's got some good learnings you're gonna want to check out. So, put a link for that too. Alright, sounds good, Fun Pilot. I will be here. Good job taking care of yourself. Let's go. You haven't played it, Henry? I hear it's very fun. Okay, so anyway, so Flip's code works fantastic. Don't look at that for now. That's another bug I gotta fix. But it works really good. It faces us the right way, but it has this little habit, and if we look at the output, so it's correct here where it turns us towards, yeah, see you becoming a VTuber. The debut of that is gonna be so hype. So it puts us at 0, which is correct. Yeah, exactly, right? I know. But hey, sometimes we have to go through a little corporate grossness to get to a cool thing. 360 no scope. So there was right. Gave us -179. That was -179 too, but it's still 360 no scoped us. It's more magic-y math stuff. The alternative is quaternions. Oh, it is this is a quaternion problem. That's exactly what this is. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. Rotation in 3D is where quaternions become relevant. So we're trying to face this shelf by detecting which way you're supposed to face it. Yeah. That's a strong review for Marvel's Rivals. Marvel's Rivals. Thanks, Rogi. Appreciate it. You all of Rogi's people, y'all probably know who I am. If you don't, I like making games, doing game stuff. I'm working on a game that's like another game, specifically a game like Granny. And it's a horror game where you're sneaking around trying to survive in a warehouse that's been taken over by a spider monster. And solving some coding problems along the way. I've got a lot of help from chat for facing the right way whenever we approach some shelves before we try to climb them. And a solution from Flip is working pretty well, other than what obviously now I see it's a quaternion issue, where we're trying to use Euler to rotate around, but it doesn't like that. This is a funny little bug, and I know what this is. This is because it's setting it to null sooner than it should. So we really should make sure that it doesn't get rid of the activatable. That would be pretty easy by just making sure we lock that in and we don't keep overriding it. So we could even say like last activatable. Well, because you're getting yaw again. I think that once you grabbed on and you're going, I think it needs to be different when you're getting off of the shelf. To me, that makes the most sense. So let's do this. We'll have activatable, and we'll also have last activatable. Posted it? All right. I want to use it. I want to use it. So not only do I want to set that, but we also want to set last activatable. And then we just don't reset that. So that way it always exists and it's safe. All right. Let's see what you got. You've already given me so much of this code to begin with. I wouldn't want anyone else to lead me through it, through fixing it. Whoa. Oh, it's like a whole thing. Wow. Shortest rotation path. From rotation to rotation. So we get the current rotation and where we're trying to get it to. Got it? Normalize angle difference. You're creating a callable variable? What? You're doing lambda stuff? It takes the rotations and just makes sure they don't go more than 180 degrees. Okay, this is some serious math business. Did you write this yourself, or you don't have to disclose if you don't want to, or did you like find this like on Reddit or something? I'm kind of curious, see if shortest GDScript shortest rotation path code. Down by, I know. I guess it needs to be 3D. I this one and fixed it. AI this one and fixed it. I know, so lost. I'm just curious to see what else is out there too. So, answer to your question, which led to a solution. Interpolation with quaternions. See the comment for inquiries above for the specific solution. Yeah. Project to project. It seems like, I mean, it seems like a very useful thing that you're gonna need once in a while. I'm not sure I understand. I'm not sure I understand what solution is being pointed to here. Okay, it solved my problem. We use quaternions. I just feel like there has to be an easier way. Okay, I'm actually very confused by this. So that has rotation degrees. That is the other one. That's the current code. And so instead of that, it's now getting a basis. So we just literally get the things. You just learned your girlfriend doesn't like pickles? Okay. What do you think about that? Is this a deal breaker? Honestly, this is a little mystifying to me. Like, it looks like it could work, but very confusing. You need a girlfriend. Pickles are alright. What yours does isn't that hard. You take each component angle and make sure it's between 180 and 180. I mean, I get that. I get that. I'm just curious if there's something that that's less horrifying. If you snack on pickles casually. I mean, look, it's not like, you're not saying if she sees you snacking on a pickle, she's gonna freak out. You're saying that she just doesn't want to eat the pickle. That's fair. And more pickles for you. Are you kidding me? Look, I've been married for over 10 years. And let me tell you something. Okay, I've been together with my partner for over 10 years. We've been married for 7, 8 years. Let me tell you something. When you're with someone who likes to eat something that you also like to eat, even if you've had siblings before, you gotta share. And often you gotta figure out half and half. You gotta figure out how to balance that all. If your partner definitely doesn't like something, and you do, that's a big win. It's just yours. It's your own private little thing. You don't have to worry about sharing it. You do freak out when you see people eat pickles? Like, how could you? Hasn't that cucumber been through enough? This man, Sean, just said he dislikes seeing people eat pickles. How could you? Yeah, I get you, Flip. I could probably just slap yours in there. Pickles are, I do like pickles. I'm a big pickle fan. I saw this guy with a pot of gold jump so smoothly over a rainbow. I think it was a leprechaun. Okay, I appreciate that. Actually, I like that. That's pretty funny. That's silly. You see a pickle, you're 5 feet in the air like a cat. Pickle! No! Alright, AI, what do you got? Oh, jeez. Target direction, current quad, global transform. This is actually like the other one. I see. Use lerp quad to interpolate between the two quaternions. This is pretty good. This is pretty clean. If this works, this is clean. Oh, you really don't like them. I mean, look, I can eat a couple, but I will say vinegar's kind of gross. Like, I like vinegar. It's a great thing. But when you're just like snacking on a bunch of vinegar, like, if I'm eating things, I'm eating stuff, great, wonderful, who cares? If I'm doing that same thing and it's dripping in vinegar, things start getting a little funky in the tummy. You know, something kind of comes to life in there. So actually, I can appreciate what you're saying, Sean. Oh yeah, Proton messes with some C64 stuff. I like pickles with or yes, it's a great thing on stuff. Yes. I do like pickled beets by themselves, but it ends up being the same kind of thing. Like something weird happens when I eat too many. Good morning again, Proton! Hope you got some sleep. Okay, this is nice. I like this a lot. So we have our target direction. We'll see if it works, of course. We're just trying to quaternion it in the right way. So we've got the rotation, but it's just a little messy-wessy. Now the only thing is, I have to tell it to do that. That's like the hardest part. From rotation plus delta. Shortest path. So we can get the shortest path, but then how do I feed that shortest path into the tweet or make sure the tweet does it? So is this our tween? Is this creating like a new tween for us? Like, where do I even put this? I mean, obviously we have delta. Shortest path is the fixed rotation. So it gives you like a different number that it likes more. That just it agrees with more. It's like a better radian. Okay. Got it. So let's say this. We do want to get the current quat. The target is going to be our rotation to look at. Totally fine grabbing this code online. Don't care. This is some quaternion stuff. I just want it to be like kind of neat if possible. Now, why is this commented out? Why would you do that? The function itself should be in your utility class. Oh, really? Oh, the function. Yeah. Oh, you're right. I could make this more general. You slice and dice some pickles and added to some potato salad the other day. It's flavor. It's a flavor tool. Love that. Okay, that's like relish at that point. I think that's what relish is. A simplified example. Okay, I might need to, this might not work. I think this is too simple. I feel like this isn't gonna work. I don't know, this seems too easy, seems too good to be true. Oh, and it is looking for delta here. So that's what I'm trying to understand. Where are we getting delta from? Now here you're defining delta. What does delta mean here? This isn't delta time? What is delta? Shortest rotation path. Yeah. Rotation to look at. What do you mean delta is delta rotation? What does that mean? Nice talent to create object-oriented code like thinking or speaking. Thank you. Determine the shortest angle difference. Alright, fine, I'll take your code, Flip. I'll take your code. I'll take it. I'll take your code, okay? It repels me because it's mystifying. But you know what? I've made the mistake of not listening to you before, so it's time. At least I looked at my options. I shopped around a little bit. Sorry for the pickle derailment. Not a derailment! Proton says, my approach is much more atomic level. I see. I like that about you, Proton. Okay. So this is the spell from Flip's spellbook. Shortest rotation path from rotation to rotation. We normalize the angle because I was starting to realize that this is very similar to what Google was giving us anyway. So what's the point? We normalize the angle diff. by creating this horrifying little lambda variable function. We fmod floating point remainder of x divided by y, keeping the sign of x. This, dude, I don't. Y'all, I don't even care. Okay, looks good. Looks great. So then it sets the variable to the return, basically. That's some math. That's some, you know what? That's some math. We create this thing called delta for some reason. To rotation minus from rotation. I mean, that's a vector. Isn't that a vector? Why is that called a delta? Why call this a delta and not a vector? I don't understand. The difference between... That's what delta means? Delta mean... Is that true with delta time as well? Is that also a difference between two values? Does delta mean... I mean, I get that, right? Like, I know from, like, working in a corporate environment, deltas mean, like, a change, right? And you make it like a triangle. Like, I get that. But... you could name it vector, but that wouldn't tell you what kind of vector it is. Calling it delta makes it clear. This is the difference. But isn't that what we do when we find a vector anyway? So why don't we call every vector a delta if we're calculating it? Can I just call it a rotation difference? I don't like it. I don't like it. It confuses me. Like, I get that it means something normalized, but to me, I'm gonna see delta and I'm gonna think it means delta time. So we're gonna call it rotation difference. I'm gonna do what I gotta do. I'm sorry. So we subtract the two rotations and we look at, we set the x of it to the normalized angle difference and we call I see, we call this on that. This is wild. I need to use these. These are super cool. Create a little function variable. I mean, you could also just make a normalized angle diff function. This just keeps it all in one place instead of breaking it up into more, which is nice. That way it's just one operation, self-contained. Really cool. All right, so we'll do it this way. Back on the player. Simply, we say rotation to look at equals rotation, but actually equals static shortest rotation path from it doesn't have to go on 226. That's we'll see. Let me try this. So this would be no wait, but what's the difference between rotation? Okay, but if rotation is the rotation to look at, how is that different from I see, because it's after. Okay, see, I just need it. I understand now. I see. Got it. Okay. Hold on, I got it. And it returns, does it return something? Yeah, it returns a vector 3. So this is shortest path rotation, we'll call it. variable shortest path rotation equals rotation and then rotation to look at, because that's after we captured it. Here at this moment. Shortest whoops. It's not really the shortest rotation path. Really, it's, I mean, it is. It is. No, it's fine. Please don't get pedantic on me. Don't you get pedantic on me. Shortest rotation path. Okay. And then we just say that this is shortest path rotation y. I'll spell it right though. Show me no 360 no scope. Okay. Callable. I know, right? Alright, Proton. That sounds correct. That sounds true. Somebody really appreciated that, Proton. That's that math textbook stuff. C# delegate, almost. Ooh. You know, one day I'm gonna know about that. Hey, shortest path! Hey, yes! Yes! Oh! But not on the way down! That's interesting. I think so. Should be calling the same thing, but maybe not. So let's go over what happens. Nice, Proton. This is just brain hurty stuff, right? This is just what makes the brain hurty. Proton's got the brain hurties. Big brain hurties. Ouch. Oof. Owie. Atomic level. So this is happening when we do... You were looking into it? Impressive. So if we... I guess we need to look back at check activation. We need to go back a little bit in this stack here. If we press the activate key, assuming an activatable exists, when the activatable area sees another area or a body, it is then gonna say, what did we detect? We detected some node 3D. If we're entering, then the activatable becomes what? We also are keeping track of the last activatable. If we're exiting, we set the activatable to null. Okay. So back to if activatable. So assuming that isn't null, it got set to something. We're now gonna check to see if we press the activate key. If we do, we check the activation. So we look at the activatable's name. If it's shelf collision and we're not currently climbing, we're going to simulate a forward press to get us started climbing upward. And then we're gonna check the yaw. No, I don't know Rosetta code. So we check to see if we're climbing. If we're not climbing yet, we're gonna simulate moving forward. We're gonna check the yaw. We're gonna set ourselves to be moving forward. I kind of feel like we should move this down. Let me just real quick. I feel like that's not the right order. By the way. Yeah, this makes more sense. Okay. So actually what we do, if we are not climbing, we check the yaw. We set ourselves to be climbing. Then we simulate forward, which will climb us upward. We wait, and then we release the forward. So what that just does is it just gives us a little boop as we climb up. So that way the player knows they've latched on. So check yaw runs when an activatable is detected and activated, and if it's a shelf collision, then we will run check yaw. The other time we run check yaw is when we are getting off of the shelf. So normally when we're moving, and if you aren't, yeah. So here, normally we're moving if we're on the floor, and if we're climbing. For me, GDScript, but I'm currently also learning JavaScript and HTML and CSS and stuff. So if we're on the floor, we're checking if we're climbing, and if climb is ready. Climb ready is... I don't know if I fully remember what climb ready is for, if I'm being honest. I kind of forgot why I did climb ready. I don't know what that's for. I see. So that way we're not switching back. This is so we don't switch back to walking too soon. So this won't even happen. GDScript. GDScript. It's this. This is GDScript. The power of GDScript. It's Godot's coding language, which is similar to Python. Gosh dang script. Yeah. Okay, so this isn't even what's gonna happen, because as soon as we do that move and it pushes us up, we're not gonna be on the floor. So this is the situation. We're climbing, climb ready becomes true. Then when we go back down and we touch the floor, climb was ready because we climbed. We're already climbing. Then we set it back to walking and we check the yaw again. And when we check the yaw, that's going to eventually run get yaw. It makes me wonder if I want to put this before. I don't know. Let me set climb ready to false. Okay, so what is check yaw doing? Check yaw is resetting the yaws based on the yaw that we get. Resetting the yaws is just tweening the player and the player's head to this thing. Can you buy a vowel? Wait, what? Yes? Yes? Oh, because I was like, I was doing some Wheel of Fortune. Doo-doo-doo. That's awesome. Okay. I always wanted to be like Vanna White. Except, not really. Maybe not her politics. So, I don't really know what her politics are. Please don't come after me, Vanna White. I don't know you. Are you watching, Vanna? Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Hit the like button. Okay, so... Huh? What's happening? So we're gonna take whatever we calculate as the Y to go to, and we're gonna tween to it. Moving on that spin wheel. Moving on, spin that wheel. Moving on, spin... Anyway, we tween. We tween to the value that we get when we get the yaw. And what does getting the yaw do? Getting the yaw does all that stuff that Flip helped us do that is quite amazing. Right angling and stuff like that is super cool. We tween two different things. But yeah, we tween twice, and we tween. So it's like we tween. Player mounts shelf. Oh gosh. It's shrinking so much because I made it so long. Oh my goodness. That's too much. That's too much width. When the player mounts the shelf, then it tweens. Yeah. Okay, you get it. Okay, great. Yeah, we tween them separately. Exactly. But it's still running the same function either time. It's still running the same function, and it should find the same shortest path. So that's why it's a little confusing, right? So you can see yaw found, but you can also see it's a little different. Which is interesting. Sometimes it's different. So that's going up, here's coming down. It seems to happen when we come down. Okay, it's behaving. Here, try facing somewhere else. Where'd the bug go? There it is. But it only seems to happen. Oh, there it goes. It only seems to happen when I'm coming down, not when I'm going up. Right, so if I'm doing the player head. Oh, actually that kind of makes sense then, right? Because we're not checking that. Wait a minute. I get it. I got it. Because here's the other thing. When we're on the shelf, looking is only happening on the head. When we're on the ground, looking is the entire body. So it's like on the shelf, boop, this is looking. When we're on the ground, this is looking. And so we're only calculating the shortest path on the player's body. We're not calculating the shortest path on the head. So it's a little confusing, and we kind of need like a different... I guess I kind of need two separate ones. One for the... Okay, we can do that. That's fine. I can do that. When we tween the head back, we can tell call shortest path on the head. Yeah. Could be only if you've climbed to the very top, then down. I mean that it is it is when, but they're right. You're drawing the right correlation between when we come down. That's when it happens. But I think the reason is because when you're on the shelves, you can only use your head, and we're not calculating any kind of shortest path on the head. So I think we could even move the shortest path calculation, right? Just get rid of that. Put this back on rotation to look at. Although, I guess this is the same. We probably don't need to check this on the head, right? It's like the same. I like the check marks. It's very nice. So reset yaws. I can't believe this is so long. Here, I gotta this is just too much. Okay. So we make the tween, let's say before the tween, we're gonna say shortest player rotation. Okay. And that's gonna equal direction to face. Call both within a single tween if you do tween parallel. That's true. But I don't know if that'll work great because I need different values. But yeah, I forgot. This could have been a tween parallel. Totally. Although now I do need to separate it out. Yeah, I forget about tween parallel. I do. I forget all about it. Thanks for keeping it fresh. Set a godot's algorithms and examples written with numerous languages. I really don't want to, Proton. It sounds like something that's gonna... You share brain hurties. This is brain hurties! Swaps the interpolation error calculation for both directions, x and y simultaneously. What am I doing with this? I see what... Oh, that's kind of interesting. So you're saying, like... That's kind of cool. Like Rosetta Stone. So, it's like... What would the same thing be in a different language? I will say, that's very cool. That is a very cool thing. Okay? That is an awesome tool. I can appreciate that. That's a good call. Although not that I need it. But if I'm ever working in JavaScript, when I'm working in JavaScript again, which I will be in October, maybe there's something in GDScript I've done, and I'm like, oh, I know how to do it in GDScript, but how do you do it in JavaScript? Although, you know, again, I'm not really using a lot of algorithms and stuff, but if I was, that would be something. All right. Function 2 should be vector 3, but is float. Oh, whoops. So we don't want to pass the y in there this time. Yeah, it is. It's super cool. Thanks for insisting I look at it. Okay, so we're gonna not just do y. Can we reorganize this? I need this down low. I'm even gonna put this here. Okay. Be the case where you bust out that callable in your function. Because you just want a single angle normalized. What? Oh, so put this in a separate static function, you're saying? What are you saying to me? Oh, I see. I see. Because this is so... Oh, so what this is doing is it's putting them all together and combining it into one vector 3. And this one's just the one single one. Oh. Let's bust it out. Really easy example for deltas. Line was the first that came in my mind. Alright. Okay. Nice. Static, func, normalize, angle, diff. I'm gonna make a difference. It's pedantic. I know. But it is kind of confusing, so wouldn't I want to say then, like, shortest... This is, like, shortest rotation path. It's just, like, shortest rotation... axis. Shortest... rotation path. Shortest axis... rotation. Rotation axis. Shortest... shortest... path on axis. Consider rotation the whole vector 3 rotation in your brain. But whatever name works for you. Okay. I mean, I do think I could even leave this in here. Even though I don't need it for something I could ever use someday. Potentially grab it. All it does is combine them, but it's still kind of nifty. It's kind of weird though, because, well, wait. I'm a little confused. So I think we still want to return this. This is hurting my brain. I'm too tired. It's been too long today. I have to stop doing this. I don't want to. I don't want to pop it out. I don't want to pop it out anymore. I'm just not gonna pop it out. I don't want to. I bet it's good, but I don't want to. I get, like, I totally, completely understand why it should be popped out. I just don't feel like doing it right now. Yeah, it's late. Yes, thank you for training yourself, KaiGai, on our stream. I know, it is getting late. I started a little later today, so it's getting even later now. We're just gonna not do that, but I totally get why we should do that. But whatever, now it's here, and it's fine. Okay. So direction to face is going to be an entire vector this time. It did? So that's not gonna be a float. That's gonna be a vector 3. Get yaw is gonna return a vector 3 now. And so we can come back to reset yaws. Shortest player rotation equals that. And somewhat absurdly, we're only getting this. I mean, it's nice because at least now I keep the full version, right? And I can have it in my own spellbook and pull from it later. And I don't have to readapt it into something that builds it into a vector 3. So whatever. It's a little obtuse, but okay. A roundabout, maybe. So we would want to get this is the shortest head rotation. And for that, we say player head.ref.rotation. Good night, guy. Good night. Thank you for being such a great supporter of the channel. I'm proud of you for getting some sleep. I'll be getting some sleep soon. We're so close. And then make that this. Except only on Y. Okay. Show me the goodness in different kinds of checks. I like that. Good. Excellent. So we go up here. I'm gonna look over there. Come down. Perfect. Oh, it's so good. Okay, great. Other side. Oh no! Uh-oh. It's like always flipping it this time. I did something wrong. If you've chosen to explain delta sigma ADC be instant brain F that you tried to avoid. Okay. This is actually a little surprising of a result. I wonder if the heads... Whoa. What? What? Oh. Did I just I just float to the This light, you guys, give me vengeful eyes vibes? Okay. Why? Just because it's a flashlight? A lot of games have flashlights. I was told to put in a flashlight. Somebody, Bart's, I think, said I should add a flashlight. One of y'all did. I was like, okay, let's add a flashlight. So I added a flashlight. Well, I think that's high praise then. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is very dark. Yeah, I wanted it to be very dark. You're right. Oh, yeah. I remember that. I remember disliking that a lot. Okay, now I need to keep that in mind. Well, you know, we can always iterate on that. Yeah, it doesn't really need to be that dark. Still haven't decided. Might change. Now that you said that, I'm thinking like, I don't know. I don't know. We gotta get more of the game prototype set up so that way I can actually decide if I like it or not. Okay, so I am actually surprised that that didn't work. I wonder if I'm just still doing something a little wrong here. And did it do it on climb too? I don't think it did, right? It didn't. I don't think it did. Oh, it does sometimes. Now it does it on climb. Hey, look at that eagle eyes. Putting that instead of local? Wait. You're saying make this global? That actually is probably safer now that I think about it. Yeah. Here's something. What happened? Here's something wild happened? Is it bad? Thanks, Flip. It was a good catch. That was a very, very good catch. That was an excellent catch. As of late, you've been trying to remake your old home. Having certain photos has helped out, and you're needing a specific view of the bathroom that shows a wallpaper. Okay. This is working. Yeah. This is looking really good. We are traversing here. Yes! Yes! Oh, yeah. Yes! It's so good. Okay, let's try something wacky. The side. It's really weird because it like it snaps it to like the edge for some reason. Not sure why. It just like jumps it over there. To be honest, I would rather it say if it's on the side, just don't. I feel like now we can do that. We can have it, we can tell if it's looking at the side versus somewhere else. Luckily for you, your brother a long time ago took a profile pic in the bathroom that showed the wallpaper. Casey and his other friends and your sister made a memoriam type video in which that photo lies. That is wild. Digging around to find just that perfect wallpaper. It's like being a detective. Watching it, oh, among the pics was him holding a PS2 game you forgot about. You looked it up, Conflict Vietnam has been reclaimed. Ooh. Is it like a helicopter game or something? Alright, so if I want to be able to detect if we're looking at it on the edge. Kinda crazy, I know. But it should be fine. I think this should be really easy. You got a room skeleton made while helping? What's a room skeleton? Oh, not like a skeleton with bones, but the skeleton of a room. A shooter game. Gotcha. So if I'm here, hey, you're supposed to be reporting yaws. Oh, I think we moved that because it's different now. What do you mean by what else is left? When you say reclaimed, like what do you mean? I know you said you had games like somewhere, and what exactly are you saying? Like, did you get that game now? Oh, you just forgot about. Yeah. Ooh, that's a nice room skeleton. Emulator. Gotcha. That's a nice room skeleton. Is that like a duct? Whoa. We're gonna be crawling around through stuff. Interesting. You got all kinds of memories to access now. Checking out old games and things that you don't remember. That can be quite a delight. Alright, let me get that yaw print back in because I think it's going to be quite useful here. So I'm going to say after we calculate this, I mean, you don't really need it to be different. You can, here, come back to get yaw. Come here. And can you please put this above reset? It's just the order of things. Total count of PS2 games from your past is up to 68. Nice. That's a lot of, that's actually a lot. I don't know if I played half of that when I was a child. I don't know if I've even ever played 68 different games. Okay, I probably have. That's a lot of games, though. So it doesn't really matter. I think we can just print this. It's not really a big deal. Wow, I really burned that print down. Alright, new print. Sure, why not? PS2 broke in such a way that it would only play Metal Gear Solid 2, so we played that a lot. Seems like a good game to be playing a lot. Plenty of content to work with. Player yaw to rotate to, and we're just gonna make that rotation to look at. We only care about the Y. Rogue Galaxy. Okay, so that's 0. On this side. Oh, that's Radiant. Boo. Radiance is hard. Radiance make my brain hurt. So we're gonna say Radiance 2 degrees. Although I might go back to that. We'll see. For now, though, just let me get something I can understand. Okay, -179. That's fine. So what then is the side? 90. Okay. So if we're seeing numbers like 90, 78, I mean, how do I even check for that? Can we see? Okay, couple things. You need to floor that mess. Okay? That's a damn mess right there. Whatever you do, clean that up. Give me a little parenthetical here. That tells me this in radians. I'm just trying to see if there's like a cogent thing I can wrap my head around here. So we can check if it's on the side. Okay, that's just all 0, which is great. -1, so it's a little different. Shrink the sides of the area so the player just can't reach it from the sides. That is a very good idea. Wait, is it? I don't know. That sounds like quite a mess. Because we're, I don't know. Like the AABB? Like this? But that won't, that can't be it. Because that won't work. Yeah, I don't think there's, yeah, okay. I was like, that isn't it. Okay. So, alright, so this on the side. We see a lot of -1. There's a bit of a -2. I'm just trying to find like some kind of pattern here that makes sense. Can you please floor this as well? Floor that mess. Oof, ow, brain hurty. -180 and 4. Over here. Okay, this is much easier to look at. -2, -2, -2. I think -2 is our magic number. Okay, what about on this side though? If we're going this way. +2? Okay, it's 1. Well, why is it 1 on that side? I don't know. Yeah, I think those radians are going to be the easiest to work with. So that's 3. Correct facing. Assuming you never rotate a shelf, will be near 0, 180, and -180. Right. Yeah, assuming I never rotate a shelf. I will not. I will not rotate a shelf. I refuse. Because the controls get all messed up and we gotta deal with that. Okay. I know that, but I would rather... I think these radians are a little more reliable. I mean, we do see that's always... Can we get the -179 one? I think it's what's flooring it. Yeah, we could have an array of allowed. We could just say 0, -180, and 180. And then as long as it matches one of those, it's good. Yeah, that probably makes the most sense. Allowed climb directions. And that's gonna be an array of floats. And it's more readable this way. I could use my epsilon function to check if it's within like 10 degrees. I'll just floor it. Right, because if we floor it, it should be good. But you're right. Yeah, I would rather do the... We're gonna do allow climb radians. Because this number is always the same. That's 90, 91, that's always 1. If there's ever any variance, that's always the same. So we're gonna say 0, 1, within 1 degree. Well, if it's a little wrong, whatever. Like, this should be fine, right? And 3. Yeah, more wiggle room. I mean, this is a little wacky. Like, I'm gonna admit, this is very wacky. But that's okay. A little wacky is okay as a treat. So back over here, when we reset it, or not when we reset it, when we're actually going to activate it, we would need to check that a lot sooner. because we want to deny the climb, which is kind of a whole thing we're not even doing yet. Right? We're just go ahead and setting it. So we would want to say, we need something a little extra here. If get yaw if allowed climb radians has, we need to do more than just get yaw. It has to be this. If we floor it. If it has a floored get yaw, then we're allowed to climb. Yeah, it's been wild. Good night, Flip. I gotta go to bed soon too. Not yet. Stick around, okay? Y'all on Twitch, we'll go raid someone. We can see if someone is available on YouTube. I'm not leaving yet, but in a minute. Redirects are kind of hard to get working. Our jail's on YouTube and on Twitch. Thanks, Flip. Good work today on yours, and very good work helping me on mine. I appreciate it. You saved me today. Oh my gosh. I will have fun. Good night, Flip. Oh, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Flip. If allowed climb radians has floor get yaw, we kind of don't need check yaw anymore. You know, it's not really doing anything. We might as well just have it be reset yaws at this point. You know, it's not doing much. And so we could just have this not call anything and just say variable direction to face vector 3 equals get yaw. You know? You know? I think we'd want to, we could change that if we need to, but reset yaws. If it's allowed, then we want to reset the yaws and do all of this. That's like our do climb thing. So we could even put this in like a little function. What does handle climbing do right now? Not a lot. But it runs every frame, so we don't want to do that. So we're gonna do a little do climb. So this looks a little less obnoxious. I guess I'll put it around here. I mean, it kind of looks like it wants to go right here. I forgot to make some of these functions private. I'm not sure it makes sense for this not to be private. So I'll have to change that. DoClimb returns nothing and does all this. That way that's a little neater. Let's find our get yaws and fix that so it's private. Okay. Hopefully this will not let us climb here. Indeed, I am pressing the activate key and nothing is happening. Not a thing. Let's see if I can get that keyboard up here. It always takes so long to show the keyboard. I don't know why. It makes its brain hurty. I am activating. Nothing is happening because it's not in the approved. Oh, we got some error. Hold on a second. Attempted to use has a very because it's failing. That's why. Oh, whoops. We need to just get the Y of that. Okay, so that was not a true test. It was not grabbing, but it's because it wouldn't have worked anywhere. Okay, let's try it here. Okay, great. No grabby, no errors. Nice. Come here. Grabby! Let's go. No grabby. Grabby! Yes. Yes! Functionality is here. Now there's still so much more I want to do, but I can't. I've done all I can do today. I have done all I can do today, y'all. Alright, if you're on Twitch, don't head out. We're gonna do a raid. YouTube, if you haven't pressed the thumbs up button yet, and you meant to, maybe it's a good time to press the thumbs up button. It helps a lot, makes more people find out about what we get up to here, grows our community, and I appreciate it a lot. If you're on Twitch and you forgot to follow, maybe you could do that. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. You gotta, it doesn't hurt to ask, okay? This works really good. Thanks, Vinge, for your company. Appreciate you. Look at that. Flip made so much of this possible. So what kind of things did we get up to today? I mean, I was just fixing little things. We got the flashlight looking good, working nice. We set up everything to make you hit the like button. And we went through all kinds of learning to figure out how to get this climbing set up. There's plenty more to work on, plenty more to do. I owe so much to Flip. Also, Amine and S-Funk for helping out today. It was a ride, but one that I appreciate. So thank you for that. I feel it scares me. No, it works. It works perfect. It works good. Yes. Yes. There's still more I want to do. Oh, I fixed crouch. I made crouch not be broken anymore. Except there. Sometimes you can crouch through it, but it doesn't really do you any good. It's just a little jank. It's a little jank as a treat. But at least you don't get stuck anymore, moving left and right. That's the most important thing. Alright, y'all. I'm happy with this progress. I will be back working on this again on Monday for Twitch subscribers and YouTube members only. If you are a Twitch subscriber, then make sure you have your Discord and your Twitch connected. That way you can get access to that stream on Discord and alerts and stuff. YouTube, it'll just come to you. Then I'll be back on Tuesday for the public stream to work on this more. And we will be, we're gonna be really down to the wire at that point. Wait a minute now. We're very close to the end of this jam. So currently, today is this one, September 19th. And September 23rd, that's going to be Tuesday. September 26th is Wednesday. And then is Thursday the last day of the jam? Oh, Tuesday is the last day of the jam. Okay, I see. So right now, we're right there, next to the 20th, the 19th. Then we'll be on the 23rd. That's the next stream. 26th. And then the 30th! Oh my gosh. We're getting close, y'all. We're getting close! Thank y'all for hanging out. I appreciate you. I'm gonna try to work on it over the weekend a little bit. So we'll see how that goes. Good night, YouTube! I appreciate you, YouTube! That's me, because you're you, and I'm pointing at you. Does that make sense? It's like, you're you, I'm me. It's not me tube, it's YouTube. It kind of makes sense.